look stupid. My way looking clean.
Say hi, everyone.
What up? We here?
World number 5, Hikaru Nakamura will take on world number 7, Fabiano Caruana, in the big winner final. But before that, in just a few moments, 4 players will enter the play zone to fight for survival. Among them, Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. We are so excited. This is day 3 of the Chessable Masters. how on earth does he save this position?
Wow, Magnus just widening his eyes there, shocked by this last decision.
More than 5 minutes.
Wow, he's showing no fear whatsoever.
The bar is inching up.
This is checkmate incoming. And then king goes to a6 and there are no checks on the board.
Wow, he's just blundered a pawn. He's gave away the pawn and he's lost.
He's given away the game.
His nerves are kicking in. He's throwing a thorn into the white side, holding on here for dear life.
Oh, look at that celebration from Ralph
So the
Mamadov.
king goes to d3. You see the bar go back to equal. Oh my gosh. That is beautiful tactile awareness.
It's over. We have a winner.
Hello and welcome everyone. We've had nail-biting action so far. We started with 8 players. We're down to 6. Things are heating up in the Chessable Masters. And to guide us through the action in the studio, Grandmaster David Howell, FIDE Master James Canty,
Let's go.
and Grandmaster Robert Hess. We had 2 epic Armageddons. David, what was the highlight for you on day 2?
So many Armageddons, so many highlights, I should have said. We saw Magnus squeeze through, but also that match between Fabiano Caruana and Vladislav Artemiev. It was really, really close in the end, but Fabiano, when it mattered, came up with those incredible moves.
Yeah, so much action on day 2. James, what was your big takeaway?
Fabiano, Queen F8, and we great. It was all over the internet. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. What a move by Fabi, found in seconds. That one is going to go down in history books. And that has been so exciting, Robert, to see the players play with barely any time on the clock. Now, traditionally, we've seen the Armageddons, but here it is the bidding Armageddon. Do you enjoy that twist?
Oh, who doesn't enjoy it? Because you pick your own time. So if you bid too low, that could be a problem for you. We've seen that in the past matches. And for Fabiano Caruana, it worked out yesterday. But today's a new day, and he faced off against Hikaru-Nakamura.
Yeah, big matches coming up today. Let's take a look at our bracket. This is where we stand going into day 3. Wow, I look at losers quarterfinals and it just seems, you know what? You lose one game, you have a tough day, and that's the mix you land up in. That right there is a nightmare. David, we're going to focus a little bit on that. Who in that bracket, whose chess has impressed you the most?
Well, you would expect me to say maybe Magnus Carlsen, but actually I'm going to say Vladislav Artemiev in the lower half of that losers quarterfinal. He was really unlucky to actually have to drop down to this bracket. Yesterday he was very close against Fabiano Caruana, and Levon Aronian will have his hands full dealing with him.
We've seen Artemiev play god-level chess with just seconds on the clock. But James, he's got to be careful to not go so low on the clock today.
In fact, I mean, Artemiev is just a different kind of Grisha. They have to be related. The way that they play this chess, right? They get lower on time and they play better chess. They got to be related somehow. But of course, if Artemiev gets low on time, he gets stronger, right? So I think it's the other way around, in fact.
Yeah. Fabi said that as well, that Artemiev's style is so much like Grishchuk. He comes into these time scrambles, but then just plays incredible chess. Robert, do you agree?
Oh, of course. How could you not? The Siberian Elephant is over 3,100 in bullet on chess.com. He's one of the very best. And we saw it yesterday. We saw it the day before. He continues to impress with mere seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I love it. We've been enjoying the play, but Artemiev is in the losers bracket today. Now, this is such an exciting time for the chess world. Chess has never been bigger, and the tour has played a big role in evolving it into the esport. Now, take a look at the roadmap of the biggest ever season of the Champions Chess Tour.
The 2023 Champions Chess Tour is the biggest tour yet, with a thrilling, brand new format and $2 million in prizes. It's the richest online tournament of all time. The tour begins with 6 elite events taking place between February and September. Each event features an open qualification system with qualifiers and play-ins locking in 56 players to the main events. There, players are grouped into 3 divisions and compete for $235,000 in prizes each time. Victory in Division 1 in any of the 6 events secures a spot directly to the 8-player Champions Chess Tour playoffs in December. Players will also accumulate tour leaderboard points across the 6 events, competing for another $100,000 in prize money, and the unsecured playoff spots will go directly to the top leaderboard finishers. At the end of the year, we have 2 weeks of incredible chess, beginning with the playoffs, from which just 4 players will advance to the Champions Chess Tour finals, to a single elimination bracket, which will ultimately determine our champion. Together, the playoffs and finals feature a whopping $500,000 in prizes. There can only be one. In December of 2023, an undisputed tour champion will be crowned. Let the games begin.
Our action will be on Division 1 of the $235,000 Chessable Masters. But of course, action is on in Division 2 and 3 as well. Robert, it is so critical. It is also the path to Division 1 for the next event.
Yeah, the winner of Division 2 gets automatic placement in Division 1. You get that prize money and those tour points, and we know how important that is.
Yeah, and you've got some really big names fighting there as well.
Yes, we do indeed. You have former world champions, no matter where you look, in the winner's bracket of Division 2 right now. It is super exciting.
Yeah. Take a look at that, just the sheer strength of Division 2. And in the winner's semi-final, Robert, I see a clash of teenagers there. Nordebek Abdusatrov taking on Denis Lazovic. What do you expect from that?
It's one of the former world champions, the world rapid champion a few years ago, Nordebek Abdusatrov. He leads. He has led his country, Uzbekistan, to a gold medal in the Olympiad. And Maxim Vachilagrov, a former world blitz champion, he is leading the 14th world champion, Vladimir Kramnik, right now. But their second game is underway, and it's super exciting.
Yeah, the Frenchman with 3 names taking on the 14th world champion. We saw that Vladimir Kramnik is on the back foot there. What does he need to do against a player like MVL to strike back?
You see this? Your peak rating and your peak ranking, and you beat Garry Kasparov to become the world champion. That's the form that he needs to refine here, and he's doing that in game 2. He is really inspired in his second game. The white side of a Sicilian, Vladimir Kramnik playing e4. Maybe it is best by test after all.
I love it. He is one of the 14 players to have ever broken into 2,800 rating in the history of the game, the 14th world champion. Robert, as chess is getting younger, especially in this format, we see that it is Kramnik who's holding the flag for the old guard. How does he do it?
It's not just Vlad, it's also Vishwanath and Anand. A lot of these players, they may hear all those calls, oh, they can't play the youngsters anymore. They certainly can. He played on the Internet Chess Club way back in the day. He's played a lot of Blitz in his life. In fact, yesterday he was playing Armageddon Blitz. So he is fresh, he is ready, and he's inspired.
I love it. Would love to see Vladimir Kramnik in Division 1 in the speed chess format. Well, there is also action on in Division 3. Let's bring up our bracket. And look at that. We've got Armin Tabatabai versus Vokidov. Now, Vokidov had a brilliant performance in the Olympiad. What are you expecting in this one, Robert?
Yeah, that's one is hard to call because these two players, they go under the radar because they're not at that Super GM 2700 level. But I see in the quarterfinals, in the losers bracket, Alexei Sarana, he was in Division 1 of the Air Things Masters. He already takes out Wei Yi. And the FFL, Gadakovsky, he's still afloat down there. He's taking on one of the quarterfinals of the Fischer Random World Championship in Matthias Blubaum.
Yeah, absolutely. So much action on in the Chessable Masters. There is prize money at stake. There's tour points and the golden ticket to the tour final. With all that online, action is heating up on day 3 of the Chessable Masters. But first, before we get to it, let's take a look at day 2. A decision has been made by Wesley to retreat with the knight. And Robert, I see that expression. You are surprised. Is that just another blunder in one by Wesley dropping a pawn? David?
Yes, simply he's forgotten that knight takes d4 is not available now. He needs to take that pawn. And
he does it. He does it.
White is paralyzed, could barely move. Look at this poor white knight. It's stuck defending the a2 square. The white queen is stuck defending that knight. And I think it's good knight here for Wesley So.
3 queens on the board, but the queen can always fall back. No perpetual there. And with that, we see Hikaru. He knows he's done it.
Whoa, and the black rook has dived in, jumped in. Both sides creating threats here on every turn.
Crazy.
Wow, that black king is in big, big trouble. And 6 seconds on the clock. Wesley, if he can land checkmate with 2 seconds left, he's going to be happy. But it's going to be so hard to navigate this one.
If we can just quickly get an update on that one, as this is heating up as well. What is happening? Rook f7 is a maiden one. Let's stay right here.
I think you can just take the bishop.
He knows it. He's calculating, but he knows he's done it. What?
What?
What
His
does he
is
see that
taken
we don't?
Because the black rook can drop down with a check and go behind. Save the day. Whoa, these players are so good. I've got to say, drop that rook down, Hikaru, and you will not lose this game.
And it is official. Hikaru Nakamura has drawn his game against Wesley, which means Wesley moves on to the losers bracket.
Oh my gosh, the bishop c8 hits the queen and the rook in a row, but also it goes for the f2 pawn, so it's kind of a double threat. What a move from Fabiano.
World-class move from Fabiano.
This is a game-ending move.
Double attack. If he finds it, he wins on the spot. Look at that. The engine says +7 for black.
He does it. He finds it and leans back. He knows this is a big moment. Artemiev has missed it, and Artemiev realizes this is busted for white. A big day of chess coming up with a big all-American clash there in the winners' final as Fabiano Caruana takes on Hikaru Nakamura in Division 1. We will talk about that match really quickly, but before that, Robert, we've got a huge update coming in from Division 2.
We have a heartbreaking update because Vladimir Kramnik has mouse-slipped and blundered his queen in a strong position against Maxim Vachiligov. He's now down 2-0.
Yeah, tough moment there for the world champion. Mouse slips. This is the curse of online rapid play. It just happens, but it is part of the skill set as well.
Yeah, there's no one better at it than Hikaru Nakamura. He's won all these major speed chess events, and he does not mouse slip pretty much ever.
Yeah, I've never seen that happen. Well, he's got a big match ahead of him, James. Hikaru versus Fabi.
Hey,
What's your take on that?
Okay, that's fabulous. Fabi flex a lot. Fabi in the gym now, trying to do his thing. He's doing good in chess, obviously. But then you got Hikaru Nakamura, who's a man, a myth, a legend, everything else. Half man, we don't know the rest, right? That man is very strong, and Fabi is going to be up against some very strong opposition today. So you're going to have to really bring his best.
Yeah. The Fabi played some great chess yesterday against Artemiev. I mean, that Queen F8 move, I know we've been speaking about it, but we can't stop talking about that. It really was one of the big moments in the Chessable Masters. We will get to that winners final, but before that, there is action in the elimination bracket with Wesley So taking on Magnus and Artemiev against Levon. David, is there a heavy favorite in this one?
I'm going to say no, Tanya. I've already praised Artemiev's play. He's been fantastic so far. One of the dark horses for the event. But Levon Aronian, if he does bring his best, maybe his ceiling is a bit higher. Maybe at his best, he will be able to push Artemiev into tough corners, push him off the board. So if Artemiev isn't able to combat Levon Aronian in those difficult dynamic positions, then he might struggle. But yeah, it's going to be a close one, that's for sure.
Really close. Levon Aronian, one of the most creative players, has been showing fantastic chess in the Chessable Masters. Artemiev has to keep control on the clock. This is our other big classic matchup in the chess world with Wesley So taking on Magnus Carlsen. Robert, what's going to be the key area in this matchup?
I have to say I'm shocked by that graphic, and it's not because of all the draws. It's about the fact that Magnus has 23 wins, but Wesley has 19 in rapid chess. We usually see Magnus have 25 and then everyone else have 5. So the fact that they're that close, they're that neck and neck, it's shocking to see, but it shows that Wesley can hang with him.
Yeah. James, 19 wins for Wesley? Does that surprise you as much?
I mean, yes, it does, but I did not have to remember, it's Flexly So. Oh, okay, he wanted to flex on everybody just now to let you know I can hang with Magnus. 19 wins, of course. Now, when the time gets faster, obviously, Magnus is winning there, but in rapid chess, even in classical, he's like, yeah, I can swing with you, big fella. I know you world champ, but guess what? I'm coming at you.
Yeah, and it's so close. They've played 74 rapid games against each other. The scores are almost balanced. We mentioned the other matches would be close. This one, anything can happen. It's only 2 games in this match. We might well see a close Armageddon as well.
Oh my God, a bidding Armageddon on this. That's going to be fun. Let's take a look at the format. It's not far way off because the players play a best of 2 match first. And if that is a tie, then we will have the bidding Armageddon. They start with 15 minutes on the clock with a 3-second increment. It is going to be all about nerves and keeping them in control on those time scrambles. Wesley So, one of the toughest players to beat in elite chess. He just knows when he gets those opportunities to strike at them, keeps everything under control, plays fast. What is, Robert, according to you, Wesley's biggest strength that makes him such a beast in these formats?
He is ultra precise. He doesn't take many risks. That's been a criticism we've had and many have had about his style because it may prevent him getting to the absolute top as world champion, but he beat Magnus Carlsen in the Fischer Random World Championship in 2019. He just beat him. He crushed him. He made Magnus look like an amateur in that match, and pretty much nobody on the planet can do that. So I think Wesley's precise style, the fact that he is stoic, he plays the board at all times, I think that actually benefits him in a match against the world champion.
Yeah, and we just saw the world champion open the window. He's going to need all the fresh air that he can get in this match. We will get the update on the air condition in his playing site with our AirThings device, but action is off. We've got a Sicilian on the board.
Yeah, Sicilian, and this is Magnus's World Championship repertoire from 2018 against Fabiano Caruana. This last move, though, E5, it's really trendy at the moment. Magnus has popularized it. It's been played by all the top players. I've even seen Hikaru recently play this against Wesley So himself. Wesley now pausing. Maybe he's just going to castle his king. This tends to end up in a very maneuvering battle, reminiscent of the Spanish opening. Black C pawns on a different square, but everything else there, very, very similar. So interesting start. Both players choosing, I think, their ultimate repertoire, their best openings, and this bishop move, still standard stuff so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's standard, but it looks weird, James.
It is weird. In fact, I mean, there are some chessable courses on this if you want. Of course, Kamil Plichka actually has it with his lifetime repertoire of Accelerated Dragon here, where he actually goes into with the Knight C6 line, and then he goes with his Bishop D6 stuff against Rossalimo. There's also another one by Pepe Quincha, who just dropped the Kalashnikov one, who actually covers, obviously, his Knight C6 move order with Bishop D6 in here. So it's very fun. It's actually some type of, you look at it like a Danny Kopeck system in a way in reverse, where you put the bishop back on C7, you'll play D5, you'll play Knight G to E7, right? And then you'll play D5, and you just want to actually open up the game. The bishop's very strange here. Don't try this at home if you don't know what you're doing, because the bishop shouldn't be on D6, but it's for a reason. D4? That ain't in the book. That ain't in no book right there. That's off the head, my guy.
That's a pawn sacrifice. He just gives up a pawn in the center of the board, and Magnus takes it, and Wesley's thinking again. So, David, I've seen this before in Magnus's own games, but it surprised me that you give up a pawn and then start thinking.
Yeah, really surprising. Either you've done your homework or you haven't, and then you play a quieter line. But what could the idea be here? Magnus, after grabbing this pawn with his knight, he's saying to Wesley, okay, if you take me back, I might even take this way. I'm going to say with the e-pawn first, opening up the black bishop, but surely the idea at some point will be to throw a pawn forward, try to open up lines further while the black king is still stuck in the center. There is a pin on this file, and I think white will win the pawn back in the short term. However, perhaps Wesley's thinking of something else. This move, dropping the bishop back, is the top recommendation as far as I can see from the engine. Maybe targeting a loose pawn on the f7 square. This is really complicated stuff, I've got to say. Yes, you're a pawn down, but black's bishop is a target on the d file. Black's pieces are asleep. This one still struggling, stuck at home. And, of course, the black king. Big, big target. What do we think? Surprising to see Wesley think, as you mentioned, but looking promising.
I'm shocked by that, though. He just gave up a pawn, and it's a very important pawn. It's one in the center. And now Wesley is thinking, well, these two, of course, Levon Aronian, Vladislav Artemiev, they're about to get underway, but I just still can't believe the fact that Wesley would volunteer a pawn and then start thinking after it.
Yeah, and Wesley has just moved in that game, but here we see the other game, the other clash in the loser's bracket.
And we see Levon there moving his camera, just adjusting to get ready to make sure that he's comfortable to start his game against Vladislav Artemiev. It is a best of two. Artemiev, will he start with 1e4 or 1d4? We saw both of them by him yesterday.
And knight f3?
Knight f3. I'm going with knight f3. Definitely going with knight f3. I think Artemiev should just play his game, right, knight f3, and just play his game against LeBron Aronian here. LeBron is very ferocious, right? Yeah. We know this.
All right, well, while we wait for them to get things started, we already have action on this one. I have to say, Wesley sacrificing a pawn so early on in the opening, it's not something that we get to see every day. He usually plays a lot more solid, keeps everything under control. David, are you surprised with how aggressive Wesley is?
I'm slightly surprised, but I'm also very pleased. It's refreshing to see Wesley just throw things at his opponent. We saw yesterday against Hikaru, it nearly paid off. Wesley was taking more risks. He was in a must-win situation, and that style of play really suited him. He nearly took down Hikaru there. But I think the plus side for Wesley is that the pawn sacrifice is just temporary. Most likely he's going to regain the pawn in the center of the board. So it always helps taking risks when you know there's a backup plan, there's a safety net. And Magnus, meanwhile, he snacked on one pawn on the board. Now he's snacking on, is that a sandwich as well?
Chat says burritos. Burritos. Chat's like, yeah, burritos. This man is always eating. Magnus just going crazy on the food here and on the board as well. I mean, it's almost like he just doesn't care, right? I'm eating, I'm relaxed. It's kind of hard to do that when you have to calculate in such a intense match. I don't have any appetite when I'm like playing because I'm really focused. Right about you, Robert?
Yeah, I don't really like to eat when I'm playing either. Yeah. In fact, I'm just too nervous to focus on anything but the chess. I'm just trying to be as focused as possible. But for Magnus, I mean, we saw this yesterday. He doesn't mind playing the lunchbox gambit. He gives away a minute on the clock here and there, and he's just trying to be as well nourished as possible.
Do you think that's mind games from Magnus a little bit, just eating in front of his opponent? Well, I don't know if Wesley's got his eyes on the camera or not, but he hasn't made a move. Is that sort of psychologically a little disturbing for Wesley?
It could be disturbing, but it could also boost Wesley's confidence. The fact that Magnus is tanking right now, thinking clearly Wesley, with that pawn sacrifice earlier, he surprised himself, but he's also surprised Magnus. And I think that's one of the differences between online chess and over-the-board chess. If it's over the board, I will tell my opponent off if they're eating. I will tell them to get away, move off, stop disturbing me, stop dropping crumbs on the board. But yeah, this is one of the perks of online chess. You can kind of do what you want in your own home.
And I thought you were a nice guy. Wow. So I know if we play, I'm going to eat at the board on purpose now, just to bother you.
The gloves come off, Robert, once I sit down at the chessboard. No prisoners.
Wow. So you're only Mr. Nice Guy off the board. That's the thing about chess players, right? They could be the most humble, the kindest, the nicest people off the board, but absolute beast on the board. And that's what we've been seeing from Vladislav Artemiev throughout this event. While he's playing against Levon, the game is underway. Let's get a quick opening update on that one as the two players make their first moves.
Yeah, and we mentioned one e4, one d4, one knight f3. Of course, Vladislav Artemiev didn't choose any of those. He chose one c4, the English opening, and this is the result. It looks like a Sicilian defense, just with reversed colors. It looks like a Sicilian dragon. White has fianchetted his bishop, and other than that, everything balanced. What do you think of this opening, James?
I actually like it. Oh, there is a chessable course. In fact, on these, you actually have a few English courses. You have the ones from Krzysztof Sielecki, who has a part 1 and part 2. And you also have Simon Williams, who has a Botvinnik English, but this is not the Botvinnik English at all. In fact, you need pawns on c4, e4, and d3. So this is a little bit different. You actually can face this a lot from the Krzysztof Sielecki covers a little bit of this. But this actually is a reverse Sicilian, so of course a lot of the ideas are the same. Knight a4, knight to c5, right? The long diagonal bishop on g2, which is really strong. Now, of course, it's not, you don't have the dragon type aggression here, but you do have the dragon type bishop, and you have a lot of queenside play for white.
Yep, just I really like that maneuver you mentioned, bringing the white knight into the black half and maybe going for the bishop pair, trying to force black to trade off. Long-term, white does have a small advantage strategically, just because you have one extra central pawn and the semi-open c-file. But early days in this one, Robert.
Yeah, I like what you just pointed out with the semi-open file, because the pawn structure is not symmetrical. White has the c-file, black has the d-file, but the d-file doesn't amount to much of anything because a pawn's best friend is another pawn. And we just saw the knight hop to e4. Same idea as hopping to a4. It's trying to go into c5 to win the bishop pair. If the knight hops into c5, you probably have to take it as black, and then once that's captured, the rook gets in the game. White has a pair of bishops. White has that strong bishop on g2 and has really good access down the c-line.
Yep, looking very promising there. Meanwhile, Levon Aronian just gains space on the queen side, maybe hinting that he'll push this pawn even further forward. He's activating his rook without moving it. Really nice strategy there. So a clash of styles, clash of ideas, and very imbalanced. Meanwhile, Vladislav Artemiev. We saw it yesterday. That was the theme of the day, him tanking, spending loads of time on the clock. And I wouldn't be surprised if, if he spends a long time there, wondering what to do. But he immediately goes for the plan that we highlighted. He's got the bishops, and long-term, white is doing very well. Short-term, however, black is very active, nicely centralized. That compensates for the bishop pair.
We've been talking about this a-pawn advance by Levon Aronian. Is it dangerous for Artemiev if Lev decides to push it one square further and actually target those queenside pawns? Is a3 something that Robert Artemiev needs to watch out for?
Absolutely, because what that move does is it challenges White's setup on the queen side. You're putting pawns in target with one another, so there could be a pawn capture. White does not want to exchange pawns. That rook on a8, it's undeveloped for the moment, but as soon as that pawn gets out the way, then that rook is active. But the alternative doesn't look that much prettier for White, because while the a2 pawn will be safe and sound for the time being, playing b3, that's a cemented weakness, and a knight will jump in, target that pawn on a2, and it could be a big issue.
Yeah, massive issue long term. You might have to tie down your queen or a very strong kind of heavy piece just to defend this lone weakness on a2. But okay, he doesn't rush into this Levon Aronian. He keeps his options open, first kicking away the white rook, maybe asking it to step back, and then he might go for this plan that we highlighted. Still very similar, very thematic from the Sicilian defense. Of course, both of these players play that opening too, so they'll be using that pattern recognition, using some of the ideas, borrowing them for this middle game. Okay, the white queen slides across. Looks slightly superficial.
I actually like it's a fancy move there. It's that when a3 happens, we can actually take on a3 now, of course, and you can't take back. And I'm just going to say, okay, cool. Yeah, I have the double pawn here. I know it's weak, but it is a pawn right now. A pawn is a pawn, right? As Yasser says, you know, the president of the Pawn Grabbers Club. You know, like he likes to have that extra pawn. So I can't take it and hold it there. And the queen is doing a great job of defending the rook and actually stopping a potential a3 for the time being.
Yeah, actually, the more I look at it, the more I like it. A multi-purpose move, as you mentioned there, James, and still difficult for Levon if he can't push his a-pawn forward to come up with a plan. Okay, wow, talking of a plan, he moves his rook. I said the last move was superficial for white. The white queen looks odd there, but the black rook looks even odder on the f7 square. What do we think of this one?
I think he's just defending along the 7th rank so that now his knight is more free to move. Both knights are actually capable of jumping. And I just want to give a quick shout out to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He actually threw his 3rd game. He lost on purpose because Vladimir Kramnik mouse slipped in a great position. So Maxime decided to return the favor and give him the 3rd game. So it is 2-1 in Maxime's favor. But that is a really great gesture of sportsmanship. So shout out to the Frenchman with 3 names for giving Kramnik that game back.
Yeah, wow. We don't see that happen so often, but when it does, it really is amazing. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave throws the 3rd game because Vladimir Kramnik had a big mouse slip, losing the game, losing his queen in that one. So, Robert, that's really nice.
Yeah, and we've seen this from Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen. So in this online play, and I think Vladimir Kramnik's also playing on his phone because he had some PC issues. So that's when mouse slips are even more likely. So I got to give a shout out to both of those players, but in particular, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It's really great sportsmanship.
I think it was Nihal Sarin as well.
Everybody at this point.
Yeah. Wow. All right, well, so that match still continues, as does this one. And we see with that last move, no more ideas of Levon advancing with that a-pawn. It has been stopped by Vladislav Artemiev. I'm just happy that Vladislav Artemiev doesn't have 2 minutes on the clock right now.
Not yet, Tanya. He has fixed the structure on that queen side. We've been talking about black pushing his a-pawn forward. He's prevented that forever, but that does come at the cost of holes. And if you look on that left side of the board, the queen side there, all of the light squares belong to black. I'm really liking how Levon's just retreated his knight. Black's light square bishop actually exerts influence on both sides of the board, and white lacks pawn breaks. Robert's mentioned it in previous days. Pawn breaks are the essence of nearly every middle game position. If you have access to pawn breaks, if you can change the nature of the position, open things up, for example, for white's bishops here, then you will have an advantage. But white is a bit stuck. If you can't push pawns forward, then you're purely maneuvering with pieces, and that can be fought against. Here, I don't see how you can maneuver those white pieces effectively. It feels a bit stuck.
It feels pretty gross, actually. I mean, the queen on c1, like, it feels okay with the queen on c1. Maybe we just need to triple everything on the c file, like queen c2 and rook, bishop e3. So he went the bishop e3 route. Maybe he wants to reroute with knight d2, and we already have a move from Levon there playing knight f5, hitting the bishop there. Yeah, this is already looking kind of great for black, not going to lie here.
Yeah, this does not look very pleasant for Artemiev. I think something has gone wrong. Levon is playing quickly and confidently, and I want to make mention of Artemiev's time usage. I think he knows that Levon will punish him. Unlike Fabiano, who struggled in some of the scrambles that they had when they did not have much time, Levon, he plays very quickly throughout the entire game. And so I think he has a totally different match strategy against Levon. It's only a 2-game match before you get a potential Armageddon with bidding. And I love the way that Levon is handling game 1. He's just getting active. He gave up the bishop pair, but that knight hop into f5, saying, I might just get the bishop pair right back.
Yeah, 100%. That last move by Lev, retreating the knight, was only retreated to go forward anyway. So a very surprising decision by Artemiev, moving the bishop one step ahead, provoking, asking Lev to do exactly what he wanted. And now that knight can actually go further on to the center of the board on that d4 square at the right moment as well. And we see Artemiev going into the think tank. Things have gone wrong for white in the opening. That's quite clear, James, in this one.
Absolutely. It's definitely wrong here, so you may have to make, make it dynamic, of course. I just actually, speaking of Chessable, I just bought the Shirov book today, so I'm definitely, I went through like the first 3 chapters, so I'm already feeling Shirov-like. I'm just feeling aggressive and dynamic like we do every day, but definitely more today with something like knight to d2. Yeah, okay, whatever. You get the bishop pair, but after I take back on e3, now you can't put anything on d4. My knight can actually swing into e4, and my light square bishop is super strong. Look at the bishop now. I'm hitting c6. Knight can go into e4. Maybe I go queen c2 or c3, and then put the rook on the c file as well. So I got some plans here, but definitely something for Artemiev to think about.
Yeah, an interesting move. He just slides his rook across. I like those ideas, James. I preferred that one. But, OK, simple threat, attacking a pawn. He's trying to loosen up that long diagonal that we pointed out. If, for example, black played a careless move like pushing his pawn forward, there will be tricks along this diagonal. Suddenly, this black knight on c6 is loose. So it's just... He's just asking a question. He's just saying, OK, how are you going to deal with that one, mate? And it's not clear. Lev on Aronian, of course, solid position. We like black's chances, but a big threat to deal with. And we'll let him make that decision. Meanwhile, the game between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen looks like it's heating up. Some strange stuff going on in that one. Very creative play by Wesley So. He's actually sacrificed a second pawn. White is 2 pawns down for the moment. And, OK, 3 pawns down for the moment.
And black has got a pawn on c3. The king is still in the center, but this looks like very materialistic play by Magnus Carlsen, and it could be very dangerous for him right now.
It could be, but he's still munching away on his food. He's munching away on those pawns. And
he's munching away on the clock as well.
Yes, Wesley's the one munching away on the clock. Really behind here, 5 minutes, and it's only, move 14 here. Wesley needs to compensate for those 2 pawns, and black is only 1 move away from castling. If Magnus gets 1 more move, gets that black king to safety, he's going to happily enjoy his material advantage.
Yeah, this is a big problem for Wesley So, because sometimes when you gambit a couple pawns, you get a quick attack, you get some checks against the king. That king is about to castle, and white's rook pawn is also under attack. Black has 2 pieces staring right at that pawn. So, if you think, oh, I'll just bring my knight backwards for white, take this pawn on c3, you're going to lose that rook pawn as well, and black will be 2 pawns to the good. This is not looking good for Wesley So, and I keep shouting them out, but I want to give one more shout out to Vladimir Kramnik now, because on the first move of his game, he pushed his pawn 1 square, and when Maxime Vachier-Lagrave responded, he then pushed his pawn the 2nd square. So he essentially gave the color back to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Wow.
These players are just the tip-top in terms of being gentlemen of the game.
Wow, some amazing stuff going on in Division 2 and in this position as well. You've been mentioning about giving a check on d6. We see that the black bishop is the one that is defending that square. James, can Wesley be thinking about trying to trade those bishop by bringing it forward to that e3 square? And maybe if you take it, just put an intermediate check on d6.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. In fact, bishop e3, I'm not sure why he didn't play it as fast as I was thinking it. Bishop e3 is just like the automatic move. If queen e7, we have knight c7 there, right? So bishop e3 is really strong. It actually hits the bishop. Or of course, it's just like, nope, not a move. But of course, he's down material too as well, probably materialistic. But bishop e3 is a really strong move here, I think. I mean, there's lots of even tricks. Even if you play d6, pawn d6, it loses to bishop c5. Or maybe not loses, but after takes, I can play knight to d6. Maybe, I can't play it yet. King e7 afterwards. Wow, lots of tactics. Yeah, queen takes, check, king e7. Gross.
Just about holding on for black.
Just about holding on, correct. But bishop e3 is very strong here, but Magnus is a calculator. He is the world champ. He's going to be able to see this. So bishop e3, you got to get your pieces out, right?
What is Wesley doing? He's down to 3.5 minutes.
Wow.
Make a move.
It went so fast.
The game has just started.
Yeah, the game has just started. I really like that bishop move you suggested there. And what else? I think that's the question. Sometimes when you're getting low on time, which I always do myself, you have to just stop and ask yourself, OK, I'm going to be suffering anyway on the clock, so I need to create some chaos on the board. And the only way to do that here is to play bishop e3, is to do something, create a threat, set a trap. Otherwise, you're just 6 minutes down on the clock, and you're going to be a clear pawn down or 2 for nothing. So Wesley, I think he's in his own head too much, just kind of regretting his earlier decisions, but he needs to be in the moment and just try to make the best of this bad situation. it's, struggling here.
I think we all sensed it, right? When he gave away a pawn and then started thinking after Magnus's reply. So I think he knew the idea, but not the specifics behind it. And that's a big problem when you're playing at this highest level. And I want to give a shout out to Wesley because he decided to play ambitious chess today, but it's not going well. And if Magnus can convert this advantage, win the game, he'll have the white pieces, and it's only a 2-game match. Ooh. That's scary. So for Wesley, he's doing what he did yesterday. We all were crediting him for surviving that game against Hikaru. He blundered, but he didn't lose that game. He needs to do that here as well.
Well, the good thing is that the last few moves, he's played it quite fast. And now, David, is he looking at a jump with the knight to that really, really juicy square on d5?
Yep, you called it, Tanya. That white knight is looking nice and pretty in the center of the board. That's what we call an outpost. It's cemented there, anchored by a white pawn as well. We could see a scenario later where Black's light square bishop that's still trapped at home, comes out and captures that knight. But then we'll go down to an opposite color bishop position where drawing chances, the drawing margin will be very high. So White has one good piece. That's a start. He needs to back it up, however. And, of course, White will be the one on the defensive because he's simply a pawn down. Yeah. One strong piece is not enough to compensate here because Black's dark square bishop is just as strong as that white knight. This looks like a position we'd get from the Sveshnikov opening, for example, except there it would be level material. White is just a pawn down now. But active pieces. Wesley's done a good job over the last few moves.
And notice how quickly Magnus is playing. James, do you think he's playing now on Wesley's clock?
He absolutely is. He's like, yeah, quick moves. I mean, I can just make easy moves, right? Improving the position. Okay, the work is a little bit better on a7 than it is a8. The reason being is I can now double, put more pressure on the a pawn if I need to. Maybe even play b5 or b6 at some point, right? And the rook can actually be active on the 7th rank there. So, of course, Wesley is in time trouble here, and he's down a pawn, and he's playing Magnus. This is just lots of things. You got to get that out of your head. Like, okay, I got to just play the board here, right? But, of course, Magnus moving very quickly and confidently here and having a pawn he's trying to convert.
Yeah, and right here you see the black bishop staring at the knight. You don't want to take that if you are Magnus Carlsen, because if you take this knight on d5, we get a position with opposite colored bishops. You see the eval bar reacting, saying, now we're equal, because oftentimes with bishops of opposite colors, even though a side is down a pawn, the position remains balanced because you control one color complex, I control the other, and that means that we can't fend off on the competing squares. So I do not think that Magnus, just because he developed that bishop, he's playing to take. He wants to eventually, as James was saying, bring more pieces to the a file, attack that loose pawn on a5.
Yeah, nice multi-purpose move there by Magnus Carlsen on the last go, and Robert called it. The black queen came out, White defended by stepping a pawn forward, holding on to this central pawn, and the black rook immediately activated. Wesley now under pressure, in trouble actually on the board and the clock, because two of his pieces will be tied down defending this pawn. Meanwhile, Black is going to start asking questions to this white king. Look how trapped it is actually on this light square. On the dark squares, Black is going to try and come forward and break through later. You could definitely imagine this queen at the right moment trying to dive in, either trading queens off or going for a checkmating attack. White is a bit stuck. That's the problem. It's hard to imagine maximizing the white pieces even further, whereas Black's pieces could certainly be improved. I wouldn't be surprised as well if the black pawn later starts stepping forward, the black queen moves out the way, and it uses itself as a battering ram to open up this weak white king. So, yeah, advantage Black. He's moved his queen out the way first, going for that white pawn in the corner, and later we'll see that black h-pawn, I think, start advancing.
This feels like a crush, in fact. And the reason why I say that is even Wesley said, I think, in an interview, maybe yesterday or the day before, but he was saying, he was like, yeah, you know, I had like 2 minutes and like versus 11, and like I can't win that against anybody. And this is a situation where he's down a lot of time. I mean, like 9 minutes almost for Magnus. He's under a minute here, Wesley, and there's a lot of pressure on his position. The pieces don't look the greatest. A5 is actually attacked many times. My pieces look good. I got a great knight on d5, but then what do? All the pieces are on the queen side of the board, just holding the pawn here, right? So we're hoping for something here, and I don't have enough time, says Wesley.
Yeah.
This is just very shocking, and Magnus is making it look really easy. Now we see 3 pieces attacking the a5 pawn. Only 2 pieces for White are defending that a5 pawn, the queen and the rook. Magnus is thinking about capturing that pawn, but then Wesley will manage to get some play because Wesley's rook can jump to the 7th rank, also capturing Magnus's pawn on b7, and that's perhaps why he's taking so much time in the position. If that's not what you go, well, he does it. he does it.
Yeah, the big problem for white is even if you just say, I get my pawn back, your king is very unsafe back there in the corner. If your rook ever leaves the first rank, it's not immediately a back rank checkmate, but with the dark squares being occupied by black's pieces, notably that bishop on c5, we are going to see some issues down on the first rank.
Yep, first he's traded off a set of rooks. This bishop is pretty much pinned. If it ever moves, the black rack will be vulnerable. The black rook will dive down, and this will end in a checkmating attack. So I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus starts using his queen again. He's kind of yo-yoed back and forth with that black queen, but imagine her jumping in. I could imagine this queen move coming now. Massive threat on the board if white does nothing. If white, for example, sidesteps the queen, then rook takes bishop will be a threat. The queen now distracted, and this will end in checkmate. Very typical mating pattern here with the black queen and black bishop trapping this white king. So that's the first move that comes to my mind. Maybe there are others. I'm sure Magnus will find just as strong a move as this one. But yeah, Wesley, it's hard to imagine him defending this one. 1 minute left, and this is such a defenseless king, such a helpless king right now for white.
Yeah, it feels like Magnus is playing all over the board, the king side and the queen side. He's got the rook coming into the attack from the A file, the two bishops which are targeting white's king, and with the black pieces. To get this kind of a position right out of the opening, where Wesley's down a minute, it could not have gone worse for him.
Yeah, just already, as Robert mentioned, from move 4-5, it was a quick downhill spiral for Wesley So. When you get caught in the opening, especially with white, it seems, in this tournament, you do tend to get punished. Black scoring extremely highly in the Chessable Masters so far. All of these top players just so well prepared.
And it might be a lesson in playing to your style. And James, I mean, Magnus, we know that he likes to swing. Wesley, he usually likes to play calmly. So you think he made the wrong choice? Of course, the game looks bad for him, but just psychologically.
Yeah, psychologically, I think he should have just went solid. I mean, he actually has an E4 course where he actually he plays the solid stuff in his course, but didn't play it here against Magnus, right? So that's what he recommends. Yeah, this Queen H4 move is now on the board. I mean, I was even thinking, even if you play King H2 here in this position, you might be able to still play Rook A2 and Queen E1. Oh, this is such a very, very bad position. Bishop H3 might be on top. And there's King H2. We still might be able to get away with Rook A2 here, but is there anything else stronger?
I could imagine the black dart square bishop coming in as well, just controlling some squares, inching towards that white king. Wesley shaking his head. Yeah, it's very much about the styles here. Wesley just feels like he's just not in the flow today. And in this kind of sprint towards the finishing line, the two-game match, that is a bad sign. Magnus just ruthless in this game. You've got to say really merciless. And will he find the killer blow? He doesn't need to. He takes the time out himself. White's king got safe, the black king got safe, and now the threats will persist.
You know, these are the most dangerous kind of moves in these positions where you just pass the ball to your opponent in an already very difficult position to defend. And Wesley down on seconds, comes back, brings the rook back to the defense. Is there an immediate blow? Because we see the eval bar says that this is game over for white. Do you guys see an immediate finish here?
The thing is, you don't need an immediate finish. You're a pawn up, you've got more active pieces, your opponent's got a weaker king. The evaluation bar might reflect that, just the fact that the advantage is long-term. It's not going away anytime soon. You can cash in whenever you want. I'm not sure. I don't see anything immediate. Do you, James, Robert?
But, nothing yet. I mean, I like a Rook A3 just to put a piece there, and then maybe I'm hinting at Bishop H3 things, but I need more stuff.
Oh, wow, James!
I mean, I am a Jedi. I forgot. Sometimes I forget I'm a Jedi.
Yeah, what a nasty-looking move. James's point is sometimes there's sacrifices in this position, and the rook along the third rank could be problematic as it slices across the board. And Wesley stops those kind of threats. No more sacrifices available to black for the time being, but that's not a pretty move to play. Look at that bishop on A2. It's a very defensive piece, and it's looking into its own rook.
Yeah, you can just run away.
Bro. Rook A2, Queen E1. Like, I just got to do it. I got the Shearoff book, Fire on the board. It's on Chessable. Okay, I just have to do it. I just have to, bro. Like, how does he defend this? Now, of course, Engine defends it. Oh, Rook B1, maybe?
Yeah,
just
maybe.
Rook B1. Okay.
Just defending along the first rank.
In this case, I'm just like, sack. You know, that Fire on the board book definitely is going to have you sacking everything, chat. Definitely get it. It's on Chessable.
Yeah, calculation over everything, and that's the first thing he'll be looking for, Magnus Carlsen. He'll be looking at moves such as rook takes bishop. He'll figure out it doesn't quite work. The black checkmating attack isn't quite ready, and then he'll look for options. He'll go back to square one, and okay, you can trade rooks, of course, but if you want to keep them on, you could just step to any other square, and White's formation is still looking very, very clumsy. There we go. He retreats the whole way back, and Wesley wants to guard his first rank. He's really terrified of that idea you mentioned, James, He just wants to stop the black queen from jumping in. But how can Magnus up the pressure?
Is it time to bring the dark squared bishop into the attack as well? Bring it to f2, bring it to that g3 square. So many weaknesses around the white king. Is it time to strike with the bishop?
I love that idea. I really think it's good because that black queen is kind of a lone attacker and it can't get it done by itself. So bringing the dark square bishop to help, putting in line with the queen on the same diagonal, that will allow black to deliver some vicious checks and likely checkmate in the near future. So I actually don't see very easy moves for Wesley. He might even lose on time just because of how difficult this is to defend.
Yep, this looks like a killer threat. I don't really see how to guard against this. For example, if white just moves, you can, for example, give that check and take this pawn. This will end in checkmate. Just to put that on the board, the white king defenseless, nothing around. And okay, it's on the board. He has swung his rook across to try and...
David, you've been finding all these amazing checkmating ideas. I have to say, have you been doing your puzzle rush in the morning?
I actually have. But you've been setting me up, Tanya. You're giving me the assist, and I'm just putting the ball in the back of the net. And here, I think this check looks like the most simple when the king moves. I mean, I'm assuming it goes back, then there must be something here. It feels like there's something in the air. But what is the killer blow? We still need to find it. Wesley defending tenaciously here, but 30 seconds left. It must be to do with some sacrifices on this square. But do you rush it? Maybe you don't need to. Maybe you improve this black rook first. Wesley's living life on the brink. Whoa, what a move by Magnus.
That's beautiful stuff. Yeah, that's really nice because if the knight captures that bishop, which is legal, black's not going to recapture. The bishop on a2 is loose, so that's why Wesley slides his queen over. And a queen trade does not mean the attack is fizzled out. Look at this. White can hardly move. The bishop is stuck in place. The king will not be able to leave the back rank, and then black can push those pawns. Black is up a pawn. I was saying earlier, opposite colored bishops often gives good drawing chances. Not here. An attack persists.
Yeah, that white bishop, okay, it has just moved with a check, but I was going to say it's the worst bishop you'll ever see. It was staring at its own pawns. Here, Wesley's begging for the rook exchange. Maybe that's still strong for black, but you never, ever accept. You go for the checkmate. You go for that white king. Even with the absence of queens, that white king is a clear target. And checkmate in one, threatened right now on that back rank, on the first rank. And Wesley has to block with his rook. He has to just cross his fingers and hope that he can keep that black rook out of the game. But slowly and surely, Magnus will infiltrate. He will invade.
Is it time to start moving those kingside pawns? F5, E4, create a passer. He first starts with the H-pawn, and Wesley getting his king out of the kill zone.
Yeah, out of the kill zone for now. But look at the black king. It's coming into the kill zone. It's going to try and trap the enemy king. And black is playing with all three pieces. Black is playing with an extra pawn, of course. White's bishop sidelined. Any saving chances?
No.
Nope. Nothing. Yeah.
James, like, let's hang our heads for a moment here. But no, there's just no chance. Magnus Carlsen, when he knows the game is over, he is not afraid to liquidate because he has this vision. He sees that this endgame that we have right here, it's not just, oh, one extra pawn should have chances. No, he's all the activity in the world. White can hardly move. Staving off all these threats seems impossible. The black king is entering along the dark squares, and white can't attack anything. The one hope that Wesley has now is to bring his bishop all the way around, loop it to the other side of the board. But black's pawns are all defended, so this just is unpleasant.
Amazing play by Magnus, but I have to say, Wesley, really impressive how, one, he didn't get checkmated in that position. The game is still on. He's been defending a really difficult position for the last, I don't know how many moves, playing on seconds.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he hasn't managed to fight back or turn things around or cause any complications. Yes, he's held on. He's survived, but that's all he's doing, and it's not fun. He's going through hell right now, trying to hold on to this game. Look at that black pawn in the center. It's a passed pawn. I love how Magnus has used his own king, that black king, an active attacker as well. And once that black pawn continues advancing, that white rook is going to be stuck forever. You're essentially playing without a piece.
Yeah, well, this does look winning for Magnus, and I see our evaluation bar on the other game says that it is also winning for Levon Aronian. Let's take a look at that one as things are heating up there. Magnus has everything under control. Is Artemiev in big trouble?
It feels that way. Of course, we see the evaluation bar. The computer says, yes, black is winning here. But what is the knockout blow? Unlike the other game, it's actually level material. So if there are a bunch of exchanges, if the queens disappear, then Artemiev can breathe a sigh of relief. He might just be fine. So the stakes are high in this one. Of course, the stakes are always high on the clock for Artemiev. But can Levon put the boot in? Can he strike while that iron is hot? Nice move. attacking the white queen.
It looks similar. I mean, black right now actually isn't up any material, but we are about to see a passed e-pawn. So Magnus has one that wants to go forward here. Levon's pawn can also push. The white king is less safe than the black king. Many of black's attackers going in. Ooh, queen f4. He doesn't have much time played, and I think Levon can give a check either on d4 or c5, but that e-pawn is going to push.
Yeah.
Let's just point out, he made that move with 1 second on the clock. It's a 3-second increment. Unbelievable, Artemiev, with no time on the clock, manages to do this.
That's what they call brinksmanship. He's always doing it, Artemiev. Just how he has control over that extra 1 second is incredible. But as Robert says, plenty of strong moves here for black. I think the most tempting two are queen checks. There we go. The queen hits the white king. The white king's going to be forced into the corner.
Whoa, big fella. You're going to have to relax there, my guy. Rook f2? Whoa. That's crazy. I mean, he already in time trouble, and he is in some trouble. Yeah, this is tough. Rook f2, you had to go king h1, right?
Yeah, it looks like that rook has walked into a self-pin, and I don't think he's lost on time.
Nope.
Vladislav Artemiev, that clock will correct itself.
Knight d1.
But
Yep.
there we go. The rook is
There it
pinned,
is.
and the rook is lost. Material gain for black here, and this should be decisive.
Yeah, this is one-sided right now, because right now black has a rook for a knight and a pawn. He's just going right after the central pawn. If you protect it with your king, the move f6 to f5 is played. Just imagine the pawn going forward. It's going to pin. So instead, he brings knight up, but now you're losing a pawn. You don't even have a pawn for the exchange. This is quite straightforward for a player of Levon Aronian's caliber.
Yep. If there were more pieces on the board, this material balance, you might have some chances. You might have some compensation, but a lone knight can never fight against a long-range piece like the rook. The rook, especially with pawns on both sides of the board, will be able to play a multi-purpose role. The white knight is stuck. It's a short-range piece. Can't compete.
Wow, and as we expected, Magnus Carlsen has won his first game against Wesley So with the black pieces. Wesley in game 2, the final game, has to win on demand to level the score. That's going to be a tough task. Playing black with Magnus, and especially psychologically as well, with not just the result, but the way Magnus won the first game. It's going to be a tough one for Wesley, and it looks like it's going to be the same story in this match.
It looks likely at this point Artemiev knows he's going down, he's crashing down to defeat in this game, and he's going to have to strike with the black pieces. I don't know what's in the air, what's in the water during this tournament, the Chessable Masters. Every time people are winning with black.
Right.
Where's white's opening advantage? It's just disappeared. Those chessable courses have ruined chess for the white players, for those with the white pieces.
In fact, it does, right? Chessable does make it where even lower-rated players can keep up in theory, but you do have to do the work, and it is intense. And you need to do more than just opening work. Obviously, work on tactics and in-game too as well, which you can find all of this on Chessable as well.
What's your favorite course on the middle game?
On the middle game, that'd be Mastering Middle Games by Panchenko. It's actually a very strong book. In fact, it's just a book of 2600 level. He was like, yeah, he put 2600s in the room, and they gave him these problems, and you had to solve them. In fact, it's a very, very good book on mastering middle games.
Yeah, James, I have to ask you. I saw that you were studying Chessable. You had over a 1,000-day streak, about 3.5 years, every single day?
Every single day. In fact, I mean, when I was chilling, when we was eating, I was doing Chessable before we were on my phone all the time. I do Chessable 24 hours a day if I could.
And it seems like this end game, I don't think Levon needs Chessable to convert this. He is up a rook for just a knight, and black has a pass pawn on the king side. So if we cut the board in half, we see white with the pass. Don't take that pawn. Knight forks. Knights are very tricky. If you take that pawn, you actually blunder your rook, and that's why Levon pins it. He's still not going to take it because of the knight check.
Yeah, but you can just go after the H-pawn, the other end of the board. Get your king to safety, attacking the A-pawn, and then you've always got the option to slide your rook to the king side. Happy camper, pick up H2, queen the pawn.
It's pawn quality, not quantity. He can just push them. Keep pushing his pawns.
Oh my
Sacrifice
God.
one, it's captured. Sacrifice the other, it's captured. Then the H3 pawn, very advanced, is going to become a queen.
Yep, and with that knowledge, Artemiev does resign. This game is over, and Aronian takes the lead.
Wow, so we've got 2 wins in game 1 of the elimination bracket, both with black pieces. That means that the players with the black pieces have to now play for a win in the next one. Impressive play, James, there by both Aronian and Magnus. What impressed you the most?
Well, absolutely. Of course, what impressed me the most was Magnus, how it was just domination. I mean, that's the Magnus that you see when he just dominates. When Magnus is in form, you better watch out. That's scary. There's nobody touching him. He was eating a burrito, chilling. You know, yeah, you can bring it. Yeah, okay, all right. Just making moves, not even really paying attention here. It just felt like it was very nonchalant. It was very easy for him to take down somebody as strong as Wesley So.
Yeah, let's take a look at our our score line. The first game is over. This is a best of 2, which means that Wesley So and Vladislav Artemiev have to win on demand to go into a bidding Armageddon. It's not going to be easy against Magnus and Levon Aronian, who were on fire in game 1. We're going to be back with the action, but for now, we're going to take a short Twitch break.
Hello, this is Christoph Zilecki and welcome to my Keep It Simple 1d4 course.
It's a special time in the chess world, a big month for the chess world as the World Championship starts in just 4 days between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. At the end of the month, we will have a new world champion. Magnus Carlsen played his last classical chess game as world champion. Take a look at what he had to say after that match.
I guess that concludes it for your classical career as world champion. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
How does that feel?
No, that's okay. Most importantly right now, I think a draw is a decent result for our team and it looks pretty good on the other boards.
Yeah, obviously it's an honour to be part of history like that, but I really wanted to put more pressure on. I wanted to win. I wanted to send him out, not on a high. So, yeah, kind of mixed feelings, but I can't complain too much.
Do you feel you finished off in style as world champion in classical chess?
Yeah, it's okay. My score this weekend was good. Play wasn't great, but I might become Norwegian champion for the first time for teams, so that would be nice.
But next time you play a classical game, it's going to be as Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, not world champion Magnus Carlsen. Is that sort of a different feel?
I still have 2 titles.
I'm secretly hoping he's going to come back in like 20 years and show the young things a lesson and take the title back. But yeah, it's very special. And yeah, I just hope he enjoyed it as much as I did.
I love that when he says, I've still got 2 titles. I'm still World Rapid and World Blitz champion, but it does feel like the end of an era. David, you and Magnus are such good friends. How was that? Did you analyze after that game?
We did. It was friendly afterwards, but beforehand, he ghosted me. He didn't talk to me. He was, I think he was trying to scare me, and I was super nervous. I barely slept the night before. I played quite boring chess, I've got to say, with White. I managed to hold the draw, but yeah, it was tense, and it was an honour, of course, to play his last classical game, to be part of it.
Yeah, special moment there.
Yes, it was.
Wow, and we do hear the clock ticking. It is special moments here as well in the Chessable Masters as 2 players will be knocked out, and we are about to start a game 2 of the losers bracket, the elimination bracket. Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian have won their first game. Artemiev, Wesley So have to win on demand to force an Armageddon. Are we expecting a comeback here, Robert?
I know I'm supposed to say yes, but my answer is no, because Magnus and Levon get the white pieces. They know how to get the job done. They're not going to play risky chess. I just don't see it happening.
James, when you're in that situation, you're playing against a player like Magnus, against a player like Lev, with the black pieces. Where are your chances?
Well, in an aggressive opening. I mean, whatever they play, you just got to just take it to them. Hey, what is the most aggressive that I can do? Maybe try to take him out of the book here. But Wesley looks dejected, actually, in there. He's just sitting back, leaning back, maybe listening to something. Look at the face there, the smirk like, all right, let's just make this happen. Let's get this over with. And we go with a Sicilian.
Yeah, the Sicilian. We saw Wesley have some success with this against Nakamura yesterday. He didn't quite win the game, but he got a good position. And Magnus, do we think he's going to play bishop b5 check just like Nakamura did, bringing out that white light square bishop? Looks like he's pausing. Magnus choosing that strategy to avoid anything too risky at these early stages.
Oh, it's so annoying. Oh, my goodness. That is so annoying. I'm telling you, there's a lot of chessable courses on this right now, too. Bishop b5 check is so annoying because then you have to play knight d7 and then, like, you don't get anything. Like, look, he's already here. Like, come on, man.
We saw it yesterday, right? But Wesley actually almost beat Hikaru in this exact variation. So Wesley, he should have some happy memories. He almost lost later in the game, but the opening was a resounding success. But I think Magnus, he looked at the game. He devours every single chess game that's played pretty much. He knows what to do. He strikes in the center. He's playing a different variation than Hikaru did yesterday.
Yeah, and Magnus, he used bishop b5 check, this exact variation, all those years ago in his match against Anand. Just when he needed a draw with the white pieces, he was able to lock it down, and it was a very similar variation to this one. So white has just established that clamp. We call it the Maroczy bind, with those two white pawns on e4 and d4, e4 and c4, sorry. The white queen, of course, sandwiched in between, and it's going to be very hard for black to break out. Black is lagging behind in development, and in order to equalize this game, if not nothing more, of course, in order to just equalize, you need to be very accurate. So Wesley taking a pause here.
Yeah, guys, while Wesley's taking a pause, we need to pause for a photograph right now because there is a big Instagram contest on. So send us your selfies, show us how you are watching the Champions Chess Tour. You got to send it on Instagram using the hashtag ChessChamps, and you could win a $50 voucher for a Chessable course. So do it now. I'm sending mine.
You tricked me. You know I don't like content for the sake of content. You know I don't like posing for social media stuff. And you just put your phone there. I know to listen to you. So I was like, okay, I'm doing it. You got me. You got me.
If I told you beforehand, you'd never have agreed.
Zero chance.
Oh. Yeah, I know you well. Well, does Levon Aronian know Artemiev well enough to decide what opening approach here to take with the white pieces against a very aggressive Artemiev who has to win on demand? And we see a Sicilian.
Another Sicilian.
C3 Sicilian for the kill.
He does know. He knows what to do.
C3 Sicilian for the killian. That's exactly what I like right here. Of course, I'm a big fan of this. Now, of course, you can play this very aggressively, but you also can play it very solidly. It's a very special place in my heart with the C3 Sicilian, guys. Lots of chessable courses on this one. My second one on Chessable will actually be on the C3 Sicilian. So just to let y'all know, dropping it already. It's already coming out. C3 Sicilian. David, you like this too, don't you?
I do. I've played this opening since I was 6 years old, and it's still my main answer to the Sicilian. These days I mix things up a bit, but yeah, I've seen these chessable courses coming up with these new ideas that I hadn't discovered, with the aid of engines, of course, just refreshing ideas. And okay, of course, it's got a solid reputation as well, which helps when you only need a draw. I've even used this, I think, in 2009 to draw against Magnus myself. I just wanted to lock things down, and that's the case for Levon Aronian in his game here. A draw's enough, so why not play a solid opening with some attacking chances, James? That's
Absolutely.
how you play it.
Oh, I play it with more of aggressive intentions here. I do play knight f3 here most times. I also play bishop c4 many lines. There's also, the book right now on Chessable with, Surya Ganguly, I think his last name is, but very, very strong. He has a lifetime repertoire for Semi-Tarrasch and the Nimzo Indian, excellent courses there. But here, he has so many new ideas in the C3 Sicilian that I've never seen. So it's a great addition to you C3 Sicilian players out there to grab that course, in fact.
Yeah, and Vladislav Artemiev, he will not like this. He doesn't like it when his opponents are trying to go for him, trying to be very direct. And, okay, he's looking off to his left, our right on the screen, and that is the face that players make when they're trying to recall something, trying to remember something, or trying to pull something from the deep recesses of their memory. And, okay, after a while, he has brought his knight out. Still mainline stuff, James.
Absolutely. Still mainline, bishop c4, right? And we just back up to b3 here, and he can take the second pawn. Now, if you take the second pawn on c3, we actually go knight to g5 here. Very strong play, so d takes c3. Then we go knight to g5, forcing an e6. And then after e6, you can actually castle or play moves like queen to e2. Just very, very aggressive. Now, you don't actually need to play this way from Levon because, I mean, he's already, winning. He just needs a draw here, so he doesn't have to play this way, but it's very, very doable here. You can also take with the knight on c3 too as well.
Yeah, really aggressive stuff, already threatening checkmate on this square. That's the type of way you can play the c3 Sicilian if you are an aggressive player, like James, like Levon Aronian. And already Vladislav Artemiev, he's hesitating. The best move, the main move, is to push this pawn either 1 or 2 squares, but it does lead to very forcing lines, very direct play, and when you need to win at all costs, you want to take your opponent outside their comfort zone early. That's why this is such a good opening choice, I think, from Levon. He's narrowed his opponent's path, taken away so many options, taken away all the tension from the opening.
Vladislav's no longer playing chess. He's playing, I need to win. So the objective best move may not be best for his overall winning chances. He needs to take risks. He did just push his pawn in the center. Levon immediately takes en passant. No, that was not an illegal move. For those of you new to chess, learn en passant. It's your way. You take it as if it moved 1 square. And so Levon, he doesn't mind trading pieces. He does not mind that liquidation. He only needs a half point. And, well, the position is quite balanced. It's a normal development. White is about to castle kingside, and I really like the choice from Levon Aronian.
Yeah, smart opening approach there by Lev, needing only a draw. He decides not to play the open Sicilian, but the very solid Alpin trades we see happen in the center. You have been talking about how White is looking to trade more pieces off. Are you expecting him to recapture the d4 pawn with a piece?
And he might isolate his pawn. I mean, play in that old school style. It doesn't matter if your pawn structure doesn't look great as long as you vacate square for your knight, because that c3 pawn is in the knight's path. But I just feel like Levon, he's right at home, and his time management suggests as much. He has more time than he started with. He's playing the moves instantly. I think he should take with the pawn on d4, then develop his knight. He could try to trade queens instead, by trading off everything in the center. But look at Artemiev. He does not want simplicity.
Yep, he doesn't want those obvious exchanges. He's happy to bypass that white pawn. He takes it back with his bishop, and now we see what we call an IQP, isolated queen's pawn, but it does give white a lot of control. You control these squares pretty much forever. That pawn is only going to be weak in the center if there are a bunch of exchanges later. Also, the black knights are not ready yet to occupy the square in front of this pawn. The black knights want to blockade, of course, but they will struggle to do so. So I've actually had this position plenty of times myself from the white side, and I really believe in white's attacking chances. Often, James, you'll see this idea, sliding back with the bishop, hitting this weak pawn, and checkmating plans, attacking plans all over the shop.
100%. You have Greek gift sacrifices here, if you are familiar. Bishop to c2, and then sacking on h7, send them to heaven. After king takes h7, knight to g5 check, and lots of nasty things can happen. Now, of course, you got to be careful because the king actually walks out to g6, believe it or not. And if you're not able to checkmate the king, I mean, then you sacked for nothing. It's a lot of play. You got to be very sharp here, but it is the fact that we are aiming at that side of the board. In fact, you actually see these positions a lot in the Carol Khan, the Panoff variations of the Carol Khan. You'll see a lot of this, where like we play against the IQP, and White has the IQP, we play bishop to c2, knight to e4, rook e1. You can even rook lift, rook e4 to h4. Very aggressive type of chess here, and Aronian is definitely going to find these moves.
Wow, he is looking at all these ideas. But first, he brings the knight to the center. Now, we've been talking about Levon having the isolated queen's pawn. For Artemiev, there are 2 strategies, right? You either block the isolated queen's pawn or you attack it. David, that knight on e7, is it hinting to go to the f5 square, trying to put pressure on d4, as well as blocking the diagonal that you have been mentioning with the attack for White?
Yeah, you're quite right, Tanya. There's 2 viable options or 2 viable strategies in this type of position. One is the first one you mentioned, actually to try and attack this pawn. The one downside here is that you might be allowing either here or on the next few moves, this pawn to step forward. If you do step forward with this pawn successfully for White, you simply trade off all the pieces, and look how symmetrical the pawn structure is here. If you want a draw, which Levon Aronian would be happy with, then you can go for this option. So again, it's Levon bullying Artemiev. He's saying, yes, you can go for this, but I will happily step forward, trade everything off, force a draw, all the pieces will come off the board, that vacuum hoover will come out, and yeah, we'll see equality. The other technique is to blockade, but here, for example, if you blockade, Again, Levon Aronian might be feeling cynical. You can attack, you can bring out the white queen, for example, but if you just want a level position, you trade off all the pieces in the center and you say, okay, are you really going to beat me from this position? Symmetrical pawns again? I think the answer is no. So Vladislav Artemiev, the two plans he wants to go for, he can't because of the match situation.
And the answer is no to using both vacuum and Hoover. You got to pick one or the other. Okay, we're going to settle this by day 5. But I also just want to say that Artemiev, he wants chaos. We're not getting in this game, but we are getting it in Division 2. In that match between Kramnik and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, in Game 4, MVL needed a draw to move on. He had an even position, and he disconnected and lost. So we are just seeing absolute pandemonium in Division 2. That's going to Armageddon with bidding. I don't know if Vladimir, if his he's playing on his phone. I don't know if that will hold up. I don't know if Maxime gets connection back. But whatever's happening in Division 2 has to happen for Wesley So and Vladislav Artemiev. They need chaos because otherwise they are going to be sent home.
Wow, so much drama in Division 2, and there is dramatic action on this board because once again, Artemiev is down on the clock by almost 7 minutes. What is going on here? He needs to make a move. He needs to make it fast, but he's struggling to find a way to create chances in this position. James, do you see a way for Black to be able to just create a mess somehow? Yeah, creating a mess here, especially against the C3 Sicilian, is very hard. It's probably one of the it's the most annoying thing. In fact, even there's a tweet. You can actually find it on Twitter. You can Google it. Magnus Carlsen, C3 Sicilian, Twitter. Google it. It'll come up. There's a tweet that he has that he says, "I hate playing against the Alapin." And that's exactly, I'm like, wow, world champion himself says it. So, of course, there has to be some merit to it. It's a really annoying opening to face. And, I mean, especially when you're trying to play aggressive and you need to play for a win, it's very difficult. Yeah, that's awesome. Definitely check that one out on Twitter. And don't forget to send us your selfies on Instagram using the hashtag #ChessChamps. Show us how you are watching and following the action on the Champions Chess Tour. It has to be in landscape mode. So don't forget that. And we will feature it on our show.
Yeah, do you want to know a secret? That game I played against Magnus, if he'd played the Sicilian against me, I was going to play the Alapin, just because I knew he hated it. And actually, that's the main attraction. I think that's a good kind of template for all openings. Choose lines that your opponents will hate. It might not need to be the best move. It might not be the most kind of computer-approved move. But if your opponents hate facing those types of positions, then it will work very effectively. And yeah, some nice photos there sent in by some of our viewers.
Selfies coming in.
From all over the world watching. This is really nice to see. But, faces to the names.
Yeah. Keep them coming. Loving it.
Look what you've done. Look what you've started.
You hit it, don't you, Robert?
No, I actually do like seeing people from all over the world watching chess, getting excited by it. Hello, everybody. I just personally don't do it myself, but I do appreciate all of you. But I don't think that Vladislav Artemiev appreciates his current position because he's just making some small moves here and there, and you see the evaluation bar going up in White's area. There actually might be sacrifices in the air that Artemiev has to watch out for. His king is actually not that safe, despite the fact that pawns are in front of it. We usually like the castle behind our moat, but that moat can be destroyed with a couple sacrifices.
Yeah, those sacrifices to watch out for, Robert. I'm not sure whether they work right now, but they're in the air, right? Knight takes f7 would be really typical, really thematic, just wrecking the black pawn structure, as we mentioned. Maybe not here, but the computer says, yeah, it's kind of fine. And here there would be ideas, for example, taking this pawn with your bishop, with your queen, and this black king is feeling the heat. Of course, the game goes on, it gets really complicated. Levon, he's going to be looking at that, but not maybe right now. He will want to build up first. He's only going for that sacrifice if the circumstances allow.
David, does this work? Knight takes g6, h takes, and then rook e6.
Boom.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Get him off the board, and after pawn takes, hit him splitting, queen takes, and then when he goes to the corner, hit him with queen h3. That's for me. Oh, my goodness.
That is brutal.
But you better be doing your tactics. That's all I'm saying. You better be doing your tactics.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, this ends in checkmate. Black can throw a queen in the way, but it doesn't change the fact that the king is trapped. I think that there was a hidden idea there, a hidden defensive resource. After rook takes pawn, Black can actually flick his bishop back, and pin, and not quite win.
How is this not like...
Pin and survive.
Oh, you play rook d6. Okay, I was like, how is the engine not... How is this not just crushing after bishop d7?
But instead, Lev just keeps everything under control because that is the match situation. He needs just a draw, as does Magnus Carlsen. Let's head over to the game. Magnus Carlsen taking on Wesley So. And, wow, this looks interesting, but is Black the only one who's in trouble?
I feel like black's down like 5 tempi. Like black's pieces have not moved off the back rank. White's castle developed all the pieces. Rooks are connected. The queen's in the center. So it feels like black is several turns behind. But if we do some quick math, black's a pawn ahead. So if you're Wesley, you actually appreciate this type of position. You want chaos. You want to have imbalances. And here he has just that. The problem for him is he has not developed. His king is stuck in the center. And for just one pawn, it's well worth it for white to go for this initiative. So I actually don't see how black continues here. You want to keep taking pawns. You're opening up files. That's the nature of losing pawns. Rooks get open lines. The D file is open. The C file could be open next. And if we swap pawns on B3, that could be very dangerous.
Yeah, and this is a great lesson for everyone at home, I think. Just when you are happy with a draw, you shouldn't play passive chess. You should go for the win anyway. You will get chances later on to trade off pieces, to head into equal positions, head into endgames if you really need to. But don't let it influence your decisions early in the game too much. And Magnus here, he only needs a draw, but he's playing his best chess. He's playing his open World Championship repertoire, and he's going for the kill. I'm terrified here if I'm Wesley So. 6 minutes as well on the clock. How is he going to get those pieces out? You need at least 3 moves to castle. White's going to have something to say about it in the meantime.
David, you're saying that Magnus is using his World Championship repertoire? I mean, that is scary enough already. You don't want to face that when you need to win with the black pieces. Big task ahead of Wesley. But first, the big question is, how does he complete his development in this position?
Yeah, that's, what's funny. The thing here is the fact that, Robert mentioned, oh, yeah, he's up, if you do a quick check, he's up a pawn. You're like, really? Where? Like, nobody feels that extra pawn because all his pieces are on the back rank. I mean, you take on B3, I might even have rook C1 as an in-between move first and let you have it. I don't care. You can take whatever you like. You're going to get mated in the center of the board here. I mean, look at the eval bar go crazy here, right? What do you even do? Knight E7 runs into knight D6. Knight F6 damages the structure. Knight H6, oh, come on. Why is your knight on H6, right? This is terrible. I mean, do you move the bishop? Can you move the bishop is the question. Bishop E7, and then hopefully try to get knight F6 and castle.
Yeah, it's just horrible. Whoops, I've jumped to the other game. Sorry. That one also interesting. But yeah, you're right. Just look at these pieces. That's all you need to look at in this position. One glance and black is in trouble. Maybe the best is to actually trade off in the center, bring the black knight out. Okay, at least you've gained one move to hit the white queen. But the problem is, after queen takes pawn, it's back to level material. White is still ahead in development. Queens might come off. It's an endgame. You'll not beat Magnus Carlsen in an equal or slightly worse endgame here. So, yeah, it's tough times for Wesley So. It's a dilemma. And he knows the best move is probably not going to help him win this one. So, again, needs to take more risks. But where are they?
Yeah, this is a nightmare. And we've been talking about the trade on E4. Also, black has got no option to even develop the bishop. You put that bishop in front of the king, and suddenly that pawn on F7 might be following. There are tactics everywhere, David. And it just looks like this is going to be a nightmare. Also, on the clock, 4.5 minutes. Will he survive this?
Oh, it's what we were talking about earlier. The objective best move is not best for the match. It's best for the game. And if your best decision as black is to take the knight with your bishop and then develop, as David was indicating, that might involve a queen trade. And not only you're not going to beat Magnus in that position, you're going to be slightly worse. And you have no winning chances. You need winning chances. So you might have to lose the game in order to win it. That's the nature of being down in a match. And for Wesley, he's not castled. He really has very few choices.
Yeah, it just looks like this whole match from the start hasn't gone Wesley's way at all. Even in game 1 with the white pieces, he landed up in so much trouble out of the opening. That's the same narrative in this one. Well, Wesley does go for the decision that David was mentioning with trying to ease off the pressure. But going into this endgame, you're not going to find your winning chances here, James.
Not at all. I actually saw a slight head shake from Wesley before he went for this line. He just, he just kind of composing himself. It was like, hey, it is what it is. I played good. I'm going to get some money out of here, but I'm facing elimination. I'm playing Magnus Carlsen here. I need to play for a win from this position, which is extremely hard to do. And, I mean, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, unlikely to happen. And look at what Magnus is doing. He's just removing any sources of potential counterplay. He's traded off his bishop for that black knight because maybe the black knight long-term would have sat on a nice pretty square in the center. Now, if you compare the pieces, compare what's left on the board, that white knight is beautiful. It's just a superb piece right now. It is clearly superior to that black bishop. White's pawn structure also much better. Black has a couple of isolated pawns instead of doubled pawns. Black's rooks not reaching open lines. This is one-way traffic, and I think it's very minimum here, equality for white.
Well, it looks like Magnus Carlsen is on cruise mode in this one. Let's jump over to the other game with action still on in Levon versus Artemiev. Has Artemiev managed to create some chances in this position?
He's done quite well. The problem for him right now is the clock, but the position is good. And the reason I say that, we have material imbalances. White has 2 bishops, black has 2 knights. But look at that knight on d5. It's a stallion. You can't kick it out of there. It's protected by another knight. It's protected by pawns. It's blocking that open file for the white rook, whereas on the other line, black has this open b file. The rook is happily sitting there, keeping the bishop at bay. I really like the way Artemiev is playing this. He is trying to pick off those advanced white pawns, and I feel like it could be dangerous territory for Levon Aronian.
Yeah, we often talk about the bishop pair, and here White's bishops look like they have great potential, but surprisingly, counterintuitively, a pair of knights actually sometimes fight quite well against a bishop pair, as long as they protect each other, as long as they're both on stable squares. And here, that's very much the case. As Robert mentioned, I like that term, stallion, that knight on d5, a real stud there. And meanwhile, grabbing pawns. I don't see a way White can actually satisfactorily defend that c5 pawn. The black queen is simply going to go across 2 squares, take it off the board. You're going to go material up. Yes, those bishops will compensate somewhat, but I don't know if it's enough. Suddenly, Levon Aronian, maybe he's been playing a bit too quickly. He's still got more than 10 minutes on the clock, but he had more promising alternatives earlier on. He's imbalanced it, which is the first sin when you're trying to play safe chess, trying to play for a draw, and somehow he has to back it up. He has to switch mode now, Levon Aronian. No more positional chess. He has to play the position, play dynamically, and get those bishops working. Not easy.
Yeah, of course, with the bishop pair, I definitely favor the bishops. I'm a big fan. I mean, even they say sometimes being down a pawn, sometimes even 2 pawns. You have the bishop pair. It depends on the position, obviously, but definitely the bishop pair can compensate for at least a pawn sometimes. So, okay, we take on c5. If he gets this pawn on c5, we probably have to play something like bishop d3 just to deal with this bishop right now. And we want to keep it on the diagonal. What I want to do is try to get g4, g5 in, dislodge that knight, make some weaknesses around his king, and then maybe try to, you know, put the queen on e4 if possible. But queen a3, I saw that, but I thought that was pretty gross. That was like disgusting.
What is he doing to his pawns, James?
Oh my goodness. That was the only move that defended everything, but it's disgusting. It's a disgusting move. I was just never going to play this. Bishop, I'll just say, I'll give you the pawn. But here, I mean, look at this. There's chances now, seriously, for Artemiev.
Definitely. I mean, clearly the best piece in the game is this knight. It's rock solid. It's a statue there in the center of the board, and you're still going to win a pawn, most likely. What is Levon Aronian thinking about? It feels like he's playing too much for the draw here. And a bit of a grimace on his face, Levon Aronian, on the camera, as far as I can tell. Look at those pawns. Horrible chess.
You know what he might have been relying on here is if you play a4 as white. You're trying to defend the c5 pawn tactically, but after knight takes c5, bishop a3, you see if the knight moves, you lose the rook behind it. The problem is that black can interpose with knight to b4, and now it's hitting the bishop on c2. This is a mess. The eval bar says that white is hanging right in there. It's a level game, but I think for Levon Aronian, he was counting on this tactic to win him back some material. He may just be a pawn down, and equality is not so easy when you don't have the evaluation bar at your disposal.
Yeah, that position that you showed at the end there, I think from a human point of view, looks fantastic for black. So he's unlikely to go for that, and maybe he's only realizing now that he can't save this pawn. Also, the black rook can start running forward. This pawn is doomed, and he needs desperately now, Levon Aronian, something to compensate for his terrible structure. He needs tricks, he needs tactics, but where are they? I don't see it, I've got to say, right now for white.
It's very rare that when you have 2 bishops that you're like, yo, this position's terrible. Like, that's how like it feels. Like, I mean, you have 2 bishops, and I would love to have 2 bishops in an open position like this one, but this position feels disgusting. I got the double pawns, c5 is hanging. Yeah, okay, I have the 2 bishops, but I can't even really move them anywhere. The light square bishop's doing well, but what is the dark square bishop doing? Where is it going to go to be effective here? It actually, these knights, and a knight, the stallion, as Robert Hess said, is a great piece on d5 there, and the other knight is going to take the pawn on c5. And then we're just up a pawn. All right, and the double pawns here is pretty ugly here for Aronian.
Also, remember, where do Vladislav Artemiev's strengths lie? Mostly in the endgame. He's so good at outmaneuvering his opponents. We've seen it plenty of times. He took down Magnus Carlsen yesterday against Fabiano. Often Fabi was getting into the endgame with an advantage, with a clock advantage as well, and Artemiev would outplay him in that phase of the game. And, okay, White brings his bishop out. A bit of a mysterious move, maybe based on some tricks. But, yeah, desperate times for Levon Aronian. You can tell on the camera, body language, not positive anymore. for white. C3 Sicilian gone wrong.
Yeah, C3 Sicil can get killed sometimes, but it also is C3 Sicil for the kill. We play it, and then, you know, if it's good, it's good. If it's not, it's definitely not.
Yeah, meanwhile, black's gone up a pawn, and Levon Aronian, at least he's mobilized his last remaining piece. He's activated his rooks, some tricks in the air. White is threatening right now. That light squared bishop jumping out the way, maybe going to take a pawn with check and opening up a attack against this loose black knight on c5. Pushes a pawn back. Nice symmetry there with white's bishops and rooks. Nice little bubble of pieces. But there we go, defending everything. Vladislav Artemiev, pawn up with an advantage.
And it looks like a very healthy pawn. Yes, Levon Aronian does have the bishop pair for compensation, but those two knights, activity, the rook on the open file, more activity. And it looks like Artemiev has done the unthinkable by creating chances in the endgame out of an Alpin. But I have to ask you guys, is this closer to a draw or an Artemiev win?
I would say, practically speaking, it's probably closer to an Artemiev win. The issue is his clock, but we've seen time and time again the way he is able to fend off those minimal seconds. He's like playing on milliseconds sometimes, gets that increment going. He was able to work it back to 10 seconds or so. So I think that Artemiev is very likely to win this game, especially reading Levon's reactions. He is displeased about what's transpired. He tried to play the safest opening in the book, and now all is going wrong.
Yeah, they often say the worst way to play for a draw is to play for a draw. You got to stick to your style. If you have the chance to make a position aggressive, you've got to go for it. But it just looks like Levon Aronian tried to play just a little too cagey, a little too safe, given the match situation. But Artemiev, once again, that clock, he's down to 2 minutes. Is that going to count, or the fact that we're in an endgame, it's not going to be a big factor?
That's the one potential banana skin. That's the one thing he could trip up on later, Artemiev. But it is him after all. That's his superpower, balancing, surviving with 1 second, 2 seconds left on the clock. So if anyone can kind of not let it affect their play, the clock, then it is him. But we'll have to wait and see if he blows this advantage now. If he does crash to defeat, crash out the tournament, then he will regret his time consumption.
And that's so frustrating. It's so frustrating for the opponent when you see that Artemiev, in this case, is going down on the clock, playing on seconds, but he's still playing so strong, and you're not able to beat him on the clock, James.
Yeah, you're not, and you know what's funny here? I mean, Artemiev is so strong when he gets lower. In fact, it's almost like you want to have more. You want Artemiev to have more time. Like you're like, hey, I'll beat him when he got 10 minutes, 12 minutes, or 13, 15. But when he got 2 and 1 minute, and then when he got 20 seconds, that's where you should fear him. Like, this is the time where you fear him the most because he's precise. I mean, it's just like Grishik in a way. How like it's just he's so precise, and it's like you almost like play on their clock, and you start moving fast, trying to flag them, and then you get crushed, or you lose the game, and you blunder something, and he's just calm, cool, and collected with 3 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Do you want to know one of my deepest, darkest secrets? I once fell asleep during a classical game against Vladislav Artemiev.
Wow.
It was a 9 a.m. start. All the other games previously in the tournament had been starting at like 2, 3 p.m. So I wasn't in the right rhythm. I played 3 tournaments back to back. It was the final round of the final tournament. It was actually for England against Russia. And then it was in Berlin as well, which didn't help.
That's not, yeah.
And then halfway through the game, it was just a balanced position. Something happened, and then I kind of opened my eyes. I looked at the clock, and I was like, whoa, I've lost 30 minutes. What's happened there? And then my teammate was just looking at me, like, shaking his head. Like, what are you doing, man?
What was the result of the game?
I managed to draw. But I think James is right there. On your point, just get lower on the clock than Vladislav. He doesn't know what to do. I was like half an hour down, and he's looking at me like, how do I handle this? And then he started thinking, and eventually it was a mad time scramble. And
he's probably just too nice to disturb you during your little nap.
Yeah, the worst thing is, like, afterwards, we were analysing, and afterwards he's like, are you okay? Were you unwell? I saw you closed your eyes for a long time. So, no, I'm just
like, nah, bro, I was tired, and it was a Berlin. Like, I mean, 2 things, I'm tired, Berlin, was sleep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but yeah, meanwhile, it is the endgame. 1 minute for Vladislav. He's handled it so well, though. I love his last move, I've got to say. He's saying, okay, we can trade rooks on the B file, but it's on my terms. If the white rook captures the black rook, black can actually reconnect his pawns on the queen side. But yeah, I don't think Levon Aronian is finding a plan right now. He's the one burning time on the clock. He's not comfortable at all.
trades do not help him because black is up a pawn. And I just want to quickly note that Magnus Carlsen has moved on in the losers bracket. He took down Wesley So. They drew their second game. No surprises there. But I think what is surprising for Levon Aronian is what has happened in this one. I mean, you see the position. He is down a pawn. His pawn structure is also worse. He has these doubled, isolated pawns on the left side of the board here. This is not pleasant stuff. And he doesn't have a plan. That's the biggest issue, is you typically want to double your rooks. But where? And he makes a rook slide just one square over, doesn't threaten anything at all. So black can start bringing the king in, use the king as a weapon in the endgame, bring it towards the center.
Yep, we've seen Magnus Carlsen do that, use the king as a weapon, and I think that's great advice here, Robert, for Vladislav Artemiev, especially when you're under 1 minute. You just want to play kind of useful waiting moves. Okay, wow, he slides across with his rook, pretty much forcing a set of trades here. Levon, he can't really dodge this tension any longer, and okay, set of trades, set of rooks off the board, maybe closer to utilizing that extra pawn advantage later in the game. Vladislav, of course, up that pawn for later. He's paused. Is he actually going to take this pawn? Wow.
Yeah, there's tricks.
What a move.
If rook takes there, it's bishop a5, I think. And bishop a5, but didn't he go rook b2 there? And then rook c6. That's something. I thought it was just bishop a5. That's why he took with the pawn.
If he had taken with the rook, maybe there would have been an annoying hit on the black rook, and this pawn would have dropped next. But in the game, he took with the pawn instead. Rook takes rook, he took with the pawn, because rook takes pawn would have been met by a nasty knight fork. Look how beautiful these knights are, hitting this rook and hitting the bishop. You can't defend both. You would win material.
Yikes.
So the game continues. We saw Levon throw his A pawn up the board. He pushed this pawn, and Vladislav Artemiev has captured 2 pawns up temporarily. But what is happening here?
Oh my goodness!
He just ran into it. Yeah, there it is.
He's just blundered.
Oh, I see. He wants to trade rooks to save his light square bishop, but lose the dark square bishop. This is over.
It's over. Look at this. A knight fork hitting the king, hitting the bishop, and Vladislav Artemiev takes the win.
Someone cannot believe it. He is in shock. He just missed that last move tactic. It is fork. It is game over. That is it. Which means we get an Armageddon. Unbelievable.
He still had 5 minutes on his clock, Levon Aronian, when he made that blunder.
When he gets lower on time, he gets stronger. It's a freaking superpower, right? As he gets lower on time, and then he plays stronger. It's insane. Artemiev does it every time.
Yeah, I think that's been the most impressive thing about the Chessable Masters so far has been Artemiev and his love story with the clock. So much action, so many things to learn from. It is time for our Lisoveta learning point.
And today's learning point is about not playing too timidly, even if you only need a draw. Levon Aronian had a great start to this game. He actually obtained a big advantage with the white pieces, but maybe due to the match situation, the match being ahead by 1 point, he was happy to trade off pieces. In the end, he made negative decisions, especially trading off the queens and ruining his own pawn structure. This was the result. Black was actually temporarily 2 pawns ahead, and because he was still stuck in that drawish mindset, Levon Aronian made a careless blunder with 5 minutes on his clock. He simply captured this pawn, assuming that more trades were imminent. Here, Black jumped in. He had actually spotted this double attack. He thought he could trade off the rooks, but he stopped here. He didn't look that one move further after the rook trade. This knight fork ended the game. Levon Aronian, not his finest hour, and will he recover now in the Armageddon?
A shocking moment there, a one-move blunder, and it was game over, which leaves us with this scoreline. Action is still on in the losers quarterfinal as we move on to an Armageddon. Vladislav Artemiev punches back in game 2, creating his chances. An impressive play there by him, finishing in a blunder by Levon Aronian. The other one, Magnus Carlsen, did make it look very smooth. Let's bring him on. We've got Magnus joining us. Magnus, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Magnus, I have to ask you, Wesley So, he's such a solid player, one of the hardest players in the world to beat. You made it look easy today. How did you do it?
Well, I thought I was playing white in the first game, so I was a little bit surprised to be playing black. I mean, considering that, you know, the position I got from the opening was a pretty pleasant surprise. I think he just mixed something up, and then he was sort of trying to look for compensation, but yeah, I mean, I didn't play perfectly after, but it was really hard to mess that position up. And then, yeah, in the second game, I think already after I would say, yeah, on 94 and move 12, it was over. So yeah, it was clearly my best day so far.
That's nice to hear, Magnus. And you keep your victory hopes alive. 2 back-to-back wins in the elimination bracket. How important is this Chessable Masters for you, being your last event as the classical world champion?
Yeah, I don't really care about it being the last event of whatever era, but any of these events are big to me. I try to win them all, and I feel like I'm gaining some rhythm now, so it won't be easy to knock me out a second time, or at least not as easy as it was the first.
Well, Magnus, as you said, you're feeling more in the rhythm. Tomorrow, you'll face the winner of Aronian versus Artemiev. Would you rather play Artemiev and get that revenge?
As I said, like, I mean, I've played a lot against Artemiev. I've beaten him a bunch. He's beaten me a couple of times as well. So, like, winning one game would not be revenge over the other. But yeah, I wouldn't mind playing either. Yeah, I don't really have a preference.
Magnus, say good day at the office. How will you celebrate now? Will you go back to those slopes for some more skiing, or will you be watching the clash between Fabiano and Hikaru?
No, the slopes are closed, I think. But I'll have some dinner and enjoy watching the others work. Actually, I mean, I made so many mistakes. Like, I thought there would be another match today as well. I'm clearly not used to being in the losers bracket, so need to improve that.
Magnus, we got to get you a food sponsor, okay? Everybody was like, oh, we had people coming in and they were like, oh man, what is Magnus eating now? I'm hungry. Of course, it looked good. We got to know what was on the menu today.
Yeah, it was more or less the same as yesterday, except that there were some carrots today as well, which I very much enjoyed. I don't know if you can see this.
Okay. Okay.
This is what it says.
Well, I couldn't catch that. What does that say, Magnus?
Yeah, it says Magnus's pre-dinner snack.
Fair enough. Magnus, earlier on in the show, we were showing the video to our chat with you and David playing the classical game that you did just a couple of weeks ago. And David mentioned that you actually ghosted him before that match. 1, is that true? And 2, was that a big moment for you?
No, it was the other way around, because some of the Offerspiel guys were at the good night. I mean, we weren't drinking, we were just hanging out, playing a little blitz and talking. And I told David, do you want to hang out? And basically the deal would be that we'd go home at the same time, so that we'd get the same amount of sleep for the day after. And then, as I remember, it was David who didn't reply.
Oh, really?
So I think he was the one who was playing mind games, to be honest.
I was too busy studying the Spanish, what can I say?
Never trust David. Is that the takeaway?
Yeah, he's a sneaky guy.
I love it. Thank you so much, Magnus, for joining us, and all the best for your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen there, making it look easy against one of the hardest players to beat in the chess world. Wesley So goes down in 2 games, but action is still on, as we will have an Armageddon coming up between Levon Aronian and Artemiev. Bids on the other side of this Twitch break.
towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
My name is Sam Shankland. I was the US champion in 2018. My goal is to keep things as simple as possible, but no simpler. So if I believe there is an easy solution to something, I'm giving it. No questions asked. Thanks much, and I wish you the best for all your studying.
If you want to learn an opening, we all know Chessable is the place to go. But what if you want to find out what openings to learn? Chessable is now here for that too. Find the openings best suited for your playstyle using their new quiz. That's fun. Whether you want to be a booked-up positional grinder or an unorthodox tactical wizard, Chessable has the answers for you. Go to chessable.com/quiz or use the command quiz in chat to take the quiz today. Wow, it is really important to actually know your playing style before you pick the openings that you want to go for.
Oh, it absolutely is. I think in this day and age, when so many people were learning after the Queen's Gambit during the pandemic, they were taught a specific opening from their favorite streamer, but that may not suit your individual style. So I do think that people need to know what kind of play they like best.
Yeah, so definitely go check out that quiz. And for now, check out the Armageddon regulations, a big match coming up. Either Vladislav Artemiev or Levon Aronian, one of them will be out, one of them will go on in the Chessable Masters. The player who bids for the lower time wins the bid and gets the opportunity to choose the color. They usually choose black because black gets result odds, which means if it's a draw, black wins the match. White has to win on demand. The player who loses the bid starts with 15 minutes. The bidding games are on. What are we expecting? And we've got the results. Oh my God. Levon Aronian, 7.5 minutes. That is a very low bid to fight for the black pieces. How do we feel about that, James?
You know what? You need to have lower time than Artemiev, right, to mix it up, because he always has lower time, right? So when he has lower time, he's in his element. But Levon's like, you know what? Cool. We're going to play a blitz game. I'm going to have lower time in the black pieces, right? And got to, when I win, I draw, I win. So I think it's very smart from LeBron.
Yeah, wow. Artemiev will start with the white pieces. He will have 15 minutes on the clock. Levon Aronian, 7.5 minutes, will play with black. Artemiev has to win the match. A draw means Levon goes through. Artemiev will be knocked out. Robert, what's your take on the bid that we just saw?
It sounds crazy at first because he's bidding half the time of his opponent. Artemiev will have 15 minutes. LeBron will have 7.5. But I think that considering the match dynamic, Levon has played the quicker chess. He's not too worried if he can keep that speed in the opening.
And David, opening is on, and we've seen Artemiev do this before.
He has done this before yesterday against Fabiano Caruana, and this time it's a different spin. Whoa, look at this. Levon Aronian only needs to draw, but he's sacrificed a pawn. He's allowing the white queen to go and get greedy, to grab that b7 pawn, and why not? Okay, Levon Aronian, his bluff was not called. Or was it a bluff? Maybe this is just great opening preparation. Again, the gift is offered, and Artemiev says no. Even in a must-win situation, he's preferring to dodge his opponent's preparation, not getting greedy with his queen. Are you surprised here, James, Robert? I would have grabbed that pawn, I've got to say.
Yeah, especially with the bishop on c1. I mean, with the bishop on c1, it defends b2. Usually, when it was back there, you take on b7 and you allow him to play rook b8 so you can take the pawn on b2. But that wasn't the case. So, in fact, I mean, you could just see he probably just played knight d7. I moved the queen back, you get a little bit of initiative, but I'm up a pawn, though.
Yeah, now it just looks very, very solid for black, got to say.
I like the romantic style that Levon was playing with. He's like, take my pawn, I will have that compensation, I'll get activity. But this is a different dynamic. And I actually think it's quite smart from Artemiev because with the lead on the clock that he has, he wants to keep the game going. He does not want Levon to have any easy solutions. And we see, what's the plan for black? He's got his piece in the center, everything looks good. But what next? That's the big question.
Yeah, what next? And just to show what would happen if white continued... well, actually, I say continue, but if white did decide to grab the pawn here and now, if he does take this pawn with his queen, the black rook would simply activate, and there's a big problem on the b2 square. The white queen can move. Actually, she might even get trapped if you're not careful on this square. Rook takes pawn, and simply this rook too active. You cannot consider it anymore. The opportunity is gone. But just the fact that Vladislav Artemiev dodged that capture, dodged that pawn with his queen, does mean, to me at least, that he's at least speeding up. He's very aware of the clock. Otherwise, he would have spent 5 minutes calculating that, right? He would have at least invested a bit of time. Instead, he's brought his rook across, and he's playing positionally, maybe aiming to open things up with c4 later.
I just get the feeling that that bid that we saw by Levon Aronian at 7.5 minutes, that has a lot to do with his opponent, Artemiev. Somewhere, Levon feels that Artemiev will burn the clock. The time will be level. So why not just get the result odd? Is that the strategy, and will that pay off?
I prefer it to his strategy yesterday against Fabiano, where he was really tanking and clocks were level before you know it. And, of course, he didn't end up winning that game. But, yeah, he needs to avoid thinking now Vladislav Artemiev. Fast start, great start. Still got almost double the time, but he needs to keep that edge on the clock. We all know what can happen if it does get balanced later. It'll just be a random scramble. So right now, he needs to make a decision what to do next.
I think his big decision is whether or not to push his c-pawn. That would allow some trades. They'll open up the position. That sounds good when you need to win the game, but it also makes some of Levon's decisions easier because this is a position with plans and maneuvering. And right now, both sides, it's not clear what they want. But playing that pawn push to c4, that would make it a bit clearer, and that actually would be good for Levon.
Yeah, and there we go. Robert, you called it. After a trade of knights first, he has opened things up. So easier decisions for Levon here. Maybe he'll slide his rook across, try and trade everything off on the open file. But White's pieces also more active than they previously were. So, James, you're a very attacking player. This is more of a grindy style, but do you approve?
I'm halfway asleep here looking at this position. Now, of course, it is very positional here, very solid. And this is exactly what Levon wants here. Levon just wants to trade things off. Hey, look, you know what? If I draw, I win the game. That's it, right? But, of course, I mean, Artemiev being a grinder, actually loving in games and very slow and positional type chess here. But he's not in his element yet because he got too much time. So he has so much time right now that, you know, it's not going to work. He's going to probably tank somewhere in there. It's going to get crazy. And Artemiev is definitely going to get a little bit stronger when that time gets lower here. But, I mean, so far, just very level. Not too much to say to both sides. We're still trying to figure out plans and improving our position slowly. Like the queen is a little bit better on d7 than it was on e7. It defends c8. White's trying to do his thing as well. Maybe try to move the bishop to a better square. Maybe even play a move like h3 or g3 just to make a little bit of lift for the king. Very positional. Maybe a4, stop a potential b5. So lots of choices for both sides.
Yeah, one of the points you mentioned there, James, just pushing a pawn near your king to give your king some breathing space, some luft, some air. I think both sides want to do that quite urgently. Wow. Okay, interesting move, sliding the white queen back, trying to conquer the open file. Whoa. But you say, wow, Tanya, because it's in the eye line of that black bishop. Yeah. Slightly uncomfortable.
It does feel like the fight is very important for the only open file in the position, the C file. I think that will be a deciding factor. Who can control it? If Artemiev gets control, which it does look like he's managed to do that, there is a slight edge in the position. There is a pull in this position until Levon is able to trade rooks on the C file. I don't think this position is as simple as it looks, guys.
Not simple at all, because right now, as you pointed out, that White has control of the only open file of the board. That means that White controls the action, has all the activity, has all the fun. And so if even you play the move queen to c7, if you bring your queen up offering a queen trade, we typically think queen trade, that means it's more towards equality. But if Black takes that queen, here comes a rook on the 7th rank. That is very dangerous for Black to deal with. It's not that easy to kick that rook out of there. And if it can't be flushed out, that means that Black has to sit and passively defend. That's not fun, especially with little time on the clock.
Yeah, I'm finding this very dangerous for Levon with 5 minutes on the clock, and there are no tactics that you're dealing with. Yes, there isn't an attack that you're dealing with, but very often in chess, and especially at this high level, these strategic questions are equally difficult to answer. James, I think Artemiev should be very happy with what he's created with the white pieces and still twice the amount of time on the clock. Robert, your move on the board.
It's beautiful. Queen c7, I'm very annoyed by this move. I have to play something like rook to d8. I don't even like this. He trades it. Wow. He just allows it to happen, and he defends the pawn and says, hey, it's whatever. Maybe bishop c6, knight e8, king f8 is there. Wow, trying to trap the rook on c7.
You actually have to be very careful. You called it, James. Right now, there's actually a threat on the board. It's this hidden one. It is just to retreat this bishop. For example, if the white knight steps back, a really careless move, suddenly Black would be winning. Look at the evaluation bar. The Black bishop drops back, and this rook caught behind enemy lines. No way to save it. Simply, this knight is going to retreat next move, hitting the rook, only one safe square, and the king is going to catch it. suddenly black would win material. So huge threat on the board. If Artemiev can't deal with this, he's going to be forced to retreat with his head hanging in shame.
But what if he doesn't retreat but goes forward with the knight hopping to g5 instead? That hits the bishop in the center and that pawn on f7. The rook may still get trapped, I'm not sure, but that looks like a double attack.
It is a double attack, Robert. You're right. Actually, how is black going to deal with this? You can't afford this bishop to drop off. For example, you can't just bring your rook across and defend this pawn, because once the bishop departs from the board, the black queenside pawns will start falling like flies. So here, black is pretty much committed to dropping his bishop back, I guess.
Yeah, the best defense is offense. Bishop e8, if knight f7, knight e8 anyway, and have a nice day. Right.
Yeah, and then king to f8 once you get your rook to e7, and that rook is trapped. That's a nice trick, James.
Get him off the board. Absolutely. You know we like those tricks here. But a nice move from Artemiev, bishop b5, just stopping all of that. He's like, you know what? Yeah, I know what you want to do. Not today.
Not today, but what is the reply to this pawn stepping forward? Is he just going to step back with his bishop, continue controlling the square that the black bishop wants to use? This is really sophisticated stuff, really tense stuff. First Levon Aronian pushes his other pawn, stopping that knight jump we highlighted. This is really, really sophisticated, classy endgame play by both sides, I've got to say. And Levon, flexing, stretching. He looks comfortable right now.
Yeah, he shouldn't be. I really don't think he's comfortable at all here, because black can hardly move. You're shuffling about, and it may be objectively an equal position, but look at the clock. Artemiev still has a 4-minute lead. It started with 7.5. It has been cut into, and Levon is playing really fast chess right now, but he doesn't have ideas. He's still just trying to defend against white's threats. And so I think that Artemiev, if he decides to speed up here, it's going to be difficult for Levon, because just start pushing your pawns for Artemiev. Maybe your A pawn, then your F pawn. Start just trying to strike in the center. I don't like this position for black.
Yeah, then again, Artemiev did just kind of wipe his brow. He knows that he needs to speed up. You used that phrase, Robert. But he doesn't speed up, and that could be costly in an Armageddon like this one. First, he has to decide, is that white A2 pawn actually attacked black's bishop in the center, attacking that pawn? If you have to take a time out to move it, defend it, suddenly Levon will get in a very important tempo to try and trade off or try and kick that white rook out of his camp. Meanwhile, I'm getting distracted. These are really nice photos coming in.
I'm loving it.
Right, you see him?
Keep them coming. Let's go, Hikaru. Well, Hikaru will be playing later on. Right now, it is all eyes on this one, but the winner's final will be following up. Wow, I have to say, I still like Artemiev's chances here. There is a potential strike in the center with the pawns. You can start advancing the F pawn, the E pawn, target that bishop on D5. Right now, Artemiev moves back with the bishop. His rook on C7 looks very active. Still up by almost 3 minutes on the clock. Things looking good for Artemiev, but he has to make sure he keeps that clock advantage going.
Yeah, it's all about that white rook. If the rooks get traded, or if that white rook is forced to retreat, it's going to be equal. It's most likely going to be a draw if we forget about the clock. But, OK, nice move from Artemiev. Big threat on the board. That white central pawn now. E4, better late than never. That black bishop is almost trapped, actually, in the center of the board. First, a counterattack hitting that white bishop, forcing it away. But now there's no way to trap and cage that white rook.
I think this was an excellent plan. He's starting with king f8. The whole idea here, of course, is thinking in plans, right? He wanted to go king f8. Why? Because I want to play b5, kick the bishop away, play knight e8, get the rook off the 7th rank, play king e7, king d7, and move the rook to c8. And, hey, we got a draw. A draw wins the game and the match for me.
But the problem with pushing those queenside pawns is you leave squares behind. So eventually, that knight on d2, it's sitting there. It's actually not an active piece. You want to bring it into enemy camp. That a5 square, it looks far away, but it's only 2 jumps from its current spot. So I do feel like white should just try to keep the momentum. You know, you could play in the center with pawn to e4 to kick that bishop out of there, then bring your knight forward. And I like what Artemiev just did. No bishop trades. Let's keep it on the board, because e4 is going to be a shot with tempo. And if black's playing knight e8 now, yes, you're kicking my rook out, but I still control the c file, and I can just continue jumping forward.
Yep, continue jumping forward. This is a really annoying move to have to face next turn, and still small advantage for white, but Levon will be breathing a sigh of relief. I don't like this, I've got to say, pushing this pawn forward. It feels like you're playing on the wrong flank. You should play on the side you're stronger. Actually, get that king active, as James says. But Levon, he tends to be, well, it's clear that he's feeling the nerves now. Down to 4 minutes. He's really in a rush.
Yeah, and I like this trade offer by Artemiev. The reason for that is that this would mean the c6 square would be weak for the rook, the white rook, to come in and start attacking those weak pawns. In chess, whenever you make a pawn move, you do create some weaknesses. And right now, Artemiev trying to get rid of the strongest piece in black's position, that bishop on d5.
Yeah, I have a bad feeling. I think Levon might have bid a bit too low. is not an easy position. It's not going to be the type of position you just hoover the rooks off, hoover the knights off. It's going to go on for a long, long time, and 4 minutes. It's a race against time, and he's not known as being too fast. He's not known as a bullet specialist, Levon Aronian. Artemiev, very good. Very high bullet rating, as you mentioned, Robert, on chess.com.
I'm going to make a prediction that the clock is going to level out in the next couple of moves. I don't see Artemiev keeping an advantage on the clock for too long, but yes, he will push the position.
Well, I agree that the time may become equal. The position, I think, will not. And the reason why is Levon, in order to keep equal time, he'll have to play a series of quick moves. The position is more difficult than initially meets the eye. We have the same material for both sides. Only one pawn is off the board for both, but there's squares left behind. Even that pawn push to f5, that may make the e6 square weak later in the game. And I feel like White's rook controls a lot of the action here. It's the only open file. But Artemiev, he needs to play more quickly. That's his biggest problem right now.
Yeah, just make a decision. Maybe centralize the white king, bring the white rook up to the top of the board with a check. Do something, trade off the bishops, but you have to move. It's nearly 1.5 minutes on this one turn. That's too much in Armageddon. No increment, remember. Wow.
I was thinking a couple of moves. It might just be this one. It is 1.5 minutes ahead. Yes, Artemiev does have a very pleasant endgame, but it's still far from a sizable advantage. He needs to make a move, James. He needs to do it now. What are the ideas that come to your mind?
Definitely centralizing the king e2, king d3, and playing the pawn to e4. I mean, you just want to use this. I also have the open file right now. I have the only open file under my control, so I definitely like king e2 and king d3 there.
He spent nearly 2 minutes on this one move. There's nothing forcing going on in the position. And look at Levon. He's gaining in confidence now. Just make a move.
Where is Artemiev looking? He needs to make a move.
The game will be decided later. At the moment, it's still maneuvering. Just maneuver a piece. OK, he decides to trade off and enter with his rook. But same move faster would have been better, of course. And, OK, he was calculating this long forcing line.
Here it is.
And he gave himself an isolated pawn. I think that was a big decision. And maybe he's just trying to take James' advice. He wants a little bit less time. So then he can play his best chess.
I'm telling you, every time. And when he gets under, he's like, oh, I got too much time. How much time he got? Let me wait. Let's calculate, right? Oh, I'm under the clock. Or as soon as I can get lower on time, that's when I'm going to play a lot faster. Knight f6?
It's an adrenaline junkie, Artemiev, but this last move might be a killer for his fun, unless he finds something now. The idea is that if the white knight in the center goes to take the black pawn on d6, the black king's going to shuffle across, and
that's sick.
Maybe you get trapped. Maybe you can't hold everything together there. What are we thinking? Is this a genius move by Levon Aronian? The bar did react.
I think it is a great idea, but the problem is that Artemiev now is process of elimination. He knows he can't take that pawn with his knight, which means he may swap knights on f6. He just does that, and you have to take with the pawn. And in doing so, look at the h6 pawn. He goes rook c8. His threat now is rook over to h8. He's going to slide over there, hit this pawn on h6, and also threaten a skewer along the 7th rank. This is the problem when you're stuck defending passively. Now the pawn structure has changed, and white can take advantage.
Yeah. This is amazing play by Artemiev. I am so impressed. The fact that he's traded off so many pieces in a must-win position and happily and just gone into an endgame where he knows he's got enough chances to get that win. It shows the confidence that he has. He's played flawlessly this Armageddon.
Yeah, nerves of steel, still with an extra 1.5 minutes as well now. Levon Aronian, he's realizing that his last decision was not optimal, but again, he needs to hustle. Rook endgames do have a very drawish tendency, so it's all about getting that black rook active. I'm not sure how you achieve that, actually, because you do have so many weaknesses. You would be happy, you would love to give up a pawn right now just to get that black rook into the game. But how do you achieve it? Levon needs to decide. Needs to decide quickly.
This is really tough. You either go king f7, and this is when you bring out your Devoreski in-game manuals, chapter, what is it? It's actually 4 rook in-game chapters in there, on Chessable, by the way. 4 rook in-game chapters. Do you understand what I'm saying here, chat? 4 rook in-game chapters, so it's probably in chapter wherever, right? It's just, you're just gonna have to go read it, right? It's very tough here. They always say rook in-games are drawn, but you gotta do it. You gotta actually do the work there. And this is tough here. Maybe you push one of the pawns, maybe you go king f7 to meet rook h8 with king g6 or g7, and it's played.
Yeah, he played it, but after a long think, and look at this, Artemiev, he knows which side of the board he's stronger. He knows that long-term he's going to create a pass pawn on that king side, so why not start the race now? Push a pawn, give the move back to your opponent, and Levon Aronian tanking under 2 minutes.
What move? That's the question. Is if you move your king too far towards the king side, toward the flank, then your central pawns will be targeted. If you move back towards the center, then that isolated pawn on h6 will be a victim of white's rook. So this move actually freezes black in place. It also allows the white king to step forward, maybe venture through g3 up the board. I feel like Levon can barely move right now, and he does not have much time.
Yeah, it's almost like forcing Lev to create more weaknesses in the position, and that's what Lev has done. Because of lack of options, he advances this pawn, which means we will have more pawn islands in the position. The one thing that Artemiev has to be careful about is not giving up control of that C file. Not to hurry with attack on those pawns, because then Levon will be looking for counterplay with his own rook. So he's taking it easy, not moving around with that rook on C8, but instead brings the king to the center of the board.
Nice move. Good endgame wisdom. Active rook. Tick. Active king now, tick. And also creating a pass pawn. He's pushing those pawns up the board. And Levon, he's had to commit. Okay, it's a 2 versus 1 advantage now on that right flank. And I have a bad feeling for Levon Aronian. 1.5 minutes to defend this difficult endgame. Not going to be easy.
He's going to get flagged.
Yeah, you can definitely see that flag coming, of course. I mean, there's only very few people on earth where, you know, you get lower on time and you get stronger. And Levon is not one of them here. So, of course, when his time gets lower, we even seen with Magnus and even Wesley So, like these strong players, you get low on time, I mean, you're going to make blunders. Not Artemiev, though, of course, it's a little bit different here. I also like the king activity from white. I mean, a lot of times, an active king and active pieces, as David Howell said, with the active rook, active king, gives you lots of chances, lots of possibilities. Now, black's trying to be active here now, though, with rook g7. So what do we do about this?
Yeah, let's defend it with the king.
King f4?
I think, though, maybe it's time to be a little more passive, right? Because king f4 is the most tempting move going forward, but that gives black e5 with check. So we don't want to give any checks to black to get that pawn rolling. So I think Artemiev is thinking at the right moment. He has that lead on the clock, and now he's using it wisely, because he may just win this on the board.
Yeah, and you're right, Robert. You have two squares the white king can go to. You shuffle across, but okay, he has picked the safer square. This move does not come with a check, and now white's rook can start hunting pawns in the next move or two. There is plenty of targets on both flanks. So many weaknesses for black. White's rook so superior to its counterpart. Also, 1 extra minute. Time advantage being eaten away. You do feel like Artemiev wants to win this on the board. He's not even looking at the clock right now. And Levon poised. You can see Levon, he's itching to play. He's probably pre-moved his next move or two. He wants a capture in the center so that his king can get active. The black king can enter the middle of the board, and suddenly some chances there. So still accuracy required.
And Artemiev, he can ignore the tension between the pawns right now and bring his rook 2 squares back, attacking multiple pawns at the same time with the 6th rank. So he gives 1 to get 2, and that will be a pawn advantage, though that gets tricky because you do not want to hand Levon a passed pawn. Then you have to start worrying about that queening. I keep saying this quality over quantity in the rook endgames, but I do think that Artemiev will have both.
Yeah, look at the clocks, though. Only 15 seconds in it suddenly. This one is going to be a race to the finish. Robert's move on the board, the most natural move on the board, but it took him a long time, and now the black king is going to go active. Nothing for it. You've got to forget the material, forget the pawns, and Levon is banking everything, gambling everything on his pawn running through. Artemiev has stopped it, but only a 1-pawn advantage now.
Yeah, but this is just going to come down to the clock. The position might be level, practically still very difficult with that extra pawn and the rook activity. I think in a rapid game, 8 out of 10 times you'd save this, but with a minute on the clock and your opponent out there to flag you, it's still advantage Artemiev.
I am a little scared as Levon, because, I mean, like, well, Artemiev's getting lower on time. And you know what happens when he gets lower on time. It's been proven in every match he's played that when he gets lower, he gets stronger. So it's a little scary right now.
And there's no increment, right? So he is going to flag him. He is up about half a minute, and he has this passed pawn. He can push his pawn up the board and just make a ton of other moves. And Levon, I don't know if he's going to be able to withstand this. He is not a bullet specialist. He's quite great at it, actually. People underestimate him, but Artemiev is better between the two.
Artemiev has to win this game to continue his journey in the Chessable Masters. If it ends in a draw, Levon Aronian takes the match. Levon Aronian down to about 53 seconds. He has time to make about 50 moves in the game, and that's kind of easy to squeeze in this kind of a rook pawn ending. 40th move, you make another pawn move. That's all you need to do.
Yeah. Vladislav just has to turn off that Mr. Nice Guy persona that he has. He just needs to flick in a few rook checks, push a pawn, flick in another few rook checks, push a pawn. Exactly. Do it fast. White can pre-move here. White is the one checking. White is the one pushing pawns. Black is the one reacting, and it's so much slower to react. But he hasn't played as quickly as he should have done, and suddenly Black is really active. White is stuck. White has no winning plan. The black rook is actually going to be the one checking the white king
but
now.
Stop trying to win over the board,
Yes.
right? No more Mr. Nice Guy.
Make a move.
Objectively, it's fine for black. You probably hold a draw, but play the clock. Do not have any shame.
And now he's the one who's low on the clock. It is Levon who can try and flag him in this one.
It's very possible.
Oh my God.
Levon's moves are simple. You just react to the checks now. And suddenly, okay, we've had this position before. The black rook, the black king can move.
Why is he not moving?
Too slow.
Oh, he does before.
Yes,
he goes
finally.
for it.
Changes the position. Now he might just run his king over, and he needs to flag him. He just has to just move very quickly. Who cares what the material is?
But Robert, who is flagging who in this one?
21, 20.
Oh
no
my
time.
God.
No increment.
Make a move.
There's no increment.
Levon.
Move the rook. Just
my
give a
goodness.
check.
You gotta
Swing
move,
the black
bro.
rook across. Do something.
Moves are being made. They will come in shortly. I think that's what happens in clusters. So don't worry. Levon is not spending all this time.
Okay.
We will have this up shortly. But Levon is playing quickly. He's keeping up on the clock. He is not about to flag.
Something's happened here. The board is frozen. The clock has frozen too. We'll try and keep you up to date. This is the current position. We're watching the analysis
What the
board
heck
here.
happened?
And, okay, the clocks we're not sure about. It's going to end up king versus king with best play. But it's about the clock, of course,
It
not
is
the board.
about-
Dead drawn position. Wow, actually, black is winning the
He's winning.
position now.
He's winning.
Wow,
Oh
Levon's
my
winning.
God.
These are the correct times. Does black have enough time to win or draw
Black
this
is just
game?
screening the pawn. It's completely winning.
Look at this beat.
for
4
Levon.
seconds.
It's what they call the Lucina position. Black's pawn will make a new queen.
Oh my God.
2 seconds.
Oh, my God.
Here we go.
Oh.
Oh!
Look at him celebrating. Oh my God. What an Armageddon.
It was a draw by repetition. They repeated it just in time because Levon was actually down on the clock at the end of the game, but he makes a draw there, and what a save.
Wow. Levon Aronian goes through in to the next match. It is the end of the road for Vladislav Artemiev. It could have gone either way. What an Armageddon this was.
I think we're all catching our breath. The players will be drained as well.
Let's go.
Look at that.
Look at him
Levon
flex.
Aronian celebrating. He's got reasons to be proud of just keeping control over his nerves when it mattered the most. And with that, let's take a look at our scoreline.
Just crazy
Wow.
stuff. I mean,
LeBron.
Yeah, Levon goes through.
Yeesh.
He wins it.
He made it through. That's crazy. What an Armageddon, right?
What an Armageddon. And actually, the final position was winning for Levon. So he did it just in time on the board, but also on the clock. Imagine starting with half the time and still handling such a difficult rook endgame. Just to show, near the final stages, Levon had turned it around. Artemiev had taken risks to try and win. And here, if he had more time on the clock, Levon would have brought his rook across to any safe square on the 5th rank. And this pawn is running through to promotion. You can give and check, force the black king away. But for example here, white is simply too slow. Next move, the black king moves out the way and black makes a new queen. It will cost white his rook. Levon doing the business in this rook endgame, and congratulations to him.
What a moment. We saw Levon Aronian celebrate there. What a win. What a match this has been. Let's take a look at the scoreline of the elimination bracket today. Magnus Carlsen has gone further. Wesley So, end of the road. Vladislav Artemiev, unfortunately, has been knocked out. He is out of the tournament. Levon Aronian taking that epic Armageddon win with the black pieces. Wow. What was that? I'm still reeling from it. And we've got the winner of that match who will be joining us really soon. Guys, 7.5 minutes, Levon's bid, but it worked out in the end.
Wow, fortune favors the bold. That was a crazy bid from Levon Aronian. He's not typically known as a speedster, but he had the mouse speed when it counted. He was down to his final 3 seconds. He forced the draw. That's all he needed, just like Fabiano Caruana did to Artemiev yesterday.
Yeah, what an awesome match, and we've got the winner with us. Let's bring him on. Levon, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Lev, the match could have really gone either way. What did it take to win today?
Yeah, of course. I think it. I think I really cannot live without drama. I created all of this myself. I mean, in the second game, my position was so good I could play anything. I mean, in the opening, and then I just slowly played the worst possible moves and lost the game. And the last game, of course, I got a difficult position at some point. I really missed this knight takes c4 idea. I shouldn't have captured on e4. And after that, it was downhill. I was really lucky to find this idea with e5, e5, e4, at least creating some counterplay. Otherwise, it's just looked very losing. So to answer your question, Tanya, it took the usual recipe that I always show, the luck.
Well, Lev, they say you make your own luck on the chessboard, and that's what we saw today. But I want you to take a look at your reaction, actually, after winning the match. It was amazing to watch there. Some celebration. Just take us through this. What was going on in your mind? Was it relief, joy?
Well, I thought he's going to flag me, with the rook, but he didn't do it, So it made me happy, that I didn't get flagged.
Do you think that is something that sometimes works against Artemiev? He has this psychological battle, perhaps, and doesn't feel comfortable in these Armageddon formats?
I think everybody has that problem, generally. And that's why I think it's only fair to add 1 second per move after move 60, which I think is necessary for Armageddons generally.
And Lev, looking forward, you will be playing against Magnus tomorrow. There's going to be an epic clash. How do you feel about that? Take us through it.
Well, so far I have been the survivor, so I'm going to try to do the same, just to fight till the last bullet, because I cannot really say that I'm playing well or playing a stable brand of chess. I'm blundering a lot, losing unnecessary games, but all it takes is fighting.
We love to see you fighting, Lev, and it has been a fantastic match. Thank you so much, and we will see you tomorrow. All the best.
Thank you very much, guys.
Lev Aronian putting it on luck, but what fantastic play by both Lev and Artemiev. Artemiev dominating in that second game. Lev took the game in round 1, and then eventually in the Armageddon, anything could have happened. Flagging could have happened, but Levon's the one who prevailed with better control over the nerves. We are going to go into a short Twitch break and be right back. While the players have been having so much fun playing chess, we also have been having a lot of fun playing chess in the city of Oslo, and that has been thanks to our lifestyle partners, Puma. James Canty took to the streets of Oslo for some Banter Blitz, and trash talking was allowed.
Here we go, guys. I am here, Philly Master James Canty III, aka the Jedi. We here in Oslo, okay, Norway. It's going down. We got some Banter Blitz today, as you can see. My goal is to mess you up by talking to you while we playing.
Okay. Do you want to play against James?
I don't think so. Yeah.
I'm Daniel.
James.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. What's your rating?
I don't play much, but I think I peaked at about 900 on chess.com.
Okay, all right, 900. Be careful. That could be the strongest 900 on the planet. Oh, he quick. He know his move. 900. He ain't no 900. What?
Maybe 1900.
Oh, there we go.
Maybe I shouldn't be too quick, yeah?
That's okay.
For you, maybe, yeah?
You good. I'm just trying to see if I can win something.
I don't think so.
I'm just trying.
Giving you some pawns.
Yo, you gotta relax.
They're for free.
You gotta relax, bro.
You don't want them?
I don't want it.
Okay, do you have something here? Yes, you do. Whoa, whoa,
check.
whoa.
Check.
Oh, no.
Push. That man played excellent. What a game, bro. You played great, bro. He's talking about retired 1900. Where? What's up, man?
What's up?
What's your name?
Noah.
James. What's your rating, bro?
Higher than yours, probably.
Oh, 2600. I knew. I can smell it on him. They don't be teaching you that one. You got back up, bro. You got back up. You got back up, bro. Wow, that is new. I ain't never seen that move.
What?
I have never seen that type of move in my life. Let's do the replay on that. Knight A6?
I think it's
yeah, that's
that
new,
don't
bro.
know the rules.
That's new?
Yeah, the new rules.
When it come out?
Now in March.
Oh, March. Okay. Whoa, you gonna have to relax, my guy. Wow.
No, what's with it?
260 rating now.
Watch this. Game over. It's over. It's over.
Anders.
Hi. James, what's your rating?
I'm not quite sure. Maybe about 1,000. I'm not even slightly sober since last night, so do we have to play with increments?
You want to play without?
Yeah, sure.
Sweet. 1 minute. We playing bullet.
Oh, let's go, boy. I'm just moving faster. Close the clock.
Be quick.
Oh, good, I'm taking that.
Be quick. He's actually good, guys.
Okay. Sucks.
Whoa.
Mamma mia.
Whoa.
We're moving in. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
There's 1 second left.
Oh, my God.
And that was intense, dude.
He at least 2,200, bro.
I actually think I'm higher rated than you.
That's crazy.
Is that covering? Is it this way? Hi, my name is Carl Magnusson. Can we play chess?
Yes.
This is Queen?
Yes.
I heard you are Grandmaster. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
It's okay.
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. Records and trophies, firsts and onlys, game-changing innovations. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Our history defines us, inspires us, and pushes us into the future. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Puma, forever faster.
That was crazy. We was out there in the streets having some fun. Of course, I played Carl Magnusson over here. Right, it was a lot of fun. Of course, I had that 1 second game. The guy I played was actually 2,400 FIDE. I was like, oh, he's a beast, right? He was like, yeah. I'm like, I don't even know what my rating is, but he was 2,400. Then we had the guy out there with the new move. Oh my goodness, Knight A6. Did y'all see that, chat? Knight A6. That was crazy. I never knew that came out in March, is what he said. The new move, right? So it was fun out in the streets of Oslo. It was awesome. And I was in the Puma drip. You know, I still got the Puma on right now. You know what I mean? Get the close up. You see the Puma here? Yeah, shout out to Puma for all the drip. We got like $400 worth of Puma gear. It was amazing. Shout out to Puma, the sponsor.
James, you look so good in that Puma.
Of course, that's what she said, right? You know, get me right. You know, Puma all the way down, baby.
Love it. And a huge shout out to our lifestyle partners, Puma, for all the giveaways and the fun that we have with them. Right now, it is fun with chess as the big final is coming up. Fabiano Caruana taking on Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, world number 5. Fabi, world number 7. The top 2 players from the United States. Very different styles of play. Wow, we've got action already. The game is on.
You know, I thought you were about to ask what we might see, and I wasn't expecting this opening in English from Fabiano Caruana, but I think that's what he wants to do against Hikaru Nakamura. He does not want Hikaru to get that opening preparation to use it to his full advantage, but it's early at this one, and we've only had the trade of knights.
Yeah, so it did start as the English opening, the 4 knights variation, one set of those knights disappearing, and Hikaru jumps out with his bishop. This was actually very trendy. About 10 years ago, everyone was playing this line for black, but suddenly it disappeared, and that must be for a reason. Hikaru bringing it back, and okay, Fabi is the first to think, just putting his head down there. He knows he studied this before. I've actually seen both players play this exact line before, but can he recall what he wanted to do? White is ahead in development, White's queen is out, White's castled, but black super solid. And just one more move for Hikaru Nakamura. If the black king castles to safety, I think it's been a success, his opening. Nothing to complain about there for Hikaru.
The players will play a best of 4 in the winners final, and there is a lot at stake at this one. The winner goes through to the next Champions Chess Tour event. They booked their spot in the next Champions Chess Tour event, Robert.
Well, I think they're fortunate because both of them, No matter what happens here, they are making their way through the top division in the third event. So that takes some of the pressure off. That's the good thing. But come on, we know. We can say everything about the next event. It's about this event when these two American superstars go at it because they have played each other so many times. We saw their head-to-head, and you know they want to take the other down.
Wow. Well, that's why Hikaru said that the main aim is to get to the next one. He's already done it, so the pressure is off, but tour points are at stake. And Hikaru Nakamura looks extra chill today, I have to say. Usually we see him leaning in, doing that head bob, nodding his head, expressions. He seems really relaxed. Is he very happy with the opening outcome, James?
Absolutely. Of course, he even has the pineapple shirt on, so you better be very careful with the pineapple shirt and the pineapple behind him. Sometimes it raises 100 elo. He already 2,800. You don't want that, right? So, of course, he's already feeling comfortable here. I think he just needs to develop the pieces. He already has restricted a little bit of white's play. Now, we do have ourselves like a Catalan bishop here with the bishop on g2 in this English here, but very strong bishop on g2 for Fabi. So we can try to create some chances with maybe a c5 and even like a rook to b1, Finkettle the bishop on b3 with b3, bishop b2. You know, very slow play. Not something you really see a lot from Fabi here, but definitely a nice position for both sides. I think everything's level so far.
Yeah, you're right, actually. That last point about it not being Fabi's style usually. He does prefer to hit his opponent, strike early, go a bit direct if he can. But this one is very much about the slow maneuvers. And Hikaru looking super chilled. And I love his position, actually, as black.
Is Fabi smiling? Was that a little smile from Fabi right there?
He actually is. Yeah. You're right, Tanya. You see it. You see it, Tanya, yep.
Maybe he heard my comment about liking Hikaru's position. Sorry, Fabi. But, yeah, meanwhile, okay, striking now. This started as an English, of course. It does look like a bit like a Catalan with that white bishop, but more of a reverse Sicilian. And in the Sicilian, you often want that extra pawn advantage in the center. And now Fabi's saying, you can bypass my pawn, you can step away from this, but then black's dark square bishop is going to be locked in forever. Or you can trade off, but then the white knight comes in off the edge of the board to a nicer square. So first real question of the game for Hikaru.
And sometimes when a player starts thinking, it means that their preparation has come to an end. Or perhaps their opponent has played maybe not the best move or even the second best move. It's catching them by surprise. But this is a standard type of idea by Fabiano. He's pushing his pawn forward to blunt the scope of that bishop on a7. He wants to get his knight into c5. We just saw that in the game between Artemiev and Aronian earlier today. And so it's a common idea. The bishop on g2, that light square bishop, is in great position, staring across the diagonal. Black's light square bishop yet to be developed. I think now might be the time.
Yeah, now might be the time. What is that on Fabiano's shoulder? I've noticed this come into play the last couple of days. He takes it off again. Is that,
oh, man.
Nice
it might be, yeah, it might be something that he might have been working out too hard. I got to tell him what to do. You need to get your creatine, your glutamine, right? Your glutamine's good. He's been in the gym, so he might have hurt himself a little bit, got to stretch before and after, some dynamic stretches. I'm going to hit his line. I got his line.
Or maybe this is his workout.
Oh, wow.
He's just trying to get those heating pads going. And chess is his workout.
Right. Exactly right. Oh, man, that shoulder might be hurting a little bit.
Yeah. And Fabi continues to ask questions in the center with that pawn advance. Once again, asking Hikaru to take some decisions. Do you want to trade? Do you want to fix the center? Hikaru says, no, I want to develop my pieces. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Hikaru these days, he really values the center highly. He values space very highly. For me, this decision would have been really, really hard, but he made it within a minute or so on the clock. And you mentioned the center, Tanya. I'm also fixated after Hikaru's last move on this bishop on a7. How is it ever getting back into the game? It's just staring down against a really strong pawn here. The white knight kind of keeps this cage locked, protecting this pawn. If Hikaru ever drops this bishop back, then the white knight will be ready to jump in. So, yes, black has a nice pawn center. I'm really loving the space he's established here. But the rest of his position, I'm not so sure about. And Fabi here, he's ready to take a timeout, stepping a pawn forward. Is he perhaps going to, at some point, just tuck his king away to safety and start throwing pawns towards the black king later? I think he's getting ready, just in case the position shuts down. White will lash out now and switch play to the king side. It's really flexible, actually, from Fabiano. And Hikaru does answer my question. He drops back with his bishop. He's happy to allow the white knight to jump in. And he's saying, yes, my rook might look a bit weird right now, but I'm going to come for you. I'm going to get rid of your knight. And then the position will stabilize. interesting clash of ideas.
Well, now there's going to be no king h2 because that bishop on b8, and then you can't play, you'll see this a lot. And in the Botvinnik type English setups, it's almost Botvinnik-like, where like he just, pushed the c pawn from c4 to c5. And we still have d3 and e4 that you would see in a Botvinnik English, or in fact, the Chessable course for that is the Iron English by Simon Williams. But you will play king h1 here, and then usually you play f4 and g4 and everything 4. Push everything up, g5 in there, rook g1, bishop f3, right? And we're going for an attack on this side of the board, right? So it is very possible to do so. If you put the king on h2, you run right into the bishop on b8. So this is definitely a nice bishop that he has there on b8. But if the king is on h2, it'll be a problem for Fabi.
So taking that one, I think James wants to play f4 right away. He's like, let's go forward. Why do we have to move our king first, walking into that bishop's line of fire? So I think f4 is a very nice idea for Fabiano. I'm not sure if you throw a knight b6 first or play f4 right away, but that is going to be the plan to break open the king side.
Yeah, you just have to time it correctly just to make sure that the white king doesn't become too open, doesn't suffer from lines opening on that side of the board. First, he does flick in this knight attack, and I'm expecting Hikaru. Okay, he's paused, but I'm expecting him to use this square for his rook, at least to put some pressure on this white knight. Temporarily a bit of a standoff between those two pieces, but nothing too serious yet. That white knight is not on that square permanently. But, okay, Fabi playing only on the queen side. Our eyes were drifting over to the other flank. What do you think of this, James?
b4, that is... I don't really like it. I'm not even going to lie. I was like, okay, Fabi, no. I just don't like it. The fact that, it just opens the... if he takes it, is there anything, tricky? I'm assuming he's just going to take it back, but that opens the rook. The rook is now a little bit better than it was. And, I can get this knight out of there by bishop to c7. And you're going to have to move the knight again. And then my rook has some merit. Maybe I even have queen a8, or, I'm ready to double at some point. Because the rook's already on a6. I think maybe he should have went for the f4 plan, but he definitely has something in mind with b4. We just have to see what it is now.
Yeah, Hikaru frowning for the first time in the game, surprised, I think, just as much as we are here in the studio by this last move by Fabi. I think the idea is to kind of keep that rook caged forever. If we have to go in a few moves, then I guess just to investigate what is happening here, pawn takes pawn. I think the idea is bishop takes, and you mentioned this one, James, but the knight isn't quite attacked for now. You could make an argument for pushing this pawn forward. If the knight is captured, suddenly a discovered attack against the black rook. If black takes a timeout to move it, then you're just in time to close that cage again around this poor rook. And suddenly white has a great structure.
Absolutely.
White has the bishop pair too. So I think this is his idea. He wants to trade off and then push this pawn forward as fast as possible, sprint it up the board, just to keep things locked up.
I like it. Yeah, that's actually a cool idea. He's protecting his knight on b6 tactically, and if he can get that pawn up to a5, it feels like black's pieces are stuck. So what is Hikaru's plan? That's the big question. And even though the evaluation bar says it's a level game, I feel like white's next few moves are quite obvious, and how black responds to those is not so clear. So I actually really like this b4 push from Fabiano.
Yeah, b4, and before it's too late, he does ask those questions to Hikaru. First real think of the game. And yeah, I'm really happy with the outcome of this opening, I've got to say. I was a bit worried when studying the head-to-head between these two. So many Berlins between them, so many really kind of stodgy games. Hikaru often quite liking this solid start, especially with black against Fabi. But yeah, Fabiano is known as one of the most ambitious players on the tour, and he's playing like it.
Yeah, he's actually playing like a squeezer here, like more of a, Karpovian type, squeeze here. Usually you'll see more aggressive, calculating Fabi, calculate, prep, sack a piece like he did on MVL after I got a year of prep, right, in the candidates. So very strong preparation, but also here, you can see he's saying I have both styles. I can kind of do whatever. In fact, he says there's a quote from CGC where he was talking about, most players have universal styles, right? But the thing that really separates them is the calculation.
Mm-hmm. Calculation over everything. He must be a hero for those calculators out there.
Oh, of course. Oh, yeah, we sending him a lot of gear. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and it's on the board.
Yeah, it's on the board. And sneaky threat from Hikaru Nakamura. He's actually threatening right now to take that strong white knight with the black rook. And after white recaptures the black queen and the white dart-squared bishop, bit of tension there. The white dart-squared bishop not protected. Black would win material. So you have to protect that bishop right now. I'm not sure how Hikaru intends to continue. It feels like a one-move threat. I don't know if there's any further substance. There we go. Most natural move. Defend that bishop. And Hikaru just centralizes his rook.
I really like how Hikaru takes a little think and then just blitzes out a couple of moves in a row. And that puts so much pressure on the opponent. Is that good strategy for blitz?
I think so. It definitely helps to switch up the pace of the game. You kind of keep your opponent guessing. I think not just blitz, Tanya. In classical chess, I'm a time trouble addict. I'm well known for it. But the one strategy I hate most as a time trouble addict is when my opponents stop. They kind of keep me nervous, my adrenaline's pumping, and then they just calm me down and then speed things up again. And it's just hard. You kind of want your opponent to blitz you because then you can kind of keep going. You get in a rhythm. But as soon as they switch things up, you lose a bit of focus. And okay, Hikaru blocks the position. And still a bad rook for him, but the rest looks pretty nice for black.
Yeah, but now with the center blocked, can't Fabi just play on both sides? You've got this pawn on a5 and now start even thinking about the king side.
Yeah, I like the look of this position for Fabiano. I mean, as you're saying, play on the king side. What does that look like? White might try to strike with f4, not available just yet. That black bishop is lurking on b8. It's still aiming towards the white king side. And black may play f5 himself, saying, I need some space for my pieces. Or that knight. This knight might gallop. That was on f6 to e8. Over to c7, and then even up to b5. So don't be fooled. That knight is going backwards, so it could take 2 steps forwards.
Yeah, that's a really nice post for the black knight if it ends up there. Can never be challenged, and it will lock down that flank, that queen side. So will we see Fabiano switch focus? We could well see him just kind of switch his rook back and play for the pawn push. But of course, that's risky too with the sniper on b8 peering over in that direction. Yeah, I've got to say, I don't know who I prefer.
Yeah.
I like the look of white's position aesthetically, but black has the space in the center.
It's very level, very level. It's just going to take a few more minutes here, obviously, to see, who is going to make a concession, who's going to break first. In fact, like in that Wesley and Hikaru game, that was just super crazy, where Wesley got low on time and then he dropped the pawn, but then it still ended in the draw. That was a wild game. It reminds me of that type of feel in this position. It's really tight. It's locked down. Lots of maneuvering here. Pawn breaks, of course, as Robert says, whoever has the pawn breaks controls the game. So f4 actually is the pawn break here. And there is an f5 break, but that one maybe not so much that black would like to do. It does weaken the king, but f4 is definitely a nice pawn break to try to get f5 in. Rook f1 also as well. As David pointed out, we want to maybe switch sides here and go to the king side of the board if possible.
Yeah, you mentioned it's got similarities, really reminiscent of that game between Wesley and Hikaru. That one was a 100-move grind, right? Are we in for the long haul here? Should we strap in our seat belts and get ready for all those maneuvers? Really hard to pick a plan, and that's actually when the players spend the most time. It's not on calculation because they're so quick. They practice that so much, and they're really snappy with their calculation. It's when they're planning that the players burn most of their clock time.
It is these critical moments, right? We talk about them so many times. It's not just about calculation, but finding the right path, looking at trades, looking at changing pawn structures. And that last move by Fabi is hinting at a potential pawn storm on the king side. There it arrives.
And Hikaru immediately captures. The position was, again, reminiscent of a King's Indian type of setup for white. The centre's blocked, white plays on the king side. And this is one of the kind of recommended antidotes to the King's Indian. F5 break, here it's f4 with colours reversed, a trade of pawns. And yes, it looks a bit odd for black, but as soon as that black knight moves out the way, I'm loving the dark square bishop. It's ready to exert its influence into the centre.
What I'm loving is the open G file for white to attack on. That's a semi-open line. Black has a pawn there. White is going to start putting pieces there to attack the black king. I like to move f5 to start with. Let's just cement that pawn structure in place. The bishop drops back to f7. Then maybe bishop f3. My point is I'm clearing the G file. I don't actually know where the white king will end up. It's not out of the question. We see a Petrosian king march towards the center and even to the queen side. But we're going to get a rook on g1. We're going to go rook up the G file. Second rook over there. We are going to attack.
Dang, Robert, you played the King's Indian before? Dang, Robert, that's straight out of the King's Indian book. Colors reversed, literally everything you would do there. Wow, that's nasty.
I don't need a chain to tell me calculation over everything. I'm going for the attack.
Jeez, big Robert Hess. Can't do chess without Hess. You know what I'm saying? Wow, the Chessable Masters. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's nice stuff. Bishop f3, f5, queen g2, run the king over. I mean, all these ideas are extremely strong for white here. The problem is the dark square bishop, as Robert pointed out too as well, and David, how that dark square bishop, when you do play f5, you do have to worry about those dark squares, which are very, very loose here. So, I mean, it's kind of loose for both sides here. I wonder if you even go f5.
Yeah, I love that idea, Robert. But I guess Fabiano's decided to be more flexible, not willing to commit right now. That idea's still on tap for later. And I'm expecting him to reroute the white queen, first of all. She's kind of sitting on a nothing square right now, not doing too much. I'm expecting her to swing over. And only when his pieces are in position, then he'll decide which central pawn to push forward. He still has options for e5, f5, and, of course, to maybe maneuver a rook towards that black king a bit later on the g-file. But yeah, meanwhile, I'm looking for black's plans, and those are far more mysterious. It's definitely not clear what Hikaru is doing, especially that rook on a6. It's basically being cancelled out by the white knight. So the rest of the board, white is material up. And that's why I do believe in Fabiano's chances. And wow, he goes for it immediately, not maneuvering any longer. e5 and Fabiano going for it.
You know what he might want? Is that knight on b6 that's stopping the rook over there. If black decides to avoid any kind of trades, he does not want to open up the position. We can understand that. If f5 is to be played, then that knight might come back to c4 and into d6. And look at those pawns on c5 and e5. It's a clamp. Wow. And that knight will just sit in front of all of black's pieces. And let's put the knight on d6 and have black take that knight somehow. Oh, gosh, a pawn will be passed and protected. And you see the evaluation is already sky high. It would be a winning position for white.
Yeah, what a pawn that is on d6. You open up lines as well in the meantime. And look at this piece. This is a dead bishop. This is a dead rook. You're essentially playing two whole pieces up. And white's pawns swarming all over the black army. And, of course, this won't happen. Hikaru won't be so kind of compliant. He won't help Fabiano with this plan. But how does he stop it? It's actually surprisingly difficult. If you do take this pawn, you only open lines up for the white rooks. Firstly, you can take this pawn back. Same idea that Robert showed there. Also, very thematic, typical for this type of position. You can throw a pawn forward and block things up.
That's exactly what I wanted. I was looking at that. I was like, I might go F5.
I saw James's face, and he just smiled.
Yeah, I was definitely looking at F5 and then F6, just because I can do it. And then pawn takes, and then I don't even know what I'm doing next. Maybe queen F2, queen H4, but the open files here. I'm going to swing the bishop over back to D2. I mean, this is nasty. The bishop is the dark square bishop for black is encaged by its own pawns here, right? You can play E4, but that's going to open up more lines for me. So this F5 move followed by F6 is there. I can even open with and I'm going back to the original position. I can do a D. E takes F6 here, right? So he's under some fire. F5 is on the board.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm actually surprised looking at the eval bar on our live board that it isn't giving Fabi a bigger advantage, because this is such a difficult position for Hikaru currently with that bishop on b8, essentially playing down a rook, down a bishop, all of white's pieces looking really good. Is the eval bar deceptive in this kind of a position? Is it practically more challenging?
It definitely is. I think humans look at this position. If this were a pure blitz game, if we took 5 minutes off each of their clocks and say black can't do anything, white's just going to maneuver the pieces, plant that knight on d6, hopefully, and then win the game. But engines, they do not have hearts. They do not have emotions. They are objective, calm, collected calculators. And it says, well, what is white going to do? And perhaps if white goes too ambitious, then black will be able to counter. And that knight on b5 that's sitting over there, it can hop forward into the position. It doesn't threaten anything just yet, but you have to look out for some potential sacrifices where black opens up the board on favorable terms for him.
Yeah, still in the balance. And Hikaru keeping a poker face, so maybe he's not too stressed, not too worried either about his chances. I'm liking this maneuver. I'm just kind of focused on it right now. I'm not sure what else white can try other than dropping the knight back and into that beautiful d6 square. But neither player kind of too concerned by that right now. What is Fabi thinking about? I guess the other option alludes to something from earlier on. Just shuffle the white king into the corner, shuffle one of the white rooks to the g-file, and start attacking the black king immediately. So two types of kind of alternative strategies there. Which one will Fabi go for? I'm slightly concerned about the clock time. We do know against Hikaru that can be fatal, being behind on the clock.
Fabi looking like the thinker. Well, he can't afford to think too much because this is such a pleasant position. He needs to make a decision. He needs to make it fast. The critical moments will arrive later, and you do need time when you're playing against a resourceful player like Hikaru Nakamura, who sets up those tricky traps all the time. These are two giants of the chess world, the top two players from the United States. World number 5, Hikaru. World number 7, Fabi. Just brilliant chess by them in so many elite events. But I have to ask you, James, in this format, when it's about speed, when it is about nerves, is Hikaru a favorite?
Hikaru's a huge favorite here. I mean, of course, he's one of the strongest people on the planet. He even beat Magnus in the Speed Chess Championship. I mean, Magnus don't lose in the Speed Chess Championship, but he does to Hikaru, right? It's almost like, you know, who do you pick? I'll pick Hikaru, I'll pick Magnus. You don't really know there. And Hikaru showed that I can hang with the best. I am one of the best. I'm a world champion too, as well, Fisher random, that is. But I mean, the man is an absolute beast, right? We always say, or at least I say, he's half man, and the other half we don't know yet, because he is very crazy when it comes to this chess, right? Especially in the faster time controls here. You don't want to get low on time against Hikaru, and right now Fabi is actually doing that. Has a better position, but he needs to be able to convert. As we saw in the other matches, Fabi getting low on time is not a good thing.
Yeah, we've seen Hikaru against Wesley in very difficult position, finding all these tricks and traps, and Wesley, no time, just collapses. I see their rapid ratings. There isn't that much difference. 28-25 to Fabi, 28-39 for Hikaru. But it does seem that Hikaru in these formats just is a stronger player.
Yeah, and if you do take the averages throughout the years of Rapid and Blitz chess, especially Blitz chess, which this game will soon become, then Hikaru does have an advantage over Fabi. So it will be, not right now, but maybe later when it's 2 minutes each, or 1 minute each, where the nerves kick in and Hikaru's experience might tell. I don't know how he wins all these Title Tuesdays, I've got to say. It's so hard
One after the other.
even get top 50, let alone to win it every single time. That's how consistent Hikaru is as well. And in order to break that consistency, you need something a bit magic. Fabiano looking for that now.
Yeah, we saw some support there with Let's Go Fabi with a selfie. Keep sending us your selfies. We're loving them. Show us how you are watching the Champions Chess Tour on Instagram. Remember to use the landscape mode with #ChessChamps, and you could win Chessable credits for your favorite course. So keep them coming.
Yeah, what a prize. Nice prize. And clearly it's attracting some of our viewers there with their photos. I saw someone was feeling ill. Sorry. Hope you feel better watching the chess. Yeah. But yeah, meanwhile, mysterious moves on the board. This rook shuffle from Fabiano. Just biding time, maybe?
Yeah, no, so what I like to say, the side that controls the pawn breaks, often the side with the advantage. And there it is. I was about to call for it. G5. You saw Hikaru's previous move was putting his own king in the corner. Now he decides to strike with pawn to G5 because white committed his pawn structure in the center, and now black is trying to undermine its defense. You get rid of the base pawn, that's the F4 pawn. The E5 pawn is next. It will be under attack. And when the position opens up, when things start exploding, actually black's king is quite safe and sound in the corner.
Yeah, it doesn't look too safe, but actually it's deceptive. You're right, Robert. There's simply no white pieces that can attack this black king, so there's nothing to worry about. And if we do see that trade of pawns, I think black's actually happily going to remove even more shelter from his black king, and the queen could slide across with some threats against the enemy king here. It's actually the counterpart that's that's in more danger, and of course this pawn. It feels like now or never in terms of this maneuver from Fabi. He's resisted so far, but either in this position or maybe after capturing, he needs to get this knight back into the game. He needs to throw it in to just block up the black activity on the d6 square to plug all those holes. But yeah, I just worry about the momentum of this game. It feels like it's momentum Hikaru right now. Fabi may be playing a bit too tentatively and missing the opportunities here. Black's pawns now as well, advancing in the near future, looking good for Hikaru.
Yeah, also the time issue. The time issue for Fabi, I mean, that's a kryptonite. And not just for Fabi, for like really most players besides Grishuk and Artemiev. You know, when you get low on time, you know, it's like a kryptonite. You can't see as much as you would. You start to panic a little bit as he now has, you know, under 2 minutes on the clock versus Hikaru's 6:49. That's a whole piece up in a way. Of course, if you think about it that way. It's initiative black now. Rook G8 maybe, rook to G7, rook H7, right? We get the rook active and put it on H7. There's going to be problems with G4. E5 is hanging right now. I feel like initiative is definitely in black's favor.
Yeah, he's going to have one eye on the clock, Fabiano, one eye on the board, and you can't split your focus like that against Hikaru Nakamura and get away with it. And yeah, it feels like an important moment now. If Fabi doesn't find something magic over the next couple of moves, he could just get steamrolled by those black pawns on the king side. The white king definitely in some trouble.
It's amazing how this game has turned, because suddenly white is the one without actual plans. Your plan is to defend your pawns that are hanging, to defend your king, but black has many plans, including swinging the queen over, as you mentioned, trying to push those pawns. I feel like it's a problematic position for Fabi, and his time is certainly not helping. That's the 17th piece, as James likes to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 17th and potentially decisive piece. Okay, the white queen has slid back. Some ideas of going over to h5, checking that black king, but that can be easily guarded against. The black queen can act as a blocker and a potential attacker. Hikaru looking up. Has he spotted something concrete? Is he just trying to weigh up the pros and cons of sliding that queen across? Looks like the most natural move for black right now.
Yeah, 1 minute and 10 seconds to Fabi. And this looks like the kind of position that you need a good hour on the clock to navigate. This is not going to be easy.
No, and you see Hikaru pursed lips, got a finger on them, the pineapple shining behind him and on his shirt. But I think right now he's looking to win this game. Typically, you go into a match, I'll draw with black. That's a good result. I'll try to win with the white pieces. But he senses the moment, and he does that perhaps better than anybody. He knows when his opponent is flailing, and right now Fabiano dropping back with his queen. Yeah, it threatens a check on h5. He is going to stop that check for sure. And I think that Hikaru wants to win this game now. I'm actually surprised by the evaluation. To me, it looks much better for black. That's still hovering towards the center, saying it's about level. To me, it looks much, much better for black. Simply easier to play.
Yeah, it's insane that even with the rook stuck on a6, it's been out of the game for the entirety of the game. And yet, Hikaru's managed to create all these chances with his other pawns and pieces, currently leading on the clock by 4 minutes. I think if Fabi can find a way to bail out and get out alive of this game with a draw, he will take it with both hands, David.
Yeah, I would be begging for a draw from Hikaru right now in this position. And the evaluation bar might say it's roughly level, but that doesn't take into account the momentum. White's position started high, it's been again slowly worse and worse, and also the clock situation, of course. So 1 minute against 5. If Hikaru makes a quick decision here, which I think he will in the next few seconds, then, yeah, Fabi back on the defensive. Just slide across that black queen. I don't see why not. Block your king, protect your king. And a queen is a king's best friend most of the time. So maybe he's contemplating grabbing that white pawn in the center. That looks too greedy, however. Surely not.
It does look too greedy. It feels like it's loose. It just feels kind of loose. I mean, I actually get maybe some initiative back because, I mean, I play rook e1 or even rook e2. Maybe even start with queen h5 check first, then bring the rook over to e2, which is a huge problem for black here. I mean, it's too many weaknesses. I also double the rooks. Yeah, this is exactly what Fabi wants. His bishop takes e5 there. So maybe we're going to see a g4 or a rook to g8 from Hikaru.
Yeah, maybe g4, actually, you mentioned, James. That's a very forcing move. One of the first ones we should calculate just to block this queen's diagonal. Its path into h5 looks nice. If the pawn captures now, suddenly the white king is very, very open, vulnerable to some checks, potentially. This one gets very complicated. Hence, maybe the time consumption here from Hikaru Nakamura. The other options we mentioned, rook g8, very solid. Bring the rook across to the right side of the board, and also queen h7, just lining up and stopping any checks. So those, OK, he's finally gone for that decision. He's brought his queen across, and big threat on the board potentially. Firstly, bishop takes pawn in some scenarios, and also pawn to g4. Fabi, meanwhile, shuffling his queen. I'm really not sure what he's trying to achieve, actually, with this last one. Just waiting, holding some key squares, maybe.
And what's important is that in order for black to attack, your own king becomes more vulnerable. So Hikaru will have to push pawns forward, and that means his king is weaker. And if you think about it, if that pawn on h3, the pawn in front of the white king is removed, that means there's a rook that can get on that line and hit the black king. So sometimes you do not want to win material. In fact, that could backfire completely. And so Fabi, he's relying on that in many of these variations.
Yeah. So Hikaru can pull the trigger, can throw pawns forward, but is it the right moment? Will it rebound? Will it backfire on him? That's the question. And he wants to build up. I think it's a good idea as well. When you're up on the clock, as we've mentioned, just keep the tension. But how does Hikaru do that? How does he improve his pieces before going for that white king? I'm kind of in James's corner here. Just before I can say it, he plays it. Bring that black rook across. Maybe even lift that black rook down and across onto the h-file. Rook lifts. Right,
that's
James?
Right, that's right. Do you even rook lift? Exactly. Do you rook lift or no, bro? Exactly. Make sure you're doing your rook lifts every day, chat, every day. And it looks like Fabi is going to go under a minute very soon here. And this is going to be more of a bullet game than it is anything else. And we know who's stronger in the bullet formats. I mean, there's very few people that can even keep up with Hikaru in bullet chess here. So we don't really want it to be in that territory. But we don't have a choice here. For Fabi, we have to make something happen right now.
Yep.
And is Fabi looking at going in with that knight to that d6 square? That would be a nice post for this one. I see Fabi's position, and that bishop on g2 looks like the big defender, keeping things together. Is that something that Black should try and get rid of with a trade with his own bishop, getting it to d5?
Good question there, Tanya. And okay, we don't have to answer it yet, but I like this move. I like the fact as well that if there is a trade at some point, maybe not in this exact position, but later on, the black rook might be able to swing across. Let's go back to the game after g4. Wow, this pawn has advanced even further.
Whoa.
And what's happened here?
That's nasty. There's no rook h2. A lot of ideas with rook h2 was coming after like his queen h3 check, right, and stuff like that. That's why the rook's on the second rank. You can cover with rook h2. But now you can't even play that. So because I took that away, now bishop d5 is a very juicy looking move. It's a very strong move from Hikaru there, playing g3. That was definitely off the radar.
Yeah, and he's shuffling around with the bishop. He reroutes it to the other diagonal. You've been talking about this dark squared bishop, and David, I've got a feeling this might be the monster eventually in Black's position.
Yeah. This could be a really nasty threat for Fabi to deal with, but what's better at neutralizing an enemy bishop than your own bishop? And White drops his bishop back. If Black plays bishop g5 right now, the white rook will happily step back. Trades might actually help White because you do have this knight. It is a beast long term.
This is chaos.
I kind of forgot that the knights are staring at each other, so that that white knight may take the black knight. It may take the pawn that is 2 squares behind that black knight, like at some point. So don't forget that that knight is actually attacking things. I thought it was just sitting there hoping to be captured. No, it's actually a weapon for White. And I'm starting to like Fabiano's position. The clock is evening up. I mean, Fabi in time trouble, of course, but I don't think Hikaru's moves are so easy. And I could see his position collapsing. That g3 push, that could be an overextended pawn that White may be able to capture at some point.
Yeah, long term, I like White. That knight, just nice and pretty, might decide the game.
What long term are you talking about? White's got 30 seconds on the clock. It's not going to go on for very long, but Fabi does need to speed up. Currently, although Hikaru also running low on the clock, coming to about a minute there.
Yeah, coming down to about a minute. This one is just going to be a scramble, a hyper-bullet game.
Hyper-bullet, baby.
Yeah, I was talking long term just because short term, Hikaru needs something. He needs something now. That's why he's getting excited. That's why you can see the tension on his face. But what is it? What can Black try?
You can try rook g4 or okay, bishop there. And then
I'm going to see a bishop trade now.
Bishop trades should help White. Again, long term, endgames.
That's right.
You really want to get rid of that light square bishop in these positions.
So f4, pawn f4.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Gamble.
Does open up h3.
Yeah. Go for that white king. It would be consistent. Now Hikaru's lower on the clock for the first time in this game. Momentum switched. Momentum has turned. 20 seconds, Hikaru Nakamura.
This is anybody's game here.
Look at the clock. All of a sudden, Fabi is ahead on the clock, so he has good chances in this position. Hikaru trying to bring more pieces into the attack, but he may need to defend soon. His pawns are overextended. He does not threaten anything. And I mentioned that white knight on d6. It can start capturing pieces.
Yeah, you can take a knight, you can take a pawn, you can take a bunch of things here. White's knight actually is spoilt for choice. He does go and grab a pawn. This knight defended by its rook. Has Fabi just won a pawn for free?
Oh!
Whoa. Hikaru steps back. He's lost 2 moves. The queen just came from this square. Fabi says, OK, I'll go back, and I've nabbed a pawn for free. Same position that we had 2 moves ago. White has an extra pawn, however.
10 seconds for Hikaru.
Whoa.
Whoa. Okay, that's a big pawn.
How is that a blunder?
There might be a knight f7 check. You bring the knight in with check, and that means the king has to react, but that means you could just take this bishop on... I don't actually take the bishop on g5 the knight.
So complicated.
But the
bishop taking g2, and then king takes
and then rook g2.
No, but there's
double check. It's double check.
We're getting ahead of somebody. Takes with the knight on g5. The king will take. The queen will come down. The white king escapes. It runs up the board, and there is no checkmate. This is not king of the hill, but the king is going to survive.
I can't play g2? What?
Black is attacking with
rook g1. Oh my goodness.
Black is just attacking with the queen. That's not enough. You need to add extra ammunition. And Hikaru's gone down to a couple of seconds. He made that move with 2 seconds left. James's move there, but it just gets blocked. And you're a whole piece down. Which way do you go with the white king? Forward. Whoa. So brave. Nerves of steel.
Oh my goodness. That's it. He flagged.
No, he made a move. It's coming in bunches. Don't worry, buddy. When these moves are happening, they come in quickly, and then the clock will catch up. Oh my goodness. What is that king doing in the bishop's line of fire? That's a resignation.
Queen h5 check?
Whoa. Wasn't the knight back with discovered check?
Was knight f3 just winning the queen?
There's nothing. He has nothing.
That's it.
He has nothing.
His rook a5. He comes back for a second. Is he about to make a move?
He gave
That's
up.
it. He resigns. What a game. What a time scramble there. And Fabiano Caruana takes the lead in his match against Hikaru. Not a result that many would have predicted. David, big tactical moments there. What caught your attention?
Ooh, so many moments, but I just want to go through the end in slow motion to explain the thought processes from each player. Here, it had already turned against Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces, but he did make a blunder. He jumped in, took a pawn. What could be more natural? But this did fall foul of a simple check, a knight check, hitting the black king. It's actually the black king that gets hit first, and after the knight takes a bishop, a free piece. It turned out that the white king could safely run into the center. Black simply doesn't have enough attacking pieces. We saw a couple more moves here, another check, forcing the white king to the side, but still no way to attack it, no way to trap this king. A knight this time is the king's best friend, keeping the white king nice and safe, and Hikaru resigned a few moves later. The material deficit, too much to handle. Nice win, nerves of steel from Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah. Very impressive stuff there by Fabi, taking his king up all the way to g4 and not getting checkmated. That really is something. He survives and indeed how takes the lead in his match against Hikaru Nakamura. Fabi with that win, which means Hikaru has to at least win one game to level the score. There is more chess coming up, but before that, we are going to head into a Twitch break.
Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
Fabiano Caruana famously had a 7 out of 7 start at the 2014 Singapore Cup. He also challenged Magnus Carlsen for the 2018 World Chess Championship title. How does a player get there, you might ask? For Fabiano Caruana, it is feared opening preparation. He is a theoretician like no other. In this 2016 game from the London Chess Classic, Fabiano Caruana demonstrated how deep his opening preparation can go. With the white piece against Hikaru Nakamura, Hikaru sacrifices a knight temporarily with knight takes g4. After Fabiano takes this knight on g4 with his bishop, Hikaru looks to win back the piece with e5, hitting the queen and the knight with his pawn. But Fabiano Caruana was a man on a mission. He says, you're not going to get your piece back. I'm going to sacrifice my queen on f6. And after the bishop took the queen, he puts his knight on d5. The queen slides back because under attack as the bishop to d8. And he plays knight f5, getting 2 pieces for the queen, but with a dominating positional advantage. He went on to win this nice game, and just a great demonstration of his excellent and deep opening preparation.
And we are going to reveal the most played openings of the Chessable Masters. And wow, no surprises there at the top. Sicilian, that is such a classic, such an aggressive opening. Love it. The players going there for the attack. And we've got Roy Lopez at number 2. Robert, is there something that surprises you about this graphic?
You know, it is a bit surprising to see the Sicilian at the top because at the highest level, it's not played that frequently, at least in classical chess. But when the time control gets shorter, the action heats up. The players, they want to strike and capitalize on tactical chances.
Yeah, I love it. I love the Sicilian. I love to see it. I love to play it. Robert James, take us through how it's done.
Absolutely. Well, the Sicilian starts with a standard opening. You know, the king's pawn goes forward. e4 is best by test. And when that pawn push is played, black doesn't strike back in the center, instead pushing the queen's bishop pawn 2 squares forward. And the point of this is that if white wants to push in the center, black will be able to capture it with the c5 pawn. We will not get symmetrical structures. And early on in the Sicilian, White has a number of options. While knight f3 is the main second move, you could keep it closed. You could play knight c3 on move 2. And in those lines, James, I think he's going to be a fan of this. We can get some Grand Prix attack and fun closed at the start, but they are going to get ambitious and open in the future.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of Sicilian myself. Of course, if you go to Chessable right now, my favorite is actually the Najdorf Sicilian. In the Najdorf Sicilians, right, you have so many variations that you can go with, but one of the biggest courses on Chessable will be Geary's Najdorf Sicilian. You also have Sheparinov's Najdorf Sicilian, which is a newer one, more aggressive. You have Rafael Lito's Sicilian on Chessable. You got Kolovic Najdorf on Chessable. You got all these Chessable Najdorf Sicilians, right? This is the most, they call it the Rolls Royce of Sicilians. It's really a nice Sicilian to play. Lots of tactics, positional, and everything that you can get from a Sicilian defense.
I just learned about every course. I'm going to have to go get some myself because I haven't brushed up with the Najdorf in a while. I like to keep things closed, so I'm going to have to get into those open positions.
For sure. I'm definitely a big fan of it, of course. So you guys go to Chessable, get the free short and sweets, or just buy all the courses. Go get all the Chessable courses, especially in the Najdorf Sicilian or your favorite Sicilian. Many different variations, and a lot of fun on all of them.
Wow, love it. That felt like a 101 on Sicilian. That felt like a mini course on the Sicilian that you and Robert just gave us. David, you got to grade them on that one.
Yeah, A-star for presentation, guys. A-star for energy.
But it's amazing that we get to see the Sicilian. I think as commentators, we love it when we see a 1c5 on the board.
Oh, we absolutely do. And, you know, he mentioned Anish Giri's course. I think it's the most popular course on Chessable. He's still alive in Division 2, by the way. So maybe we'll see some Najdorf from Giri.
Oh, yeah. We've seen Maxime, we've seen Anish come out with those big Najdorfs. But right now, of course, Hikaru has to come out with something big as he is trailing in his match against Fabiano Caruana. Fabi takes the lead. Is that something that surprises any of you?
Absolutely, of course. I mean, Hikaru just being the favorite many times in many matches. I mean, we saw it with Fedoseev. It's like, yo, Fedoseev swinging like Hikaru's about to on the brink of elimination. And I mean, he was able to win that one. But with this one here, Fabi starts with a strike there. That's very good, especially with the white pieces. That's the way you're supposed to do it.
And it was such a complicated position, David. It could have gone either ways.
Yeah, for sure. Just about 10-15 moves before the end. If you pause there, we saw Fabiano with a slightly worse position and only 1 minute on the clock. So the fact he navigated it, turned it around and finished it off, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, but now Hikaru starts with the white pieces. That's dangerous, Robert.
Yeah, but Fabiano Caruana extremely well prepared and with that 1-game lead. Yes, Hikaru is dangerous, but I don't even know what first move he's going to play. Yeah.
The bigger question is, what is the first move that Black is going to play? Is it going to be a Sicilian?
Definitely not. Zero chance coming from Fabiano Caruana. No way.
So you think he's going to keep it more solid?
Well, if Hikaru even plays e4, yes. Yeah. Solidity is the theme of the day, and I think it will serve him well.
Yeah, but we did see Fabi struggle there with the clock situation. He's got to be a little careful on that.
Yeah, if he keeps struggling like that, he's going to give Hikaru lots of chances. Absolutely. I mean, of course, he was lucky enough that position was very tactical. He was able to calculate and calculation over everything. He's a human calculator, right? He was able to calculate his way through that with a little bit of time that he had on the clock here. But in this next one, or these next few matches and these next few games, if he's too low on time, Hikaru is definitely going to be able to strike. I mean, he had a huge time edge, Hikaru that is. And you cannot give him this every single game.
Hikaru Nakamura has got 2 whites left in his match against Fabiano Caruana. He needs to score at least 1 point to level that score. David, what's the strategy in such a situation? Do you stop the bleeding or do you take your chances with white?
In such a short match, I think you have to take your chances. You can't just take a timeout. You can't just allow your opponent to get 1 step closer to that finishing line. And yeah, Hikaru, he's going to go for it here and now if he can.
He's smiling. He looks like he's in a good mood.
Yeah, that was more of a, I can't believe I messed that up. I'm a moron. That's what it says on stream,
When you see Fabiano, he's heating up, both on the chessboard and literally. I'm pretty sure that's a heat pad. And I wonder if there's some Mortal Kombat. Because he might have taken Artemiev's soul and started playing like him in time trouble.
Get over here.
And you know Fabi well. Robert, you know Fabi well. You called it out. A very solid approach by Fabi in response to the King's Pawn opening. He starts with e5, and we have got a Roy Lopez, a Spanish on the board.
Yeah, Spanish with an early d3. So this last pawn push that White has made prevents Fabiano from capturing a pawn in the center of the board, going into very forcing lines. Hikaru maybe trying to dodge some early exchanges. And Fabi looked away for a second there. He looked a bit annoyed at himself. Maybe looking down this time. Maybe he's just not predicted correctly Hikaru Nakamura's opening strategy. But it's rock solid for black, of course. You've got this nice, solid structure. You can just get developed, get your pieces out, castle that black king, and it can't be too bad. White does have nice space now. It's that Botvinnik structure you mentioned earlier, James, with the white pawns on e4, d3, c4, making that nice little triangle, that nice little V there. And what do you think?
I think this is a newer type of Roy that you will see here. You usually don't see with the c4. I mean, that's just one that is played rarely, but it has some venom to it because it stops b5. The problem is we can't actually go d4 the way we want to because obviously d4 is on clamp right now by the black pieces, right? So usually I'm actually surprised by this choice from Fabi too as well by playing the d6. He's usually more of an aggressive player, and with the Roy he plays more of the Archangel variations with an early bishop to c5. Has tons of great games with that. So definitely different here. He went for the more slow, slightly not passive, but slightly worse because of the structure here and et cetera. But I think it's interesting that Hikaru played the c4 line here, try to maybe take him out of prep. He did look down, like Fabi looked down and was like looked away, like wasn't expecting this one. So I think that's a good choice for Hikaru.
Yeah, it feels like Fabi is freestyling slightly. I'm pretty sure Fabi would be happy on the white side of this position. With the black side, slightly cramped, maybe less so. And for Hikaru, it's a win in terms of opening strategy just because he's kept all the pieces on the board. And that's step one if you want to win a game.
And while we're deep in the action here in Division 1, I just want to give a shout out to Vladimir Kramnik. I keep updating you on the match he had with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And it turns out after Maxime, he lost on time. He disconnected in a drawn position that would have won him the match. Vladimir Kramnik said, we don't have to go to Armageddon. I concede the match to you. You would have won fair and square. So great sportsmanship by both these two players. And I think they deserve a tremendous shout out from everybody. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave moves on in Division 2, but both players, they are real champions.
Wow, what a guy. Gave him the match and just conceded some. Here you go, bro. You take it, right? I mean, it just tells you the character of these guys, right? That's fire.
Yeah, you can still be a gentleman even if you're a world champion. Yeah. And nice touch there from Vladimir Kramnik. Yeah, well played to both of them. And Vachier-Lagrave does progress to the final of the winners bracket in Division 2. Meanwhile, this one's still a manoeuvring phase. Last move, just defending everything. I think Fabi here would love a trade of at least one set of minor pieces because he's a bit cramped. Black lacking space here. So any trades would free up his position somewhat. Meanwhile, Hikaru just ready to kind of improve his pieces at will. Every move slightly improves the scope, and eventually we will see the position open. But yeah, who will take that first step? In terms of clock times, very much as expected. Hikaru slightly ahead at this early stage.
Quite a closed position right now, and we've been talking about breaks. Well, one of the central breaks that White does have potentially in the position is to strike with that deep pawn, and that's something that you've got to always watch out for. Is Fabi in this kind of a position ever thinking about a kingside pawn roll, move that knight away, start pushing that pawn in front of the rook? Is that an idea that Hikaru needs to watch out for?
This is more of a King's Indian-esque. I mean, it feels like a King's Indian with just the knight on c6. It actually is sort of the same structure. You have the bishop on g7, the knight on f6, right? The pawn on e5, right? Now, the knight on c6 is a little bit different, but you do have that option of playing knight h7, as David pointed out, or knight e8, sometimes even knight h5. But you have to be careful because the queen is x-raying through the knight on f3, that you may have problems if you play f5 and try to take back with the pawn. The knight on h5 may have some issues there. So it's sort of King's Indian-esque here, but you do have to be careful because this is not a King's Indian. It is Roy. Pieces are a little bit different, but you can play it definitely King's Indian-like.
Yeah,
we've got a break.
We do. Just before the center gets blocked, before Black can go for that type of play, Hikaru, he strikes forward with pawn to c5. And yes, maybe he's allowing some pawn trades, but he's saying, my pieces are more ready than yours. And for example, if Fabiano captures this pawn, the white bishop will step forward, recapture. And now again, questions, do you step forward? White has more central pawns. White has the pawn breaks. And as we know, often you prefer your chances if you have access to these types of moves. Maybe you start getting ready first. Maybe the white rook slides across, the white bishop steps back on the same diagonal as the black king. Plenty of options, plenty of flexibility.
And Fabiano instead chooses symmetry above all else. He says, I just want to keep this position closed for now. I do not want to give Hikaru an extra pawn in the center of the board. And this is what the players can do. There's this tension between the d6 and c5 pawns as Hikaru shovels his rook over to c1. He's anticipating the opening of that file. He can choose when that happens. But look at Fabiano's foundation. It's very solid here. There's no more inroads. I don't know what move he makes. I don't see a plan for him, but I just don't see how White crashes through if you were to give Hikaru a free turn or three.
Yeah, it's fascinating, this tension. It's like both sides want that capture to happen, but they want it on their own terms. Black wants it on his own terms in terms of white making that trade, white kind of making the pawn structure symmetrical. Black is saying, okay, I don't want to take you because then you get more central pawns. And I think that's just good conventional wisdom for chess fans in general. Don't trade unless you really have to, unless it's on your terms. It has to be either forced or fantastic for your position. And I see so many players who are new to the game. They see a trade, they go for it, just because they assume it makes the position more simple. And as I say that, Fabiano goes for it.
Knight h5, and we live. He's trying to go knight f4 for the score, baby. You want to put that boy right on f4. And even there's a Gary Kasparov quote that says, a knight on f5 wins games, right? So, you know, it doesn't actually win the game. But what he's saying here is it's just very close into the position and very annoying to face, which is hence the move knight d5. I'm going to snap that knight off f4 as fast as you put it there, because knight f4 will be very annoying with some type of attack on the king side.
But is that something that you consider anyway? Because after a trade, you do end up opening that bishop on g7. And we know what a monster that bishop can be on the long diagonal, also targeting that queen side weakness. So a big decision, critical moment here for Fabi to decide if it's worth it to destroy the pawn structure, but in return, open up your bishop.
Yeah, big gamble here. The downside is that white does have central pawns, and it will rest on the fact that white maybe can step this pawn forward. If black can strike now on these two central pawns, then of course you can go for this. But if not, then you have to avoid this. And wow, okay, he moves his bishop. He's allowing his own structure to be shattered here, Fabi. But if the bishop captures the knight, the white knight will be forced back. And maybe then the black knight can jump in. Maybe not the right direction for the white knight.
The b2 pawn as well.
Yeah, the b2 pawn as well. Maybe you jump back in this direction.
Maybe before I was thinking.
Attacking some pawns, but ooh, it's risky. These top players don't like giving up their bishop pair, but Hikaru's clearly thinking about it. Look at his face.
It's an ugly continuation, and it first looks like it's ugly for black because of those pawns. But if black were to ever step the queen up one to protect the pawn, you also threaten bishop takes h3 as a sacrifice with knight f4 to follow. This is standard attacking style for black, and pawn structure is often overrated. Daniel Naroditsky, Danya says this all the time, that's maybe one of the things that people talk about too much in chess is how the pawn structure looks. It may be aesthetically unpleasing for black, but tactically, I think it is quite dangerous.
Very dangerous. I know there's some famous quotes out there by former world champions. It's like, forget pawn structure, checkmate ends the game. And players forget that. I forget that quite often. I'm so carried away with all these little details, these nuances, the way the position looks, but I forget to go for checkmate, and I've lost so many points because of that. And these top players, they're able to switch from the strategic considerations to the dynamic, and that's why they're so good.
Someone in there says on the feature chat, Fabi's spending too much time at the gym. He got that thing on his shoulder there. I told him, hey, look, man, you're going to have to, like, you know, we can hit the gym, but we got to stretch before and after. Make sure your protein is correct, right? 80% nutrition. I'm going to call him. I'm going to call him after this. I'm going to call him. Fabi going to have to get right. Look like he in some pain there, but that's okay. He is in the gym. So hopefully you're doing the same chat at home.
Yeah, it's because he was flexing too hard in the last game. You know? He took down Hikaru.
Oh, my shoulder.
No pain, no gain, right?
No pain, no gain.
You know, but he's playing a good match thus far, right? Game one, that was a game where you would expected Hikaru to come out on top. He had the lead on the clock. It was his type of position, but Fabiano, he held steady when he needed to. He kept actually steady on the clock as well, and he did not flag. He did not fall under too much time duress. And here in game two, he's playing great moves. He's countering White's jumps in the center, and Hikaru needs to win. That's the problem. He doesn't necessarily need to win this game, but he needs to get back on the scoreboard, and that puts all of the pressure on Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, he can't lose, Hikaru. If he loses, he's on the brink. So bishop takes knight, for example, the move we were discussing earlier, it's risky. It imbalances things. As Robert pointed out, black has the foundations, the skeleton of an attack against the white king, potentially, especially if that black knight on the edge of the board gets into that dream f4 square that James was pointing out.
Hikaru leaning in. What is he seeing in the position? He's definitely calculating some lines there.
He's seeing something that we don't, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. That's scary when he lean in like that. A lot of times, you're like, oh, shoot, okay, hold on. But, I mean, really, hey, Fabiano's playing this position very well. Bishop e6 was a move I think he did not anticipate here because you have to make some type of concession. You got to do something now. You either take on c6, and if you move this knight, the knight f4 is definitely going to be coming. So you have to do something right now. So that's why he's using his time now to figure this thing out. I mean, if you try to defend the knight, bishop b3, I mean, he takes the knight right on d5, and then he puts the other, he comes back with knight f4. I mean, once again, that knight on f4 is extremely strong, super annoying, right, in this case. So we're going to see what he comes up with in a few minutes here.
Yeah, he's about to make a decision. His hand is back on the mouse, and wow, he retreats immediately.
Wow.
Not going for that trade of pieces first. But this feels like a step in the wrong direction after a capture. We don't see any complications yet. It's just a trade. But there is a threat against that black rook, and Fabi deals with it easily. That black knight is coming in.
And that was a nice trick. David, if you can just back up and you can show us why Hikaru did not have the time to actually pick up that rook on e8 when Fabi traded the knights.
Yeah, here he could not capture this rook because Fabi does have time for an intermediate move. There are actually a few moves here. There's a bit of choice, but maybe the simplest is to take this pawn with the knight. And now this is a fork, a double attack, and this bishop, of course, is loose as well. Yes, white is up a rook for minor piece right now, but that won't last long. So here, Fabi did have the time after bishop takes knight to just solidify, just to block this threat. And now, as we mentioned, this knight is coming in. How do you prevent that if you're Hikaru Nakamura? Not easy anymore. And whoa, he takes a timeout to push his pawn.
He said, I don't care about none of that. I was like, yeah, put the knight on f4. Well, you're about to show us because I'm definitely putting that knight on f4.
Yeah, drop it in. And this is a monster threat. Knight takes pawn, backed up, protected by the black queen. He puts his rook on a really weird square to defend. But I fear for Hikaru. It definitely feels like this is the position where it could spiral out of control. If black can just move his queen, get the rook into the game, this pawn is a massive target.
That's very simple. Queen d7. I also like, we like aggression. g5 and then g4 and it takes, right? And then, I mean, it even opens up lines here. Queen f6, queen g6 is there too as well. The fact that, hey, you're in a pin. You can be pinned here. g5, g4 is nice. Queen d7 is nice. I mean, there's all kind of stuff here.
Yeah, looking good for black, I've got to say. Robert, what do you think?
No, I don't like this at all for Hikaru, and I think part of it is the match score. He really needs to get this game. I think he's feeling that pressure because Fabiano, extremely well prepared. You need to maximize your chances. Game 1 did not go Hikaru's way despite the good position and the lead on the clock. Here in Game 2, Fabiano has no problems whatsoever, not just on the board, but also on the clock. With the downfall that could have been in Game 1 was on the clock. He's keeping steady there. His position is better. He has more activity. He has more harmony between his pieces. White's bishops over there on the queen side, they're not really doing anything, not threatening anything, whereas black may sacrifice a bishop on h3 for an attack, and the pawn on d3 is backwards and threatened by numerous black pieces. I think the next few moves should be quite easy for Fabiano to play.
Yeah, and I like the start. I like this first move, kicking back white's dark squared bishop from its active post. Just Hikaru, okay, he steps back now. I wouldn't be surprised if another pawn follows. There we go. Yeah. Play with the momentum. You step back, I step forward. And all of those white bishops being kicked now. Hikaru trying to trade things off, but suddenly there's stuff to calculate. Suddenly there are tactics in the air. And I'm wondering whether Fabi can get greedy here to try and grab a pawn. Some tricks. Oh, I'm trying to work this out. What do we think here?
There are some tricks. Take. But then if you take on d3, I mean, is there a rook d1? But then knight c5.
Show this.
Well, this is sick. What is going on here?
Yeah. This is the first thing you calculate, right? If it works, great, you win a pawn. If it doesn't, you can rule it out and move on to more positional decisions. Knight takes pawn, rook to d1. It looks like a pin. And here, I just stopped here. The knight can retreat, attacking the white queen, and I thought, okay, this is too complicated. Let's let Fabi work it out. But I guess the whole kind of evaluation here rests upon rook takes queen, knight takes queen, and we head to the endgame. And at the very end, white does take this pawn. So I'm not sure that would have been a good idea. Fabi says, no, don't want to calculate it. Why not just advance all these pawns forward? Look at the pawn storm incoming on the queen side.
Wow.
It's like Space Invaders over here. Those pawns are going forward, and they're actually creating threats because now the pawn on d3 is actually under attack, and black can push the b pawn, push that forward to it, kick that bishop out of its nice perch on c3. So I feel like Fabiano just gaining ground in this position. We saw Hikaru drop back to defend that pawn on d3, but that is a permanent weakness. It's what we call a backwards pawn. You cannot push it forward, and a pawn can't defend it. So this is a big problem for Hikaru strategically.
Fabiano Caruana planting that knight on f4, a pawn storm on the queen side. This is the second game in a row where Fabi has come on top after the opening phase of the game. Currently, the clock is level. Fabiano putting the pressure on Hikaru. He's definitely feeling the heat right now. James.
Well, 100% he's feeling the heat here. He actually needs to kick this knight off of f4 too as well. I mean, I remember even Robert talking about halves of the board, which is very important to understand. Like, this knight is on the half of the board, right side of the board, and this knight is very strong, right? So you need to kick it. There's some, in fact, that Panchenko book, actually, I was talking about in Mastering Middle Games, this was actually one of them. I think it was in a prophylaxis chapter, but it was about King h2, and you've seen Karpov do this, King h2 and Petrosian, actually. But King h2, knight to g1, and you play g3. And you kick the knight away, and then eventually you start pushing forward, but that takes some time. And you have to do this because this knight is so annoying. You have to kick it away.
Is that super important for Hikaru right now to get rid of that knight on f4?
I think it's important, but it's also very difficult to do. We just saw by James' analysis, it takes a few moves to get that done. And even once you kick the knight out of there, you still have other problems across the board. That pawn on d3, long-term weakness that I mentioned. Black can continue pushing pawns on the queen side. We saw him play a4. Look at Fabiano. He's just saying, you're not going to push any of your pawns. You're not going to gain control of key squares. I'm going to push when I'm good and ready. And the position looks excellent for Black on the queen side as well.
You said you're not going to push any of your pawns. Hikaru answers it by pushing the pawn on the king side. h4 on the board. Is this bravery or desperation?
I think it's a bit of desperation, and it needed to be done. It's similar to what James pointed out. The white king could have also gone to h2. Basically identical to the plan. It was to kick back this black knight. But now the black knight is going to relocate itself into the center, and still, this is maximum control. This is domination, I've got to say, from Fabiano Caruana. He's just controlled all of the important squares in the center, all of the pawn breaks at White's disposal, and White is stuck. White has to play purely with his pieces, while Black is going to start ganging up against the weaknesses that Robert has pointed out. I'm looking at that white d-pawn, that backward pawn. Easy target. All of the black rooks are actually going to line up against that weakness, and they might well just overwhelm Nakamura's defenses. He does not look happy at all, Hikaru, right now with his position.
This is an ugly position, very ugly position, and uncharacteristic in a way from Hikaru here. I mean, really, Fabi is taking it to him in this match right now, something that we all expected Hikaru to be just better here, but in fact, Fabi is turning it on its head. He's also doing great on time from the previous game. I mean, he was down so much time. Now, you know, he's doing way better on time here with the black pieces too as well, and really trying to assert the dominance here and say, hey, look, you're going to be very close to elimination if you lose this game.
Yeah, but Hikaru is creating a bit of a mess here right now. He is provoking Fabi on the king side. It's going to be a bad idea to capture that pawn. Yes, it's a free pawn, but you can't afford to give a nice square to the white knight. So Hikaru here, Robert, really trying to make the position as messy as he can.
He is. He's doing a good job of it. As you're saying, if you take that pawn, think about the squares that are left behind. Anytime a pawn moves, the squares that were previously under control no longer are that. So g takes h5 will be met by knight h4 into f5. That's a light square. You have a dark square bishop. It means you can't compete with it, and that's going to be a problem. So there's no way Fabiano is going to take that pawn. He has two options. Either he pushes his pawn forward in the starting position, saying your knight's not getting over there, even if I weaken the square, or he says, well, what's the big deal? You take me on g6, I take back. That opens up the f file, and maybe I can use that with attacking chances. So I feel like Fabi, he slides his rook over. He understands it's not the end of the world to see that capture. The isolated e5 pawn, you're not going to be able to attack it very simply.
Yeah, and potential threat on the board. The knight could jump in due to some tension now between the black rook and the white queen. So hinting at something along that line, Hikaru instantly drops back, and still the tension remains between these two pawns. I'm not sure what I would do, to be honest. I would love to push this pawn forward, but long term, you could imagine the white knight somehow sneaking into this square and punishing you later. It takes a while to get there, but all these top players, they're hesitant to create those long-term weaknesses. And Fabi, again, just keeping control, not changing the status quo, defends the pawns with his king. The one thing I do see potentially going wrong for Fabi is after the white king steps up, some rooks or queens sliding across. If things do open up, the black king, maybe not entirely safe, but yeah, for now, it's all under control. And the white knight's actually jumped back. I'm not sure where it's going from there, but maybe opening up a path for the white queen. Yeah, Hikaru, it's hustle mode, I feel like, and he wants to at least scare Fabi with some ideas.
I don't even know where we're going. What is the idea? This is tough. Maybe king g2, knight g4, like you mentioned, or like with the idea of queen h1 or something like that. This is very hard to make anything work in this position. I don't have any pawn breaks, right? So I can't play f4. It's on lock. The only thing I have is like the h file. My rook is strangely placed on e3. I do have to defend the d3 pawn because it's backward. I'm always worried about a b4 push at some point. I have to move the bishop out of the way. Then the d4 square opens up. You know, it's annoying. Now, a4 will be hanging in some cases there, so maybe I would like that. But here, it's definitely difficult for white to make some ground here. Hopefully, if I'm white, I'm like, Fabi, please keep thinking, right? Because like, so you can get lower on time, and that's when you start to make mistakes.
Yeah, but that's the big question, what you just said. That is b4 a possibility or not? And James, you called it. Fabi agrees it is time to push that pawn, put pressure and control the d4 square for his own knight. But now he's got to watch out for that a4 pawn, which is a little tender.
Yeah, and look at Hikaru. He drops that bishop back to e1. He does so quickly. That's the most important thing he's doing. You look at the clock, the 2-minute advantage for the moment. And Fabiano, he has a nice position, but the a4 pawn is targeted. He might need to defend it. He says, no, I don't need to, but can White grab it?
I mean, sure, why not? Exactly. Grab it, and then what's the next move? F5? I don't understand. What are you doing? This is a freebie.
Rook a8?
Rook a8, queen d1. Oh, take.
Yeah.
Takes.
takes. Yeah. Take the juicer, right? We have the juicer.
Yeah, and this would be the outcome of all that taking, all that little transformation there. And at the very end, Black does have active pieces. So, okay, rather than investigate this, Hikaru has simply put his rook on a newfound outpost. This c4 square wasn't previously available to White and cannot be challenged by Black's pieces. Nice little move, and this one is not going anywhere anytime soon. Still a target for later on.
That was a great move.
Yeah.
That was great, right, Robert?
Yeah, no, it looks good. I mean, James just using a square that was previously unavailable, and now I feel like Black, he's on the clock again.
Yeah, he's back on the clock again. Rook c4 was very nice. He's also attacking b4 for real. Like, I'm going to take it twice and actually get my pieces active. a4 is hanging. You go b3, a4 still hangs. That actually is a very nice move. It was very precise here, and you need these, of course, these counter-punching moves or tempo, extra time, right? You need this, and that was a time-grabbing move there, and it also makes Fabi think here. Rook c4 was very nice. We do have to deal with the b4 pawn actually hanging now.
Yeah. It was so tempting for Fabi to push those pawns. But is it turning around right now, Robert?
I think the position objectively is okay for Black, but it is starting to get into scary territory because you had everything under control, but the last couple moves have gone White's way. Your pawn is hanging directly on b4 and on a4. White's rook and queen, they're teaming up on those pawns. And Black, you don't just want to go defensive in this position. So Fabi's played very well to this point, but the trajectory is going in Hikaru's favor.
Yeah, it was the last game. The momentum, the trajectory was going up and down, and here it's all been Fabi until the last few moves. He's lost control, and now he steps back with his queen. We're all leaning forward here because is he not just losing a pawn? Is he not giving up a pawn on b4?
What is this?
I think it's just about activity, just trying to keep your pieces active.
Yeah, he's giving up this pawn. It can be taken immediately here and now. And, okay, why not? Just go for it. What is the big idea? Is it that here, for example, there are tricks? The knight would now jump in with a double attack. If White takes the other way, however, then there might also be tricks. I'm looking for them now. I don't see anything immediately, but it feels like there's tension between the queens. After rook takes rook, there's no way you can jump the knight out effectively to attack this White queen. It looks a bit scary for White, looks a bit loose, but you are a pawn up.
And there's a lack of coordination between the b2 and c4 pawns. So this is what strong players do. They give up material, saying, it's not the end of the world for me to be down a pawn. Look at all of the practical play I get. The c4 pawn is loose. The b2 pawn will also be a target. I think that's what Fabiano is relying on. Maybe just queen c6, rook c8, team up on that c4 pawn, and perhaps there's no way to defend it, especially with that White knight on h2. It's out of play.
Very strong.
He doesn't go for it. Instead, he makes a small little move on the king's side, just stepping up with the king. So easy to even miss that this move has happened on the board. Doesn't pick up the b4 pawn, avoids the complication, and now Fabi shuts it down on the queen's side.
Yeah, now Fabi has a beautiful square for the Black Knight to jump into, really disturbing the harmony between White's pieces. Maybe Hikaru being too brave there, just keeping the tension one move too long. And the top players, they're not greedy. They prioritize piece activity over everything, other than calculation, maybe. but yeah, suddenly, Fabi's got control again. What do we think?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think Fabi definitely has control now. He may have had to try to go for that pawn, but I mean, Rob had a great point there, of course. So you just give up the pawn, you may be getting it back. My pieces are so active here. I mean, in this position, I feel like I'm just suffering now. I mean, look at this pass. This boy is passed. And then if knight c2 happens, I mean, that's super annoying. Maybe you sack the exchange, but that's not necessary. Like, my pieces just feel very strange here. But I mean, okay, a4, we could argue that a4 is very weak. The queen is tied to it right now. We also have c5 that maybe we can attack at some point. It's going to be difficult, but chances for both sides here. Definitely, I think Fabi has a slight edge.
Yeah, can Fabi try and reroute that bishop, make that dark squared bishop a little active, bring it to g5 somehow? I see the rooks that Hikaru has, and it just feels like they're a little shaky there.
It's going to sound weird, but I think Fabian doesn't want to win the game. Not that he's trying not to if it presents himself, but he just wants to make a draw. He understands with a full point lead in this match, he'll get white in game 3. He could end the match with a draw here and then a win with white in game 3, but he can play it safe. The likeliest outcome between two top GMs is a draw, so why take unnecessary risk? And the position is closed now. Hikaru himself didn't want to capture that pawn because it felt like it actually allowed Fabiano to make an easier path towards equality with some liquidation, with some easier moves, especially in time triple. But we see it backfiring. Hikaru's already in for a deep think, and his position, I think, is worse than Fabiano's.
Yeah, the main thing is not to lose control if you're Fabiano. And, of course, he's lost control slightly compared to what he had earlier. He's slightly behind on the clock, but things are moving back in his direction. We mentioned the momentum going up and down. It was all Fabi, then suddenly Hikaru, now back to Fabi, and that is a very positive thing for him. But, okay, the knight trade imminent now. White hoping to be able to capture knights. Black's knight is, of course, his strongest piece. Does Fabi say yes or no to that? Which one is Hikaru going to fear most? Keeping knights on the board or trading them off? Big question now.
Yeah, big question. And there was a big question in chat that I saw. We've been talking about all the trumps in Fabi's position, and chat wants to know, what is a good plan here for Fabi? Position looks great, but what's next?
Good question. Improve the pieces. It's very much move by move, and you very much have to adapt, react to your opponent's ideas too. So this last move, you have to react if you're Fabi. Either you agree to the knight trade, and you have to weigh up the pros and cons there, or you do jump in. We mentioned a very juicy square for the black knight on c2 a few moments ago, and you can jump in, gain time. There we go.
There it is.
He does it. And
Call David.
Yeah, the white rook has to step back. It's trapped unless you sacrifice, but I don't think you'll get enough compensation there. Maybe, it is a bit sad retreating though, so what do we think here? Is he going to sacrifice rook for knight? He's thinking about it, Hikaru.
He's definitely thinking about it because there's something that we've forgotten about, and I think the players might have forgotten about. That pawn on h5, that rook pawn that's all the way over there, it can be captured, right? If the rook goes back to e2, maybe it's time to just take this pawn on h5. Because, yes, your knight can go to h4, but then I might play bishop f6. I've cleared some of the path in front of the black king, and maybe it's the white king that's going to be in grave danger. So I actually think Fabiano, he's done it. He's captured the pawn.
Wow. Wow.
He might be going for the white king, suddenly switching focus completely. I forgot about this side of the board, I've got to be honest. I just assumed that tension would be there until the end of time. But suddenly, black could be the one throwing pawns forward. You want a pawn? Why not give it back? Open up the white king, and look at this. The white king under huge trouble. This black knight on its own paralyzes at least 3 of white's pieces, and you switch focus and go for checkmate. Looking good for black.
And the knight can hop backwards to kick that white knight out of there as well. So I feel like black is just holding all the cards here. This is not a fun position for Hikaru, and I'm a little bit surprised by Fabiano's last move, but he's just going for the brute force method. He's going for this d3 pawn. There are actually tactics in the air, because the knight on c2 could also capture that bishop on e1 at some moment. You have to be very, very careful if you're Hikaru.
This is looking bad for Hikaru. He's just lost a pawn, and I don't see a way to actually defend the second pawn either. You could fall back with that rook to c3 to keep it protected, but it's not a happy move. The c pawn can potentially advance down the board, putting more pressure on that pinned d3 pawn. How bad is this for Hikaru, this position?
Oh, this is ugly. This is very ugly. You don't see this type of Hikaru all the time. Usually you're used to Hikaru dominating, having good positions, or having chances. You know what I mean? Like, it felt like, I think he had a strategy here in a way of like, Fabiano, that is, of like actually just keeping things very solid, sort of a Wesley So type thing here, where like, I mean, there's tactics, but at the right moment we go for the tactics. I mean, both positions have been like positional masterpieces from Fabiano, it feels like here. I mean, very good position. There were slight tactics in this game, but I mean, everything's locked down. Look at the control. Same way in the last game, he had a knight that was controlling all the pieces, right? And the knight and the pawns on the queen side of the board, and then we move to the other side. Same situation here. He put the knight on c2, everything's clamped down, and then he's going to the other side. He's just playing on both sides of the board. He's playing brilliantly right now. Hikaru with the head shake in a minute 30 here. I mean, this is rough. This is very rough.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised that the evaluation bar is not drastically in black's favour. It's slightly in black's favour if I'm seeing it correctly, but there must be a way for Hikaru to keep the game going. At the moment, we all seem to think he's about to lose a second pawn and no compensation, but where is that idea? There must be something sneaky.
So what happens on rook d2? Like, what if he just...
You said it, I immediately was like, no, please don't, James. Because you were thinking the same thing. James is like, rook d2, let's defend it. We're like, shield my eyes.
Right, yeah, you're right, because it's so ugly.
This
maybe
bishop
the
would not be happy.
Oh, man, that's
And
why
the black bishop can slide up to g5, targeting that rook on d2, but instead, Hikaru actually hits Fabi's rook on d8, but he still has time to pick up the d3 pawn, and he does it. It's an endgame with 2 extra pawns for Fabi. Fabiano Caruana has won 9 games against Hikaru, lost 16 games to him. Hikaru considered by many a favorite in this format, but Fabi so far dominating this match.
Yeah, dominating. He is 2 pawns up. However, I will say that Black does have some weaknesses. Black has those doubled H pawns, which don't make a great impression. Also, don't forget about that black A pawn. The white rook on the 4th rank is going to go and grab it at some point. Maybe not yet, but that one is on tap for later. So I think it's just about keeping control. We mentioned that word a few times, but Naka now wants to consolidate. Often when I watch his streams, he's always saying, OK, let's just consolidate. Let's just keep control. Let's be solid. The opponent will make a blunder, make a mistake later anyway. It's better not to lose on the spot. Yes, you're 2 pawns down, but it's not the end of the world. And OK, can Fabi wrap this one up? Can he force things? I think that's the big question. If he can't force things, then White's position is actually strategically sound. So, yeah, the fight's still going on.
That's a great point there. Yeah, of course. Even though I'm down these pawns, I still can get them back. I mean, h5 that's the same pawn as h6, right? So, and it's a very weak pawn. And a4 is on tap to take at some point. So that's actually a very good point there, even though I am down some material right now. So there's hope, but and time's getting lower for both of them. I mean, under a minute for Hikaru, and Fabi is very close to being under a minute as well, sort of even on the time there, just a few second difference.
And that was a good move right there by Hikaru, because he wants to trade rooks, and I think he'll take with the pawn. That way he kicks that knight out of there. That knight is just a force, and in fact, he takes with his knight because he wants to head into the d5 square. It was 2 difficult choices there.
Help him at all. If you compare the remaining pieces, White's rook better than the black rook. White's knight just as good, if not better, than the black knight. And bishops, looks like White's bishop pretty decent too. So compensation, and White also going for those queenside pawns. The white knight is headed in that direction. Fabi's position full of weaknesses. I don't think the 2-pawn advantage is fully felt right now. Also the clock time. Fabi behind this time.
Yeah, both players under a minute, but Fabiano Caruana, 30 seconds, big threat on the board. The knight jumping onto the queen side, attacking the rook and the a4 pawn, as you pointed out. Fabi steps it up with the rook to stop that idea, keeps it under control. Fabi is really holding on to each of these pawns with dear life right now.
Tanya, check this out. Fabi has no time. He has no time right now.
But watch out.
A3?
Yeah, he is threatening a knight sacrifice with that move. That knight can take on a3 in the pass pawn, or
is it happening?
Wait.
Whoa, he's just ignored it. Take that pawn. Why not?
But there's knight c3
Yeah, there's knight c3 though.
There might be knight c3, but now the black rook can come in. I'm not sure which square you use. Wow, okay, we didn't go for this, the white knight holding things together. Instead, we see Fabi go for a different pawn. Now this bishop is free, hitting the white rook. This knight is on a nice square, still 2 pawns up. But how do you deal with the threat against this bishop? You have to be very calm. He guards it with his king. Suddenly anything could happen here, both sides going active. But look at this pawn. It could become a queen later on in the game. If white doesn't have something now, this pawn will win the game.
20 seconds to Fabi. There's always a sacrifice on a3 that Hikaru has to watch out for. He attacks the rook. Fabi attacks the rook in return. But is that a big blunder?
Hit him with a move. Hit him with a move.
You've got rook c6. No, there.
Yeah, this rook d8. It's going to happen. Well, let's see it. You're going to take my knight. I'll take yours. That was a big blunder by Fabiano. He did not have much time, and that was relentless counterplay by Hikaru Nakamura. So right now, Hikaru's up a piece, but that b3 pawn for black is very far advanced. So look at Fabi go. He's going right after that pawn. He wants a passer of his own.
Fabi's shaking his head. He doesn't know what the evaluation of the position is. We see the eval bar says it's still equal, but in Fabi's head, he's just made a big blunder.
Yep, he basically had this exact position, but with an extra bishop. So he's thrown a bishop off the board, and he's still fighting. And here, he just has to keep moving, keep pace. 10 seconds on the clock. It's not easy, but Fabi's plan is simple at least. He's going for those white pawns. At least it's one-way, kind of one-track mind right now. Just go for that those white pawns with everything you've got.
And the white knight is actually trapped back there. That knight can't get out of here, so maybe the black king will go backwards. And where's that knight going to? The answer is nowhere, and he does it. So actually, white might be frozen here.
Wow, yeah,
What
the
a
white
move.
bishop is stuck defending pawns, the white rook's stuck defending the white knight, which is trapped. White can only play with the king.
I saw this coming. I saw this coming. Knight A3 and then rook C1, right? And then now you can't move the rook. Well, you can still move the knight now.
The knight's coming back.
Right, exactly. And I'm getting pawns. I'm like, hey, whatever. I'm about to go get the A pawn. Oh, my goodness. I go grab the A, right? Take on G and grab the A.
But maybe there's a B2 push at some point because the rook has to go back for white, and that means the knight is hanging.
Knight. Oh, my goodness.
It's on the
There
board.
it is. It's on the board.
It's on the board.
Oh,
And this is
Hikaru
completely lost because
raises
you
his
end
hand.
up with 2 extra pawns for black, but the king is getting very active.
Yeah, white's king very active. 2 pawns down, though. Fabi trying to trade off, trying to mop up. And that white A pawn, doomed. Forget about it. Go active with the white king. Everything's disappearing. I do think white should be just in time to save this game. Rook's pawns are not the best pawns to be pushing when you want to win. But, OK, nice, classy move there from Hikaru. He ties down that black rook, and he guards across the 4th rank. The white king will deal with that pawn. The white rook will deal with that pawn, and it should end in a draw. But you still have to be careful.
That's true. That's true.
Snake the
Especially
white
with
king
time.
back, and it's just in time. The white king will sit in front of that black pawn, and it's a draw. Look at Hikaru, so annoyed.
It's even a draw if white did not have this F2 pawn. That's how theoretically drawn it is. You could throw that pawn off the board. It doesn't matter. The white rook was go back and forth. The king does not take that pawn. If that king ever took the pawn, the black rook would leave with check along the 1st rank, and then black would promote.
Yeah, and the player is there. And exactly what you're talking about, Robert, with that, it ends. And wow, Hikaru looked a little angry at the end, but I have to say he has to be relieved. He was in so much trouble, so much pressure that even after Fabi blundered an entire piece, it was still fine for Fabi. And Hikaru there, probably a laughter of relief. He knows he still stays in the game, but such an epic fight. And that's what we see in his expression after all those complications, after all that navigating through the scramble that we just saw. It was a big fight. Ended with a draw. David, what a game. Take us through it.
Yeah, what a game. And in the end, it was a tale of 2 blunders. First, it was Fabi. From a dominant position, he blundered a piece. It was here. Maybe he thought that his rook was trapped. There's actually not too many safe squares for this piece. He needed to bring it the whole way across the board. Black is 2 pawns up and should go on to win this game. Not an easy move to find. Instead, however, he dropped his knight back, forgetting perhaps that this attack from the white rook could be evaded with a capture. Rook takes bishop, and if the rook is taken now, white has time to gobble up the black rook, emerging with an extra bishop. If we fast forward a few moves, we see that Hikaru also blundered a piece here. The white knight could get out the way, could start running back, dropping back with a check. Instead, he pushed a pawn forward and maybe forgot that the black pawn could step forward, deflecting away the white rook from the defense of this knight. So many twists and turns, a roller coaster draw in the end.
Indeed, a roller coaster. Really nicely explained that endgame, David. And with that nail-biting finish, what an up and down moment it was. It finally ends in a peaceful result. A game that wasn't peaceful at any moment. And with that, Fabiano Caruana still keeps his lead in the match against Hikaru Nakamura 1.5 to half. Hikaru has to win a game. The next game, Hikaru starts with the black pieces. He's got 1 more white left in the match. Can he do it? We will find out on the other side of this Twitch break.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on. Look at this. Woo!
Chess.com is excited to announce the Community Streamer Program. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do.
92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60, 70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
Hi, my name is Dina Belenkaya. I'm from Israel. I am one grandmaster, also chess streamer, YouTuber, content creator, and here I am as a participant of Reykjavik Open 2023. When I play openings, when I study openings, when I choose the opening lines for myself, I definitely prioritize the logic behind the moves, the connection between pieces, some harmony. I try to create harmony on the chessboard. So obviously today seeing my opponent playing King F7, King G6, King G5 was not making any sense. So I was just trying to find a way to punish my opponent for that. Yep. And that's why I sacrificed the piece, just because it was logical. It was making sense, you know, the opponent was not developing pieces. And you know, the rule number one for openings, develop your pieces. And castle, my opponent didn't castle today, he got punished for it.
A fantastic performance at the Reykjavik Open by women grandmaster Dina Belenkaya. She gains 28 rating points along the way, defeating 2 grandmasters. We saw Fabi employ the king of the hill, taking his king up to G4. But when Dina's opponent did that, it didn't end too well for him, James.
Yeah, that was Gregory actually. In fact, he has 2 chessable courses. In fact, I mean, one on both on E4. I mean, I was like, oh yeah, Greg's playing like Gregory. That's nice. And then I saw he put his king on G6 and H5, and I was like, he has lost his absolute. Right? What is he doing? And Dina punished him for it.
Oh, wow. What a game that was, and what a game too it was between these 2 players. And now the pressure is really on Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces. Robert, what is his approach in this one? Keep it solid, go all out in the next one?
Wow. So for everybody who was not here in the studio, I was saying probably don't play a Sicilian's Fabiano Caruana, but he says if Magnus Carlsen does it, it's probably a good idea. He's playing the same exact opening that Magnus chose against Wesley So, and here you see Fabiano sitting in for a think. He plays the same pawn push. We'll see how quickly he follows it up, because Wesley went in for a 2-minute journey after this, and Fabiano plays instantly.
Yeah. And he's got a smile on his face, because both of them know that this has happened earlier in the day today.
I have a feeling Hikaru knows. I don't know if Fabiano knows. You think so?
He was watching the show, yeah. He sent me some messages.
Okay. Behind the scenes, inside info there. Nice. Oh, I forgot they weren't playing at the same time, of course. Yeah, staggered starts. And, okay, pawn sacrifice. Who has done their homework better? That's the question. So rather than a capture of knights, a trade of knights in the center that we saw earlier in that game between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, Fabi has dropped his bishop back. That feels like there should be some tricks against the Black King. Black is very severely underdeveloped. White is already castled, but I don't see anything yet. How is he going to justify this pawn sacrifice?
Yeah, I don't understand this. This pawn sacrifice does not feel correct. It's just, usually when you do pawn sacrifices, you have rapid development, like gambits, right? Of course, Queen's Gambit is not a real gambit in a way, because you get that pawn back many times. Scotch Gambit, one of my favorites, right? You know, you get rapid development, and you get things back. Here, I don't see us getting that pawn back. I mean, I was looking at knight G5. I was like, oh, maybe knight G5, but then knight E6. It just stops everything. And then, okay, C3, but then I take the knight on F3, you take back, and I defend the mate, and I'm up a pawn. So I don't understand this, the pawn sacrifice here. I was like, maybe there has to be something with knight takes E5, bishop F7, but you're sacking 2 pieces for that. I don't even understand what this is about. So this is a very weird pawn sacrifice that we're going to see. We need to see the justification for it.
What's even more weird is that Fabiano Caruana gives up a pawn and then goes into a think tank. He should be on blitz mode right now. I am worried. Fabi, not very prepared in this position.
It's possible that they saw this line and Hikaru's like, this looks interesting. If I need to win a game with black, I'm going to take that pawn and run with it. And Fabiano's like, well, this can't be a serious line. Magnus is just being Magnus. He's playing dodgy stuff. Look at Fabiano go. He goes knight G5 on the fried liver attack. He's going for F7. This is a principled way to play. And one of the big questions that white must have is he has firm control over the D5 square, that square right behind that knight that's blocking the white queen. So do you put a knight on that square? Do you kick the knight with pawn to C3? There's one of these big questions that need to be answered. But first things first, Hikaru needs to defend that F7 pawn.
Yeah, you need to defend it for your life. There's two ways. James mentioned one, dropping back that black knight from the center to block the white light square bishop's diagonal, or you can bring out your own knight, the undeveloped knight, to the edge of the board. The second one looks, ugly, flimsy. Gross, yeah, that's a good word for it. But Hikaru, I'm slightly surprised that he's pausing now, because this is the most natural move for white in the position.
If 96, like, what happens after 96? This is a question. I mean, I was trying to get F4 to work, try to open the F file, but I mean, I feel like I'm giving up a second pawn there. And we saw what happened when you gave up all them pawns in that other game with Wesley. So it just wasn't working. So
no, I don't know.
No, it works. I mean, the engine's like, hey, you can do it. Okay, well, that might be it then. F4, I just don't know what happens after pawn takes. Knight E6? No, but then, I don't understand. Maybe bishop E6.
Whoa, James, I've cheated here. I've checked the engine. Do you want to know what white plays here in this position?
Knight F7?
Boom, knight takes F7, and you just
Bishop
play
E6?
on. Just give up a piece.
Get out of here. This is too much.
The game goes on. You're a piece down, but look at this black king out in the open, and of course the engine says 0.0. So this could have been some preparation. Instead, Hikaru, maybe scared of this, brings his knight to the edge of the board, but this looks superficial. Yes, you defend this pawn, but long term now, white will have great compensation because there's one terrible piece in the black camp. This knight is stranded. It's not where it wants to be. Yes, it's defending, but I think white here is going to be very happy. Nice outpost. This is the square you mentioned earlier, Robert, on d5.
And he's going to get the best of both worlds. He's going to bring his own knight forward and then kick the black knight out of the center. That's the good thing when you don't push your pawns too early, that after the knight goes into d5 there, the white pawn can go up to c3. Black cannot kick the knight out of d5. There's no pawn to attack it with, whereas white can attack that black knight sitting healthily in the center. So I actually think this is a very dynamic game. I think both players are not particularly well prepared. I'm going to put that in air quotes. This is not a regular position. It's not typical of the top-level chess. And James, maybe we need a chessable course on this exact variation.
I'm gonna look it up. I'll cook something up. For it. Yeah, I'm definitely on my chessable course grind right now. Grinding them, making them, eating them, sleeping right with them next to the bed every day. Okay, every single day here. So yeah, this is definitely a spicy pawn sacrifice that I am not too familiar with. So it looks cool. I like the Queen H5 type ideas. The Queen H5, you see this a lot in really, well, this is an E4 opening. So you see this a lot in like fried livers and Knight G5 with Bishop C4. You put the queen on H5 to attack F7 and keep him pinned down here, and then you just bring every piece to the party. It sacrifices an F4, open up lines and diagonals for the pieces so that we're able to win this game. Yeah, it looks like Queen H5 is just, that feels good. But maybe there's a, no, you can't play D5. I was thinking about Bishop G4 in there, but yeah, Queen H5 might be straight.
I just love these ideas. It brings back memories of playing like these under 10 championships where players just put their knight in G5, they go for checkmate, they don't care about anything else, and that's the strategy that Fabiano's embracing here. He knows that a win would clinch the match for him, so why not go for the kill? James mentioned the white queen coming out, dropping that white knight in the center as well, the D5 outpost, super tempting. Some beautiful moves here, but you are a pawn down, so you need to be quite accurate, very energetic to keep the initiative going.
You also can nab the pawn on C2 too as well. Queen H5, you don't have anything immediate. So Queen H5, he could take on C2. You move the rook, then he goes back, and you like down 2 pawns. And you still have to justify the fact. I mean, the engine says it's not even that bad. I think it's an initiative. I have everything developed. Like, this is a super gambit in a way. You're just gambiting everything here, but then maybe bishop somewhere, or after you move the rook. I need to get a rook lifted and then go crazy from there. Right?
You need to somehow lift this rook
and that's
kind
it.
Of around.
You know what I mean? and it's maiden 5. You know what I mean? So that's how it feels, but it's definitely a long way.
There's one thing to note, that black wants to play d6 in many of these positions, but as soon as you do that, you block your own bishop on c7, and that only encourages white to push the pawn up to f4. So I think this is a game of tit for tat a little bit. Like, white is waiting to see what black does, and then if d6 is played, then f4. So I think that Fabiano, he's just trying to find a waiting move. Like, a4 actually might be the best move.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned a4, James, I've been doing my rook lifts. I've been lifting.
Baby boy, rook A3.
I want to lift it up, swing it across.
The rook lift. Boy, he be lifting them rooks.
I actually love that.
That's sick. Right Tao does that kind of stuff. A4, rook A3. I remember he had a game like that. That's sick. Grandfather Tao had a game with rook A3. Yeah.
Also, I mean, if the knight jumps in, I do worry about black pushing this pawn. I want to prevent that, kicking my bishop away from its dream diagonal. So I'm not sure if it's the best move. Of course, knight to d5 immediately looks beautiful too, but Fabiano will leave him with the decision for now. It's, sport for choice for white.
Yeah, it's a big moment. He has sacrificed a pawn, but a lot of initiative and piece play. If Fabiano Caruana is able to make the most of that, he wins this game. He will win the match, which would mean Hikaru goes down to the loser's bracket. But of course, it's a far way off. Now, for Hikaru, playing with the black pieces, trailing Fabi, this is also the kind of position that he wants, right? Because if Fabi isn't able to make the most of his initiative, he might have a couple of moves to do that. Hikaru will just end up an extra pawn. So he could be the one that takes this game away as well.
Yeah, and that move, it's slow. Pushing the pawn.
That was terrible.
It's reminiscent of the World Championship between Magnus and Fabiano. H3 was played by Fabiano, and Hikaru did his very infamous head to the side. But H3, I think he wants to play Queen H5. He's worried about his queen getting under attack over there. But Hikaru plays King H8. Very smart move. Now the F pawn is mobile.
Yeah,
that might have been.
This could turn around really quickly, James.
Absolutely. I mean, now I can just play F6. F6 is coming. I mean, maybe Queen H5 could try to temporarily stop it. I mean, but if I play F6 anyway, I guess Knight F7. I want to sack on H7, but it does not work. I mean, like, I don't have anything right now. This is what we want. Maybe Knight F3 takes it. Like, what happened to the initiative? When you have the initiative is the time. And the time is very important. H3 felt like it wasted a little bit of time.
It's so slow. It's so counterintuitive. There's so many ways to improve the position. I guess the idea was to box in this Black Knight, stop it from ever getting back into the game. Okay, now he goes for this idea, pushing the A pawn, but it feels like he's lost a move. Black has certainly gained from this little kind of swap here. Black has gained a very useful move, King H8, and I'm pretty sure he's going to kick away this white knight out of his half. We're talking about halves of the board and squares you occupy. Why not kick it back while you can? And at least now, Black will be able to save himself with some trades later on. You don't even need to rush. You can even bring your knight back into the game first of all. And Hikaru breathing a sigh of relief. He's probably one of the best defenders in world chess, and I wouldn't be surprised if he manages to consolidate an extra pawn later, as you mentioned, Tanya.
Yeah, mysterious move there by Fabiano Caruana, pushing that kingside pawn, wasting just a little time for that initiative, which is so important in these positions. Hikaru is a pawn up. David, you mentioned push that knight out. It has been played. And now Hikaru does a very smart thing. He starts improving the position of his own knight, rerouting it all the way back to the center where it can challenge the biggest weakness in Black's position, the D5 square. Is the Black Knight headed to E7?
It certainly is. But I think Fabiano's kind of playing the long game at this point, that he knows he's made a mistake. He doesn't feel like he has an advantage, but he thinks he can just shut the position down and try to make a draw. He is down one pawn, but where is that pawn? It's the pawn in front of the Black Queen. And guess what? White's pieces are in its path. The dark square bishop for Black is staring into its own pawns. So Black does not have activity for his own pieces. So what Fabiano's trying to do is just sit on the position, keep the status quo, and say, I'm materially down, but my pieces are more active, and that should keep me in the game.
Yeah, it should keep him in the game, but he will start to sweat at least, and he'll start to worry about that pawn count coming into effect a bit later on. Hikaru, I think, is going to be loving life, especially after these last few moves. I just want to say as well, the match situation had an impact on earlier decisions in earlier kind of matchups, but in this one, if Fabi was 1 point behind, no way would he have played H3. He would have gone on the attack. Even if the scores were level, he would have gone on the attack. I think he's influenced by the fact that he's leading. He didn't want to take any risks, but you've already sacrificed a pawn. Why kind of take a safety-first approach when you've sacked a pawn already?
Yeah, so you think he was just wanting to keep it solid, David?
Feels that way. H3, I've got to say, chess karma, the chess goddess, Kaiser, she's not going to be smiling on Fabi after that last move.
He is pushing the knight right now, so picks up the momentum again. Do you fall back to the center of the board on E6? Or do you trade?
Do you trade?
Yeah, you got to take him. Yeah, and then he pushes B6, and like, I mean, I'm down a pawn. Like, I just don't like it. I'm down a pawn, and I don't have an aggressive type position. I can't even rook A3 anymore. I mean, I can't do really anything. I'm really just down a pawn. It's very surprising that the engine only says like it's equal here, which is, I guess, it's the D5 square, and like I have good positioning of the pieces, but I am clearly down a pawn.
Yeah, one square for a pawn. It's like, which one would you rather choose? Most people would choose the pawn. Normally I like the squares, but yeah, here I have to take the black side too. And okay, he's developing Fabi. I think the question for for Hikaru is, how does he make use of his extra pawn? The extra pawn is that very backward D pawn, and until deep into the endgame, it's never going to move. So how does he trade pieces? Which pieces does he trade? Big questions.
We call it a turnstile square. D5 is just that for white. If you take one piece, the next piece goes in there. So unfortunately for black, he cannot push his own pawns backwards. That would be the best choice for black. C5, back to C6. Let's go back there, kick the knight out. But for now, every single trade we have on D5, the bishop will replace the knight. The rook will replace the bishop. And you can't do any more trades for black because there's not an open board. So I think that's what Fabiano is relying on. He doesn't like his position, but he may be thinking, well, how does black actually make progress? You need to open files for your pieces. So if there is going to be a pawn trade, that will benefit Hikaru.
Yep, certainly. And look at this black piece as well. Big pawn. As if he's playing checkers, everything on dark squares in this position. Actually, I'm going to make one more move. Everything on dark squares here for black. H6.
Wow.
Beautiful.
That's actually beautiful.
Okay, he has put his rook on b8, so maybe we'll see that variation a bit later on. Meanwhile, Fabiano, okay, he's not happy to sit still. He's pushing forward with his pawns. Robert mentioned opening lines would help black, but here, I'm not sure. It feels like Fabi's getting a bit impatient. Let's go back to the game. He stepped forward with his queen. Last move, he's just dropped back the white queen, losing time. It's very much a type of position where tempi isn't so important, but you have to come with a clear-cut plan. And here, it doesn't feel like Fabi has stumbled across one yet. Still evaluation bar, still in the middle.
Yeah, still in the middle here. Yeah, that bishop on c7 is definitely pretty gross.
What
but
bishop?
I do. Oh, yeah, exactly right. My bad. It looks like a pawn, especially from back here. We got the lights. Yeah, that looked like a pawn there. But of
Set him
course,
up for that one.
of course, I think we can probably play f5 at some point. It looks like we're hinting at it. f5 to at least open some lines up, get the bishop, and then if we can play f5, then we now at least have some type of diagonal for the dark square bishop. We can move it to d8. You see this a lot in Knight or Sicilians. We routing the bishop from like a gross e7 to d8 around the b6. But in this case, it's the other way. Rerouting from d8, from c7 to d8 over to f6 or g5. That whole diagonal. The bishops actually look very nice that way, as they're both on the same. They're both pointing towards the king's side.
Mm-hmm. So definitely this is the pawn break for black, whereas white is trying to make some magic happen on this side of the board. I'm not sure exactly which pawns he's going to push, which pawns he's going to capture, but Fabi keeping his options open. And this one will take a slower pace now, at least in terms of the maneuvers. I don't think we'll see any direct attacks, any tactics. But Fabi, he's found a nice square for his queen. Again, not sure what it does there, but it looks nice and pretty.
Right.
Just gaining at least aesthetic points for his position, for the placement of his pieces.
He's kind of living by the adage that the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side with the advantage. Now, black is up a pawn here, and black is trying to push the f pawn, the one in front of the kingside rook. But white could push pawns of his own on the queen side, open up some lines, and if black is not careful, that could actually be beneficial for white. So I think that Fabi's doing the right thing. He's anticipating Hikaru's pawn break, and he's saying that I'm ready for it. My bishop, my queen, and my rooks all are doing something, and I just don't see how Hikaru keeps it up. But you know Hikaru wants to open up. That's why he played this opening. He's playing for ambitious chess, for dynamic play, and he wants to win.
Yeah, but with that bishop on c7, with no future ahead of it, it's kind of hard to imagine black actually making anything off that extra pawn. You've got to try to break somewhere. David, James, you've been pointing out the break on the king side, but I still like Fabi's control over the position. Yes, it's an extra pawn, but one can understand why this position is so level. Just simply, black doesn't have an advance, and he does it immediately. Good call, James.
Go, Fabi, Jedi.
He does it immediately.
Right. Hikaru.
And now big
Nakamura.
Questions, right?
Yeah.
How does white actually react to that? Do you allow black to go further with that f-pawn? That looks like a bad call. Do you take it, allow activity? This is a big question to Fabi now.
Yeah, F for forward. I don't think you should allow that pawn forward any further. Just get it off the board.
Yeah, you got to get rid of that, because if not, then F4, then G5, H5, everything 5, and you're looking scary. It's very scary that way, and then the bishop reroutes to D8. Now it has a job, which is defending the G5 pawn, if we allow that. And then, I mean, everything's tied in there, as he actually captures it. Allows bishop F5 here.
I was just going to say, pawn storm, as James mentions, you can't allow this, so he does get it off the board. And
absolutely, Hikaru.
This is heating up.
F5.
At least one active piece for Hikaru. This light squared bishop for him looks pretty decent for now, but still control for Fabi.
Does control the light squares. He does bring the rook to bring that last piece into the game. He will slide it over to the center of the board and start attacking the weaknesses in Hikaru's camp on that d6 square on the queen's line. Rook a2, it also kind of keeps everything defended on the king side. Nice little move there.
Multi-purpose move, and it's kind of like game one. In order for Hikaru to attack, he may have to make his own king more vulnerable, because right now, white is defending everything. All of white's pieces are doing something that black bishop on c7. It's such a poor piece. And where are you going to attack from? That's the big question. Even if you could open up the king side, look at the bishop on d5 and the queen on c4. They're taking away access along that diagonal to prevent a rook from joining the party. So I just feel like Fabiano has things under control for now. He's also doing decently on the clock. That's of vital importance. Remember, in the game between Artemiev and Aronian, in that time scramble in Armageddon, Levon just, he barely got away with it. I mean, it looked like he was going to lose the game, but time was not on his side, and that's when mistakes start to happen. So Fabiano needs to keep level on the clock.
Robert, you know Hikaru well. If you had the option to switch colors right now, right? Take the white activity, but then black gets the extra pawn. Will he take that?
No, he's taking the black piece. The extra pawn here is very valuable because white doesn't have a plan. That's the issue. You choose the side with the plans. White's just going to shuffle back and forth. That may be enough in this game. It's just not particularly fun.
And our chat saying that they're focusing so hard that their faces are red. Well, there is a lot at stake in this one. If Fabiano wins, he goes on to the grand final while Hikaru will go to the elimination bracket. They really do need to focus as the position is heating up. You've been talking about the value of the extra pawn, finding that play on the king side. James, do you see Hikaru going for the g5, g4 break?
Yeah, I mean, this bishop is probably the worst bishop I've ever seen since Capablanca Winter back in the day, if you're familiar with that game. This is a pretty gross bishop. It's so bad, and it takes a lot of moves to get it active. So we need to do that, like g5, g6, queen g7, bishop d8, and we gotta deal with the d6 pawn is very weak. So we have to sit it on e7. I mean, okay, we have the extra pawn, but it's really hard to do anything right now, especially with this bishop. I know. Do you know which GM said when one piece is bad, your whole position is bad? Now, of course, that's not always the case.
Was it GM James Canty?
Now, in fact, there's some grandmaster that said, when one piece is bad, your whole position is bad. That's not always the case, but this bishop is very, very bad on c7, and we need to deal with it at some point, or it's just going to sit there and just be a piece, right? Try to be a piece. And a draw would be fine for Fabi, because Fabi, it just gives him another point here and then go into the last game, right? So this is tough. That bishop is very gross, even though we're up a pawn.
Mm-hmm. I saw you Googling there, Robert. Was it Tarash? No.
Yeah.
Yes. That was going to be my guess.
Yeah, I wasn't going to cheat and say it. I just wanted to look it up for because it usually is Tarash. Any quote I hear, I'm like, it probably was him.
That's funny.
He's got some good quotes, to be fair.
That's funny, bro.
Well, we've just seen a move by Hikaru. It is a small little move on the queen side, but does it have a big idea of advancing that b pawn further and dislodging that white queen?
Yeah, the bishop would be okay. It's better. It's still gross, but it's better. It's like better gross. It's like, you got hot garbage and then garbage. It's a step up. You know what I mean? Like, it's not hot. It's hot garbage now. You play b5. It's still it's garbage. Like, you're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, and at least he's asking a question of Fabi. He's saying, okay, please burn a minute or two on your clock, thinking about whether you push a pawn on the queen side, whether you fix the structure on that side of the board. And if you can't come up with a decision, at least I'll have the option next move of throwing my pawns forward. It's the type of move that's really useful, especially in rapid and blitz chess, where you just ask your opponent a small question. And Fabi, we do see spending over a minute now, so it's not the most scary move, as James mentions. The black bishop's still going to struggle for space, for air, but at least Fabi now in the tank. And I'm expecting him to move his queen somehow. The white queen's done her job. She was kind of just setting up, just posting up there, but I wouldn't be surprised if she drops back and passes the move to Naka here. Just status quo, keep it.
You hear what he says, status? Yeah, he said that before, too. You hear that, Robert? Status quo.
I heard. Don't worry.
Status quo.
I'm not trying to call every difference between American and British English, but, I'm just listening, and it just sounds as pleasant as a Hoover, just, across the ground.
Harry the H pawn.
How do you say status, James?
Status quo.
Status
quo.
That's what we heard. Statistics.
Earlier, you said math. In England, we'd be like, what is math?
No, he says garbage, you say rubbish. True.
Right,
we say trash can, you say bin.
Vacuum, he says Hoover.
Yeah.
Pavement, sidewalk.
Yeah.
Nice.
But meanwhile, okay, Nakamura trying to lock things up.
A big decision there, just asking questions on the queen side. A5 now. Does Fabi push the pawn and really close down on the queen side, or will you trade one of these two pawns? One thing's for sure, it's going to make Fabi think. And that's part of the strategy, right? Get him low on the clock.
Yeah, get him low on the clock. Again, asking a question. And what do we think? Is Fabi going to lock it down? or is he going to open up that side?
I'll probably lock it down. I mean, that bishop's so bad. I just want it to be bad forever. But then again, like Robert pointed out, I don't have a plan. Bad plan is better than no plan at all. I don't have any plan at all. I'm just trying to react off of you and try to, you know, I guess improve. I guess the plan is just improve the pieces. Maybe play pawn c4, lock it up, and then at some point, I mean, maybe, you know, maybe play f4 myself at some point. But that's going to take a long, long time to do anything.
He keeps attention instead. He just slides up with the rook, defending that b4 pawn.
Defending the pawn with the rook, but also saying, okay, I might open it up in a favorable way later on if you neglect this side of the board. The downside is you do allow black the option of capturing, for example, and now black does have a passed pawn long term, but then so do you, potentially, with white's a pawn. So pros and cons here, and Fabi bringing all of his rooks over. Now this rook tied down to the defense of this pawn. Very much, again, the status quo. status quo.
That sounded awkward.
Very nice. Oh, that was great. That was great. It did sound awkward. Yeah, for him saying status, right? It sounds better when he says status.
I'm trying, guys.
That was great. That was great.
Oh, well, I think this position is one where, as James was just highlighting, like, you could have played b5. You still can do it for white, and you close everything down. But the issue is then you just are reacting, and that's never fun. And I think Hikaru, he sees these last couple moves, and he's just saying, I respect them. This makes sense to me. But at some point, it might be up to Fabi, just shut things down, even if it's not fun.
Yeah.
At least it's him making the decision, right? Hikaru, every move he's going to say, okay, I'm going to wait and wait and wait. And that tension over there on the queen side is going to build and build and build. And as the clocks tick down, it's going to become even more uncomfortable for Fabiano to make a decision. At some point, as Robert says, maybe you just have to close it, switch focus, just be practical. You only have 3 minutes left on your clock. At least spend that 3 minutes focusing on one flank, on one side of the board. But, of course, it's difficult to do that. It's difficult to just rid yourself of all counterplay and essentially just play for the draw. Meanwhile, slightly improving his queen, centralizing there. How does Hikaru improve his pieces? That's the question. It's all about that dark squared bishop. If black's dark squared bishop gets in the game, he's most likely going to win. But if not...
And then the question is, where do you want it? When you want to answer where to place it, you've got to ask what is the most ideal square. And it's kind of hard to even find an ideal square for that bishop to reroute it to. Which means that as long as that bishop stays back, Fabi does have compensation. Can Fabi actually look at setting up some attack on that diagonal where he's placed the queen? But I do see Hikaru's decided to improve the light squared bishop, get it to that g6 square, hit that queen on d3. I like it.
That's another one. Reroute, reroute. Sorry, Tanya. But you're right. He's trying to reroute his bishop there. And wow, Fabi steps onto the line of one of the black rooks. I think this is fine, but a bit
look at
scary.
Hikaru. Hikaru's just looking up and saying, did you really play that move? That was the expression he had.
Very
He's
provocative.
surprised.
Takes bishop e6.
But
there's a trap.
But being provocative is good because it might cost Hikaru sometimes. So I think Fabiano, if he recognizes that everything's under control, then it's a good decision to be made.
Yeah, for example here, the first move that came to my mind, maybe the move that made Hikaru frown, was bishop takes pawn, trying to set a nasty trap. If the pawn is captured, of course it is a mistake, we'll show why. But if the bishop is captured now, then it's actually a double attack. You hit the queen, you hit the rook, and you win material. Of course, though, the trapper gets trapped here, bishop takes pawn, and your bishop has no escape squares. Now Fabi locks it up, and this bishop is caught in prison. So Fabiano playing provocative chess, forcing, as Robert says, Hikaru to burn time on the clock, looking in this direction. And actually, this isn't really a threat at all, because this bishop is so bad, it's in the way yet again. And yeah, still looking balanced to me.
Hey, that's a great trap that you pointed out. And it's so easy to miss that pawn move to b5 and to fall for it. It took Hikaru a little time to realize that the tactics just don't work. And now he's back to thinking how he can strategically improve his position. Hard to find an answer to that question.
And he's down on the clock now because the onus is on him to win this game. He wants to level up the score. For Fabi, he's just gone back and forth, back and forth. He's not doing much of anything, and he's waiting for the right time to open up the position. And if Hikaru gets greedy, we just saw he'll pay the full price. And if he just continues moving back and forth with his light square bishop, he's not actually making any progress. So he does just strike with b5. And now Fabiano will see some trades happen. And yeah, he took with the rook. He wants that activity. That dark square bishop isn't so bad anymore, James.
You're right. It's not hot garbage no more. It's just garbage now. Like it's still garbage, but you know it's a little bit better than what it was before. Rook b5, I guess it was thinking bishop, but that actually is really nice. Keeps control over everything, and maybe we can now double the rooks and have some pressure. You can't even really deal. Yeah, b2 is loose. That is a very nice move. Rook b5 was better than bishop b5. I was really into that tempo of bishop b5. I'm a big fan of the tempo. But rook b5, this kind of is with some type of tempo in a way, because b2 actually is hanging. And now we may be able to do cb4 and bishop to b6 in some cases. Of course, our rook is hanging on c8 right now, so we need to deal with that first. But there are now some x-rays on the queen that we now can start looking at.
Yeah, and now it's Fabi who's low on the clock. He's coming down to almost 2 minutes, and the position is getting more critical as the pawns get traded and things open up. David, does it feel like we are going to reach some position where calculation will be critical and the clock situation will count?
It's always critical, Tanya. Calculation is the most important thing, as we know.
Over everything.
But yeah, definitely the clock is going to count. And I don't like this turn of events for Fabiano. Okay, he's brought his queen across, attacking a loose black rook at the top of the board. But essentially, it's the worst possible moment for him. Look at his rook on b2, as James mentioned, undefended. The white bishop in the center now on that beautiful d5 square, undefended. Hikaru loving life, laughing to himself there. But it definitely feels like the tactics are going to work in black's favour because white's pieces are not ready for things to open up.
I had a different read of that Hikaru reaction. I think he actually missed something. I think he's laughing at himself because the way he is following it up with holding his head, he wants to double his rooks in the open file. But I think he's seen that Fabiano has an option here. And maybe it's because that rook on b5 can be attacked and Fabiano goes with it. He brings his bishop back. Where is that rook going? How is it going to escape the bishop's attack?
Is it going to be a repetition then when the rook falls back? Will Fabi just pursue it further with a light squared bishop? Are we going to see bishop d5?
I think so. Why not?
Yeah, draw is a great result for Fabiano.
Wow, it's on the board. Fabi says, I'm happy with the draw, but there is no way to avoid it.
Rook b6?
But then you walk,
on a5.
yeah, the a5 pawn is hanging. You see Hikaru's laughing at himself, and he's shaking his head because he knows that he could have kept this game going and at least had more pressure on Fabiano.
Wow, so actually just this one moment, Hikaru maybe slipped up. Fabi really capitalizing on this fleeting opportunity where the black rooks just don't have enough squares to run to. No safe squares to hide from the tension with the bishops and the pawns, the rooks. Whoa.
David, how much is rook a5, rook b4? How much is that?
Wow. Okay, let's check it out, James.
What's going on there? You know, we always got to check it. We have the luxury of doing that here over here. Rook a5, rook b6, yep, and then rook a5, rook b4.
Whoa. All the tactics.
Wow. I mean, but it seemed like you could play it. I mean, but there's something apparently we're missing here.
I don't see what we're missing unless it's rook takes rook, maybe.
But then
maybe
you just...
I would even consider taking with a pawn and keep taking. I'll give you my rook on b2.
Wow.
And I'm going to have a passed pawn over here. Look, it says still advanced white. There's something clearly better. But even this is available to white because black is tied down.
I love that.
Yeah,
very dangerous practically with that a-pawn advancing. Right. This could be a big disaster. Look at Hikaru.
Whoa.
He refuses repetition. He says game on and is taking big risk here.
But what's happening if you just shuffle across? Look, you're pinned along the a-file and you're pinned on this diagonal.
Oh, wait, you're right about that.
Whoa.
And Hikaru doing a little head shake. He realizes that he is in trouble now. He could have just repeated at that moment. He had one more white left.
Yeah, it's still very, very tense. Okay, Fabiano drops his queen back, but black is tied up. You still can't take the pawn because of this pin and this pin. And, okay, he's created a passed pawn, but suddenly things are opening up. No, Fabiano's actually closing things down.
Brilliant, because that pawn a4 is stranded. It's gone too far.
Yeah. This pawn is going to drop off the board. Fabiano needs one more move to close things down. And actually, this pawn on the b5 square is going to decide the game. And, okay, a light squared trade of bishops is not going to help. It's still this terrible bishop on c7 against this beautiful bishop on e3. And Fabiano, advantage white.
So this is terrible. Like, man, I'm up a pawn. Like, you know, that hurts. That hurts. Up a pawn the whole game. And then, again, you know, one bad terrace, right? One bad piece and your whole position's bad. Like, even being down that pawn, or up the pawn, what black is, he could never, I mean, the bishop stayed there on c7 since he got there. The rest of the game.
The whole game, the bishop has been on c7. That's barely been a bishop, and now it just looks like Hikaru's pushed too far. If Fabi wins this, it is match over. Unbelievable. The a3 pawn is hanging right now.
Look at the bar.
With rook coming to a8, can you take the a3 pawn immediately?
I think you first defend this pawn on b5, and he does it. He pushes pawn to c4. Take your time. The pawn's not going anywhere. White can continue bringing pressure on it, and the black rook on b8 is stuck because white has a passed pawn of his own. Hikaru, he's just moving left and right. He doesn't really have options here, and Fabiano's just going to win this pawn.
And he does it.
Look at the time.
You can even just trade queens and pick up that a2 pawn. You're never losing that endgame as white.
Yeah, the question is, can he win? Can he decide this match here and now? And until the last couple of moves, I wanted to point out, every single one of Black's pawns and pieces won dark squares. Now he's put his queen to challenge for the light squares, challenge white's control there. But, OK, he's gone for it, Fabiano. Not maybe going for the most direct, the most decisive continuation, because Black can now break on the light squares, break the bind. And he should be safe. Still a bit scary. But Fabiano, can he win this one still?
Hikaru looking very rattled there. He goes d5 once again, just trying to create a mess on the board. That is what Hikaru does best in worst positions. He makes it so difficult for his opponent. But the good news for Fabi is that he's up on the clock. He's got a minute. The bishop is pinned. Can you take on c5 right now?
You can grab a pawn.
You can.
It does go down to a rook and pawn endgame where a draw is maybe more likely than a win, but why not? It might be your one chance. You can push your central pawn forward as well, but the black king is coming towards it. So
big moment.
Just in time to hold this game.
Critical moment for Fabiano. Will he go for the d-pawn push, or will he grab that c5 pawn, but that would inch it closer towards a potential draw?
I think he has to take the pawn and then, he has to secure an advantage and then press from there. Pushing the pawn too soon probably would have lost that pawn as the black king is close. I think he can just retreat his bishop because that pawn on d5 cannot be captured so long as the white rook in the corner is in contact with that black bishop. So Fabiano can retreat his bishop, maybe back towards the a3 square. That way he can push his pawn forward in the near future, and this is not going to be easy for Hikaru to defend.
You're right. Yeah, that's very
two-result game.
Wow. Ooh. Yeah, bishop a3, there it is.
Robert calling out the action. The bishop drops back. The d-pawn will advance. And rook b1 big trap.
Don't get mated.
Yeah, he pushes the pawn. He makes sure his king has some space.
Okay, that was close.
Yeah, these
Everybody
top
breathe.
They don't blunder mate in one very often. And Fabiano does give his king some breathing space. Really, really nice move there. And again, can Hikaru hold the draw? That's the question now. Fabiano cannot lose this game. He's a pawn up.
10 seconds, David.
Yeah, 2 pawns up. Wow.
But a horrible pawn structure.
Yeah, but it's all about the white d-pawn. If he keeps the central pawn alive, he might win.
Oh my God!
You said they don't blunder checkmate in one, and then Hikaru immediately does. You commentator's curse.
Wow. I did it. Sorry, Hikaru.
David!
I jinxed him.
You dirty dog.
Disbelief there by Hikaru Nakamura. Fabiano Caruana cannot believe it either. A one-move checkmate, and that is going to cost Hikaru the whole match. Robert, you are in disbelief right now.
I am shocked. I thought Fabiano, he was working it well, but I thought it would take a taxing effort. And then suddenly, Hikaru, you could sense he was not happy with his position. He blunders checkmate in one move.
Wow. Rook f8, game over. What a match we've just witnessed. And with that, Fabiano Caruana wins the winner final, going ahead to the grand final. Hikaru Nakamura drops to the elimination bracket. What a game we had, ended abruptly. David, what was the critical moment?
It was just one move before the end, Tanya. I'm still in shock, I've got to admit. It was this position. Just one move ago, I said, players, these top players especially, don't blunder mate in one very often. It was Hikaru who was threatening a checkmate, the white king, nowhere to run to. And very nicely here, Fabiano pushed his pawn forward. And Hikaru, maybe on a better day, in better form, he would have moved his bishop out first, the same move he played next move. And this is not checkmate now. The white rook can come across with a check because the black king has an escape square. The game goes on. Black should make the draw. However, first in this position, he pushed a pawn forward. And actually, what he hadn't spotted is that after pawn takes pawn, this pawn takes away the escape square for the black king. So when he does move his bishop, this is checkmate. Heartbreak for Hikaru. What a turnaround. What a rollercoaster game. But Fabiano Caruana, congratulations.
Wow. And with that, Fabiano Caruana moves ahead to the grand final, which will be played on a Friday. This was our scoreline. What a match we had. What a fantastic game, ending with a checkmate. And there we see Fabiano Caruana taking down one of the best players, if not the best player in this format, in just 3 games. A phenomenal performance there. And we've got the man of the moment. Here he is. Fabi, congratulations.
Thank you, Donna. Anya.
Fabi, really well played match there, but that ended extremely abruptly.
Yeah, you know, I saw before he played h5 that if he plays bishop f4 that I win the bishop, and he can play bishop e5, and I thought I would give a check on a7, and we would see we'll take it from there, even though it's probably a draw. I mean, it's still some work for him. And then he played h5. So without thinking, I thought, okay, I'll take the pawn. It's usually safe. Like, it usually can't be a huge mistake to take the pawn. And then I thought, okay, if bishop f4, again, I win the bishop with rook f8. And so when he played bishop e5, then I realized that it's actually not winning anything. It's just checkmate. Because, he helpmated himself, which was kind of ridiculous, kind of unexpected. Obviously very lucky for me. But yeah, it was probably the funniest way, at least from my point of view, that it could have ended.
Did it take you a little time to just register what has happened, or were you watching out and rook f8 immediately played there? How shocked were you?
No, I immediately saw that it's mate, because I had that rook f8 idea in mind. But I had it in mind more as like an option to win the bishop if he plays bishop f4. And then it was just lucky that it's also checkmate in this case. But yeah, I immediately saw it, and it took me kind of half a second to register that Hikaru blundered maiden one, because normally he doesn't blunder at all. But yeah, I have to say today, I had my fair share of luck, to put it mildly.
Wow. Fabi, I have to ask you, not just looking at the scoreline, you wrapped up the match in 3 games, but to us it also felt that you were better throughout the match. You played a really good match. Were you pleased with the quality of play today?
Well, I felt like in the first game I was on the verge of losing. I was getting outplayed. I thought I had a very promising position at some point when I got the knight on b6 supported by the pawns on a5, c5. I was very optimistic. But then he found this maneuver to knight to b5, and suddenly I realized that he has a lot of good squares for his pieces, and I actually have a lot of strategic risk, probably more so than he does, because my pawns are extremely weak. And it's much harder for me to find a way into his position than for him to find a way into my position. And then at some point I was just like down so much on the clock, I thought my position is more or less losing, very close to it. And I was just very lucky when I played queen d1. My idea actually with queen d1 was not to play queen e1, but to play knight c4. But then he thought for like more or less 3 minutes, and I started to understand the position a little bit, because I was very low on time. But this hesitation that he had, it helped me come to grips with the position. And then I saw that I have this queen e1 move, which is basically like a very multi-purpose move. It stops knight c3 ideas, it prepares knight c4, it defends e5. And at that point, I already felt like the game was very unclear. And then in the time scramble, I somehow came out ahead. Again, very lucky, because like I wasn't 100% sure that my king running to g4 is not getting mated, but I didn't see anything else to do. I was down to like 4 seconds. So I kind of just went with my gut, and it worked out that the king is safe there. So yeah, that was a very lucky first game. Second game also, like I was definitely much better, and I felt like I was at some point winning, but it was always very difficult to keep control of all my weak pawns. And then I blundered a piece, and somehow normally I would just lose on the spot, but I somehow managed to keep the game not completely dead lost, and then even at some point I was close to winning again. So yeah, overall it was very strange first 2 games. Third game, again, I was on the back foot. I thought at some point I was getting outplayed. Like I didn't expect him to go for this opening in general, even though he's played it a lot, but I noticed that he doesn't really seem to, like, I think he played it sort of without much work done on the line, because he played it many times against Wesley, against Fedoseev, and he always plays this very bad line, putting the bishop on e7 instead of c7, and then he wins all his games. But the position out of the opening is bad. And so I thought this was more or less just a weapon, like, to try to play for a win, so I didn't expect it in this match, unless somehow I was getting ahead and he would have to play for a win. And I kind of half prepared this d4 idea, and then he played a bad move, bishop c7, but I couldn't figure out how to punish it. And so, yeah, at some point I was getting much worse, and it was only he could have taken a draw. It was only his ambition, probably over-ambition, that led to a difficult position for him.
And Fabi, congratulations. They say better lucky than good, but best, I say, to be lucky and good. And your performances recently have been improving in quicker time controls. But what does it mean to you to take down Liam, Artemiev, and then finally Hikaru back to back to back? Are you feeling good about your rapid play?
Yeah, overall the result is amazing. I mean, all the matches were tough. I definitely needed a great deal of luck, and also I guess I am fighting quite well and keeping the matches close. Like, all the matches have been very close. So yeah, it's been a dream run so far. I still think that it'll be a very, very tough final, but I have a rest day tomorrow, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah.
So that's great. I have 1 day to rest. Because like yesterday I was feeling physically like I injured myself and I was feeling physically terrible. And today I was starting to recover. So the rest day is much needed.
Fabi, congratulations. That was a crazy epic match. Congrats to you. And of course, we knew something was wrong. We wanted to know what was up with the shoulder and stuff like that. But first off, get some glutamine and some protein, my guy, okay? Definitely, we go into the gym, we lifting heavyweight, we going to have to recover correctly. But what happened with the injury? What was that, an ice pack or something he was using?
Well, this thing is I don't know if you can see it, but this is a hot pack. But I've been using the ice pack on it. I used it for about half an hour last night, and that really helped because yesterday it was like, it was seriously painful, and this morning I woke up and it was much better. So I'm glad that it wasn't like I probably didn't tear anything if it's recovering very quickly. So it was probably just like overuse or something. I wasn't even lifting. I think I slept on it the wrong way, and I woke up and it was like in really bad pain. But thankfully it's recovering rather quickly.
And Fabiano, I'm just curious, during these games, do you have the cameras on? Were you watching Hikaru's expressions during some of these matches?
No, I never check because it feels more like a distraction from the game. And I already feel rather overwhelmed, especially when it gets into the time trouble phase. So I don't want to distract myself with Hikaru's expressions, although I'm sure they were very entertaining.
You're absolutely right on that, Fabi. But I have to ask you before we let you go that tomorrow is a much-needed rest day before the grand final for you. How are you going to spend it? How will you unwind?
Yeah, I think I'll just try to get some nature in, like some walking. I've been spending most of the past few days inside because usually after playing, I'm not in like I don't have all the energy in the world to do something physical. So I might try to go outside and enjoy the good weather here. It's been getting seriously warm after a really cold period. So like yesterday was over 80 degrees and today similarly. So I'll probably do that and I'll watch the games very closely. The matches, I guess it'll be a couple of tough matches. I guess Levon and Magnus are playing to decide who plays Hikaru, right? Is that the...
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, it'll be very tough matches. But one thing that I'm glad that I disrupted is that there won't be another Magnus Hikaru final. At least that's out of the books for this one.
Yeah, in fact, it was Robert who said it on day one that he was predicting that we won't have a final between Magnus and Hikaru. Fabi, I have to ask you, do you have a preference who you'd want to meet in the grand final?
Well, okay. I mean, generally speaking, Magnus is the strongest player, but he hasn't shown like his best chess in this event so far, I think. Although he's still in it and won a bunch of good matches. And including today, I think like the first game he played against Wesley was very, very impressive. But you know, I always enjoy playing Levon the most, and he's also a personal friend. So I do hope he does well. Also because I generally hope he does well, and also because we've had some close matches, and the last one was in the American Cup where we probably like the worst chess that either of us have ever played. But we ended up in Armageddon and he won, so I also would like to take a little bit of revenge for that.
Nice. Fabi, you played awesome chess in the Chessable Masters so far. Have a good rest day, and we'll see you in the grand final.
Thank you.
Fabiano Caruana with a big result there, taking down Hikaru Nakamura in just 3 games. He advances to the grand final. Hikaru Nakamura drops to the elimination bracket. He will be playing against the winner of Magnus Carlsen versus Levon Aronian. What a day of chess we've had. Robert, what was the highlight for you?
Well, I think we just saw a checkmate in one move, and that does not happen at the highest level pretty much ever. David himself was saying this cannot possibly happen, and it did with the colors reversed. So I think that, of course, is a highlight, and as Fabiano said, it was an impressive display of chess from Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. That feels like forever ago, but that still was great chess today.
Yeah, James, what about you?
The internet about to go crazy. It's about to go crazy off the Rook F8. I mean, it's nuts. You never ever see that, especially from a player of Hikaru's caliber. Rook F8 was the huge highlight.
Yeah, is that the most shocking moment of the day?
Maybe the most shocking moment of the tour, of all seasons of the tour combined. But yeah, I'm hoping for more of the same tomorrow. Just still, we're going to have Magnus Carlsen involved. We're going to have Hikaru Nakamura involved at some point, and Fabi waiting at the end, the big boss now. Still plenty of action ahead.
So much action coming up tomorrow to decide who will play against Fabiano Caruana in the grand final. And we've got the Division 2 results coming in as well. Natabek Abdusattor won his match against Denis Lazovic. He will be playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the finals there. What are you expecting from that?
I just once again want to say shout out to MVL and Krumnik. Great sportsmanship. Abdusattorov, he is using his muscle. He beats another teenager. He makes it through. And Anish Giri and Yu Yangyi, don't count out the Chinese Grandmaster. He made it to the grand final against Fabiano Caruana in the Air Things Masters Division 2. Yu Yangyi still afloat in Division 2 this time around as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Also, we're getting an update with the action on Division 3, and it is Amin Tabatabai, Alexei Sarana, and Matthias Bluebaum who take their matches, Robert.
Yeah, Sarana, he's still in it. He lost a match earlier. He was in Division 1 the last time around. He is still going in the loser's bracket, so he is floating up. He will make his way towards Amin Tabatabai. And the one last thing I want to say, and I just thought of it now, is that Fabiano loves the F8 square. Both yesterday and today, that was the key square for him.
Big action coming up tomorrow. And oh my God, what a way to end the day. We've got a checkmate in one, Rook F8. That's one for the history books. And tomorrow we start the day with Magnus taking on Levon. That's going to be fun as well, James.
Oh, absolutely. LeBron Aroni, of course, that's my guy. And what's funny is, who don't understand, he made it very far. Of course, now he's about to face Magnus, and if he wins that match, he goes to face Hikaru. And I mean, that's a crazy matchup too. Levon has made it very, very far here, right? But Magnus is definitely going to bring it to him.
Super excited about that one. And I'm also super excited to reveal our winner of our social media Instagram contest, where we asked you to send us your selfies. And these are amazing ones. You do win a $50 Chessable voucher. So definitely get that course going. The whole family is enjoying Chessable Masters.
Yeah, what a photo.
Yeah.
Chess is a family sport.
I know, right? She's in there smiling, all smiles and love. Guys, bring it in, guys.
On that note, wow, those are some amazing final thoughts by David. With that hug, we are going to say goodbye for today. But of course, we will be back with all the action as Magnus, Levon, Hikaru battle it out tomorrow to see who will face Fabiano Caruana in the grand final. See you then.
Oh! Hikaru steps back. He's lost 2 moves.
There it
He's
is.
just blundered.
This is over.
It's over. Look at this. A knight for.
Oh, look at them celebrating! Oh my God, what an Armageddon!
It looked good. We got to know what was on the menu today.
Says Magnus's pre-dinner snack.